I gotta be careful. Streaming a browser source, or like a window, means that I just, if I change tabs, they see that, so...
Yep. It's like,
It's
You
stressful.
play a dangerous game.
Stressy. Hey, Dish, how you doing? Now, just
Westy.
keep in mind that, beware spoilers, because I know you haven't played DGS2 yet, so... We're doing it all. Oh, that's funny, I didn't even plan that. It went from Moderato to Allegro, and I was like, oh...
Oh, really?
That's even
so fitting.
on shuffle, too.
Nice.
Dun, dun,
Wait, we're doing cases. My tab was on
My tab's on cases, whichever one we can.
Yeah.
I'll warn you. Yeah, fair warning. We'll warn everybody when we change games, I guess. And then I'll put something in the chat that says we're done talking about that game, I guess, if that's what you want. So yeah, I guess. Okay, Aiden, how you doing? It's that time. I've been waiting years to do this, honestly.
Looking forward to this.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I realized that there are so fewer characters than I thought there were in Ace
I
Attorney.
know, so tiny.
Yeah.
Well, it says they're not counting, oh no, they're counting the victims we never met. Okay, no, that's fair. And we're not doing, Press the Lane and Phoenix Wright, because, we haven't played those.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing PLPW. Which means, after I do PLPW, we'll probably do this again.
Let's go! I would probably have to watch something.
Yeah.
At that point.
Yeah, same.
Would that be something
But, hey,
you guys
the case guidelines, the case list doesn't have it though, so that's good.
I think there is one with Professor Layton though.
Yeah, this is the one I sent to Junie, so that's why I knew how to get it.
Oh, okay.
So, like, I don't know what my criteria are for this. I'm probably just, like, how much I liked it, or, like, if it was interesting, or...
Yeah, same.
I'll try to be as nice as possible with some of them, but there are just some that are beyond redemption.
The story, and then probably the characters and the witnesses relevant to it.
How interesting it became overall, how the plot, how like the kill, the plot to kill or was. I guess.
Yeah, like the murder plot, like if there was one.
Or and the reasoning behind it too. We'll play a factor in it.
How it made me feel is really what it's going to come down to.
Yes. Did it make me nut? Did it make me cry?
Well, a lot of them did make me nut.
Yes.
Yeah. Hey, Palisade. Oh, spicy. You ready for spice? Oh, boy. Well, I see spice marked with the Franziska von Karma icon on my screen right now.
Hot takes. Some spicy.
Those showed takes, yeah. Oh, man, Dr. Scythe's theme. I'm going to point out every single song that starts playing and interrupt my thoughts, so, like, get used to it.
Alright.
I'm playing my own, but still DGS, so...
Yeah, so, I guess we can get started?
Yeah,
it's so awkward. This is the hardest part, is starting a stream.
It's always the hardest part.
No. Alright, so 1-1. I mean, like, it's there, I guess?
It's a start?
It's a start. I think I would probably maybe put it in mediocre.
I was thinking the same.
Like, it's like the tutorial. It's a tutorial.
Yeah.
It's not to teach you how it works. I think the thing about it. Sorry.
Sorry. It's Flargrah and roselii49.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow. And then I think 1-1. I think it's. I know she talked to me is like, okay, I want them to like just like experience the thrill of courting a culprit rather than just like, having to sit through long tutorials. And I think that's I think
it's
he
simple
nails
and straightforward,
and
then it goes into more with down the line. So
definitely more of the feeling of like, I got you, like I know you're the killer, and I'm gonna get you. It's more of that feeling.
There's a worse tutorial case than this one, honestly.
Yes.
We'll say that from time to time.
Yeah, there is.
So for now, it's mediocre.
And Frank saw it. Is honestly for a first culprit, he's really funny.
He is fun.
I mean, it's cool is that, like I'll mention more about it later on. We'll get the characters, but could see more of it later on too.
Also, I didn't research anything. I'm going off of memory, and so that if that causes problems, we'll talk about it.
Yeah, bro, I didn't even watch the entirety. I was not even able to watch the entirety of DGS 1.5. So yeah. Oopsies.
Yeah, it's a long case.
My opinion will be skewed.
Yeah, so I guess that I'm gonna put 1-1 and mediocre at you two might as well.
Yeah.
I did.
Yeah.
That's what I did.
1-2. Okay, so this is apparently a spicy take. I don't care for it. I think it's too long. And I don't think the characters are particularly good, except for mine.
Yeah, I
Like who
think...
who is in this case? April, May, Red, White, and Bellboy?
What's your
Yeah.
name? Yeah,
What's your name?
Red White, he's pretty good in the anime, but we're not gonna talk about the anime. What's your name?
What's your name? Yes, we can.
I just put this in the Y case for me.
Why? Yo, you have a Y?
Yeah, a Y.
Like,
It's
but-
a little disappointing. It's like, why is this thing?
I'm just gonna put it mediocre.
I don't know
feel
what to put it in mediocre or disappointing, because it could have been so much better.
Yeah, and I feel
Actually,
like
disappointing. Honestly, it has potential.
Mhm.
It has potential.
I like the
but the potential's ruined.
like the beginning is good. Like your mentor gets like murdered, and
Also-
it's like, oh my god, I gotta solve it. I gotta.
Also,
avenge
again,
her.
well, just you say solve it, but again,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say,
Don't.
this could be. This is also a pet peeve of mine, especially with this game. Stop showing the fucking killer.
It only it does that. It only does that twice.
Yeah, I
In
give.
this game twice, but
I only give it a pass because it's the first game.
When we get to
care,
five,
I
when we
mean-
get to 5-2, I'll yell about that. But like,
Ooh.
oh, by the way, chat, feel free to like talk about what you think, because I want to hear. If you have opinions, I would love to hear it. But yeah, 1-2. Also, Phoenix, flip over the damn paper, boy.
I know. Also, the thing. Okay, you know the thing that gets me is the ending. It's just so unsatisfying to be like,
Why?
I'm gonna. It's like you kind of beat him at his own game, but it's like, it just kind of feels dirty. You know?
I
It's
just want
like,
to say something about the flipping the paper. Technological limitations, please understand.
Just because we don't need to see him flip over the paper. I trust him to flip a paper over. He's a lawyer.
I know, but I'm just joking because like we couldn't examine evidence like that until DS.
Phoenix is the dude.
Yeah.
Phoenix is the dude to hand in a quiz in class and then like get out of class and be like, yeah, the back. Someone's like, the back was really hard, and he's like, there's a back.
yes. Is a backside?
Oh shit. That happened to me once, actually. I turned in a quiz without doing
Oh,
the back,
no.
and my teacher just wrote whoops and let me do it later.
Oh, okay.
It was
Oh,
fine.
you know what? That was nice. Okay.
I can see why they showed the killer. It's a classic murder mystery trope. But you're into finding out how to, the how catch him instead of the who done it. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's just more of they're trying to, now that you had the tutorial, they're trying to slowly ease you in and be like, okay, now you gotta
I mean,
like
there's
do an
one-
investigation stuff.
Well, the
Now you gotta
investigation
talk to
tutorial-
characters.
But
Yeah.
also they do show you the tutorial of pressing to get more info too.
Mhm.
Also, this is also like the one thing I like with this case is the whole birth of the autopsy has been updated joke.
Mhm.
Yes. Also, they introduced Gumshoe,
Yeah,
And
they did
Edward.
introduce Gumshoe.
so they introduced important characters. You will see.
Well, I mean,
often,
like,
so-
no matter what the second case was like, it was going to introduce those characters.
Yeah, that's
It's
true.
like,
But they are characters that everyone grows to love and love.
yeah. I mean, I love Gumshoe, don't get me wrong. Edgeworth, I mean, I'm not Diana, so, like...
God, Edgeworth's alright. I will say it's wrong. I don't like Edgeworth in this game. He gets better in like
Yeah, once he
Relations.
stops prosecuting, he's great.
Yeah, I love he just gets better when he doesn't do his job.
yeah.
When it's just implied that he prosecutes, it's different. He's way better.
Yes.
Yeah, but I don't know if I have anything more to say on 1-2, honestly. April,
yeah, it's like,
I-
April May's just annoying to me. Bellboy's
Yeah,
cool, I
could
guess.
care less.
Mhm.
Am I missing a character? Are there any other characters besides Bellboy, Gumshoe, Edgeworth, April May, and Red White?
No, that's it. No, that's really it.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
That's pretty about
And yet
it.
they somehow managed to make the case so damn long. Oh, Grossberg. There's Grossberg, too.
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh yeah, him and his hemorrhoids.
Oh no, the hemorrhoids are
Right.
later. Oh yes, there is
No,
Maya, but Maya,
I-
I excluded Maya on purpose.
Yeah. Ah.
Like,
Yeah,
it's funny how no one caught.
Only
Anyway.
took 10 years for anyone to be like, oh wait, not gumshoe. Oh,
My
growth spurt.
Oh.
Yes.
Alright, I guess that's it. I don't know if I
Anyway.
have anything else to say.
Not really.
1-3.
You know what?
I actually kind of like this
it.
one.
Yeah,
I
I'm
like
gonna
this
put it in good. I kind of like it, and I actually do kind of like the killer.
Yeah, no, I love Miss Vasquez,
like-
actually.
I
love
love
Vasquez. I really love Will a lot.
I do love Will
I love-
Powers.
Also,
Will Powers is great.
old bag.
Okay, it's funny because I found out that Old Bag is actually really popular in Japan.
I believe that.
Like, really
Yeah, I believe
popular. So, like, that's why she keeps coming back and being the exact same every time. Vasquez did have bad bitch energy. You're correct, and you should say it louder.
She was like a girl boss. You don't worry.
She
you
had
can
the
say it.
mafia behind her. That's the baddest
Yeah.
ass shit ever.
When she summons the mafia to, like, kick your ass and Gumshoe runs in, so good. That alone takes this case from, like, if this case was mediocre before, it was good after that.
I know.
Yeah. Also, the fact that there's some also parts like, honestly, Cody's not that bad of a character.
Cody's not
Yeah.
the only character I actually cannot stand is Stepman.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah.
That's why you think he's called that.
Mm-hmm.
I think the thing I like about it, I think it's you kind of get to see one of Maya's interests. Be like, oh, I really like the Steel Samurai. And you get to see her, like you see her likes and dislikes and stuff
It's like
as
my
a character. So
my first time playing this case, I was also shocked when I realized like who was actually in the suit. Like,
Yeah, no, that
Yeah,
was
the
that was a
realization
legitimate surprise.
when the realization that the victim took the suit instead of Will.
yeah,
like,
I know,
Mhm.
right? It was crazy. Like,
Oh.
oh my god, the victim is like, he actually has some fault
Mm-hmm.
with this. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
really good.
I do like the revelation of like that whole revelation of like Vasquez was working him to the bone, so he tried to take his revenge, and she actually killed him in self-defense.
In the same way that he got her lover killed way back when. was
Manuel,
actually-
yeah.
Well, in all fairness, she was still extorting. Like, she was
Oh
kind of
no,
still like.
yeah, no, she was.
Oh,
Don't
she
get me
was.
wrong, she was
She
a
was.
bitch, like to them.
Yeah, she was kind of a bad.
She's
bitch.
a bad bitch, but a good villain. I feel.
Will is an interesting duck. He's so sweet, and I just like he gets a bad rep because he looks like the way he does.
He looks like a Wolverine, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Cosmos theme is playing.
Oh, for me, it's one of the unused. It's the unused version of that German song.
Oh.
Da-da-da.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
one's pretty
We'll
good.
get to that. We'll get to that.
Mhm.
I have
Also,
so many, I love that.
just out of courtesy, we're going to try not to spoil the games that come anything after the case we're discussing. Like, because like
Unless it's
this,
unless,
if when we get to the
unless
case
it's
that it's
required.
relevant to, we'll double back. I think that's better. That way we
Yeah.
don't spoil something by accident.
because I could think of a few things where we'll have to double back.
We're
Mhm.
gonna have to double back to DGS a lot.
Yeah,
So,
we,
Hold on,
but
like,
like
I'm
that's fine.
Almost anything like when we get to like trials and tribulations, for
Mhm.
example.
Yeah, but like we can talk about the implications. Like, 'cause I understand what you're talking about. The implications that an early case has in a late case. I think we can discuss that when we get to the later case.
Yeah, sounds good.
Because like, I'll be honest with you, ranking every case and its like relevance to the individual timeline would get really and probably
Oh
elevate
my
some
God,
mediocre
Tim,
cases.
Thanks for the raid. What the fuck?
Yeah. Hey Tim,
Alright.
beware of spoilers.
Oh yeah, there are spoilers. Oh,
Mhm.
you know what? Also, I should not have put the put the stream out the stream kit call over the alerts. Oops, I forgot. Ha! I did that. Thanks for the raid. I love the way the castle increases size.
Mhm.
That's probably Castlevania 4.
Probably.
Yeah, we're talking about. Yeah, we're ranking all the Ace Attorney cases because Twi finished all of DGS, so now we get to talk about them.
We
You're
get
wa-
to talk about the stuff that we want to be nerding on. Yay!
Yeah, if I
Spoilers.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, spoilers. So, I guess if you are still gonna listen to this in the background, just like mute when we.
Yeah,
talk
we'll tell
Especially
we'll
when we
tell
get
you
to
when
it.
we're changing games.
Yeah.
So that way you can be ready.
I want you to play Great Ace Attorney. It's so good.
Oh, was that Tim who said that? I think I want everybody to play it.
I know.
Play
It's
Grace
so
Attorney,
good.
please.
I can't scale this because just it's freaking out. But like, I put the stream kit up.
Oh my god, you will? Yeah, I'm so excited when you like get to it eventually. I'm very excited for your thoughts. It's really good.
Yeah, it's Great Ace Attorney Chronicles is straight up my favorite Ace Attorney game now. Also, if I'm responding to chat messages that you are not there, it's because I'm also streaming this on my end. So you know, fair warning.
I'm not streaming.
I should probably have Rosie's chat up too, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I have both popped out.
I didn't think to do that. You know what I'll do? I'll open that up on my phone.
So we all agree.
You know what? I should have your chat also open. I'll just open it on my iPad. That would be easier.
So we're on agreement though. 1-3, pretty good case.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. I think I'm gonna put 1-3 in good.
Yeah, me too.
I can already hear Diana like yelling at me.
I'm pretty sure me and Fire are like basically on the same wavelength.
Yeah, probably. Oh, don't do that.
A boot.
Ooh. So I just have my playlist of Ace Attorney music playing. I have a villains theme going on, and I love it. And I can't talk about it until we get to that game.
Yeah.
Pain.
Pain. Oh man.
Anyways.
1-4.
Oh.
Oh.
Nut.
Here we go. This is a nut. I'm gonna change the outstanding tier to nut. You know what?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck it.
It. 1-4 is so good. Oh my god. Everything about it, like, from the minute you boot up that case and like you see the Merry Christmas, and then it pans up and you see it's Edgeworth holding the gun, you're like, what?
What the fuck?
This isn't real. This is fake. Fake news. Nah, but like, oh, it's so good. Most of the last cases are gonna be pretty much Westerford, yeah.
I'm trying so hard to be like, 1-4 is what I put in great, but for some reason I'm just like, it's like very high good. Like I don't like, it's very high good for me.
So much to it too, and just like, oh.
Something that's gonna happen a lot with me with any of the cases that are 3 days, so like 1-4 and 1-5. I don't remember what happens in the middle, like in the second day.
The middle is Larry. It's
you know
Larry.
what? Actually, I'll
Larry
put
comes to save the day.
There's Larry, and then you get almost Christmas means it's not Christmas.
Don't forget Maya basically sacrificed herself for Phoenix to have more time.
Yeah, that's the big thing. Yes, that is kind of a new thing. It's based on the streamer's preferences. Yes, so that's why.
Yeah, I did it just to like make sure bots. But I can maybe toggle it off at some point. But
I think there's a way to toggle it off if you've been following for X amount of time.
Oh, that's right. I think I had that. I can.
And thank you for the bits, Dishnet. I don't have my alerts up. Apologies. But yeah, there's so much in the middle. So I think you cross-examine Yanni Yogi for the first time.
Yes.
That happens, and then
That's right before my Edgeworth's getting his second second guilty verdict.
Yeah, maybe I should talk about the first day before we get back to the second one.
Yeah, first day we get like the initial thing.
Gourd Lake and shit. Like Lotta's doing her thing as always.
Yep.
Yo God, y'all crazy.
We do find out something,
and then
like the whole entire thing about the DL6 incidents.
Yeah, the case is funny. It's gripping. I'm gonna put it in great for sure, but like just to talk about it, like the case is funny. Like that first day, like you really feel hopeless when you're up against Von Karma.
Yeah.
Like when he objects to everything.
His fucking objection scares the crap out of you.
I know.
Throwback to anybody who remembers throwback to anybody who knew me back in the day when I cosplayed as Manfred Von Karma.
Yes, I remember that.
I never saw, so that's
he had some drip.
I'll send you a picture later.
Yeah, it's really good.
Send me a picture of that if you have one.
Yeah, sure. Dracula is a great prosecutor. I actually like Dracula, but we'll get to characters when we get to characters.
Yeah, we'll get to that late part.
But yeah, 1-4 is great. Dracula's great. Yanni Yogi is actually like, I feel bad for that man. Like
That guy got
really
fucked
bad.
over.
I
Mhm.
know. I
Horribly.
felt so bad for him. Like I can
And
actually
he's
see
telling
why
his
he would.
story at the end. It's like, oh god.
Yeah,
Like
no.
Hammond deserved. Let me be honest.
Hammond deserved
to
it.
die.
Yeah, and we'll probably.
Yeah.
I think the characters, actually, the character tier list actually includes characters we never meet, like Hammond. So, get ready for that.
Oh, he's going in shit tier.
Yeah, but
He's a rat asshole.
yeah, but it's so satisfying when you eventually when you start to corner Von Karma. It's so good.
I want to rub this metal detector over your shoulder. Won't be a problem, right, bud?
Also, the fucking stun gun.
My biggest problem with 1-4 is that when you get the note from the safe in Yanni Yogi's house, you take it to Grossberg and he's like, whose handwriting is this? I've seen it before. And then Phoenix is like, in a multiple choice question, it's like 2 options that don't make sense and Manfred von Karma. Really? That's like the biggest twist and you solved it through multiple choice? It annoys me so much because there's like no reasonable basis. There's no reasonable basis to assume Phoenix would have had that answer. Why would he have guessed that?
Yes.
Yes, you can, but yeah, we can talk about. You can talk spoilers for any case that we are on or have passed already.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to do it.
I do also do. I mean, cross-examining Polly is still a good time.
Oh, hold on, Van Zeek's theme is playing. I have to nut.
I would like to cross-examine the parrot.
Also, that also helps, with
I would like to cross-examine the witnesses, but
So that means I love the fact that it's like, so what? My my bank account is 001 because I am number 1.
Oh yeah, my bank
really
card's
good.
number is 0001 because I'm number 1. I love that. When I got called up for Throne Controllers as Von Karma, I literally I said, well, Von Karma's number 1, so I'm gonna pick number 1. That was how I picked my question.
God, really?
Yeah, and I got it right too, so it worked out.
Nice. Pog.
That is so legendary. Yeah, I'm gonna put this in outstanding. I don't know. I played Throne Controllers twice actually, 2016 and 2017, MagFest.
Never played it once.
Mm-hmm.
I've never gone to one. I really want to go.
Wait a minute, MagFest 2016.
Yes, that was my first MagFest, February 2016.
I was at the Throne Controllers, and my god.
We didn't know each other. I didn't know anybody.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I didn't know any online friends really at that time that were going.
I somehow ran into people and just hanging out with some random people, but yeah.
Mhm. I met a Captain America and a Loki who were drunk off their ass, and I had a good time talking with them.
That sounds like a fun time.
Like old Captain America design, not like the new one.
Ooh.
Anyway, I don't know if I have anything else to say on 1-4 except it's fucking good.
Yeah. What?
Yeah.
Oh, and then Maya feeling hopeless and leaving her village. That broke my. Leaving to her village. That broke my heart.
Yeah, she's like, I gotta go back to my village to train. I'm just like, no, Maya, I like.
Yes, Rabbit. Edgeworth becoming Von Karma's disciple and not knowing exactly what Von Karma did. I feel so bad for the man.
I know.
Buddy.
And you get to see Edgeworth more as just, your hot rival, you know.
Yeah. Even though I didn't think he was that hot in the beginning.
Yeah.
I still don't think he's that hot.
Same.
But
But
his hand is too big.
He's hot.
His hand is too big.
So
That's what it is.
So good poster, regardless. And I love the fact that you have it on a Christmas sweater twice.
Yeah, I do own that Christmas sweater. I still have it.
I know.
I would. It's such a good Christmas sweater. I kind of want one.
I need to. You can't get it anymore, which is unfortunate. I've been trying very hard to get one for reasons, but I can't do it.
Yeah, I put it as the second highest tier for me.
I put it as great. Yeah, so my tiers are bad, disappointing, mediocre, good, great, and nut.
So I have wide, disappointing, mediocre,
I just had the
good,
basic
great,
ones.
and God of God. So my highest one is God of God.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
Maybe I will have a nut one.
Yeah.
1-5. That's like good
It's
for
too
me, like
long.
high good. It's too long.
You want to talk about cases where I don't
know.
remember what the fuck happens? Let's talk about 1-5. What
I
happens
remember like the
in
first
day
day,
2?
part of the middle, and then kind of the end. I'm just like, oh.
Here's the thing. Here's the parts I remember. Edgewood has a flashy office.
A nice
It has a
car.
flashy car.
Nice
Yeah.
car.
I
Yeah.
That nice ass
really,
car.
really hate the Blue Badger.
I don't mind the Blue
Da,
Badger,
da,
but like,
da, da, da,
Oh,
da,
the song.
you know what's fucking great about 1.5? Watching Meekins get his ass beat.
That's
It's
pretty
so
good.
funny. It is a marathon of words. I think it's good.
Oh.
I do think it's good. But it's so long. They do.
And also, Damon Gann is a corrupt motherfucker.
But I love him.
Yeah.
I really do love
Yeah.
him.
I do like Gantz.
Gant's good. Also, Emma.
Yes,
good.
Emma in her first, in her first appearance, yeah.
Mhm. Also,
She's so good.
I just want to say it's probably best that we're doing the cases first because like when we get to recurring characters, if we did that first, it would have been complicated to avoid spoilers.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So when we get to
That's the best
characters, by the way, like if the character appears in multiple games, like we'll have to talk about that.
Yeah.
Obviously,
Against the Fantasy.
hey, look, let's do Phoenix. Oh.
Gant's breakdown is so good with the claps. Yeah, Gant's got the claps. It's
the
true.
fact that he has also that breakdown's great, but
The claps are so good that he like
here's the thing. I love how creepy his stare is before, like, he has a creepy ass stare down before his music even starts playing.
Mm-hmm. I like how they did that just to make the make it seem like the DS crashed.
I've had so many, because here's the thing, I played the first Ace Attorney on an emulator.
Mm-hmm. And you thought the emulator crashed, didn't you?
Oh yeah, multiple times. Like, you fucker, why?
Mm-hmm. I like how like chummy he is to you, even though he's like a corrupt asshole, and like.
Righto, let's go swimming.
Right.
Also,
So,
I gotta say, his fucking outfit, very bold statement to wear bright orange.
With those titties too.
I know.
They go through.
Okay, you know what? Maybe not those titties.
No, but they poke through the suit. You can't deny
Really?
it.
Hold on. Let me Google this.
I do want to say, like, how fucked up.
Rosie, you're
Yeah, but,
googling it in
like-
front of everybody.
I know.
We
Don't
haven't
worry,
talked
I
about it yet, but we haven't. But the whole entire cover up just for
It's okay.
it's like SL9's. It's not as good as DL6, but it's a pretty good
No,
like.
you can definitely see some
whatever this
side
case.
boob there.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's like it's kind of there.
Yeah, there's better titty. I will
Not as
agree.
much as one other character though.
I'm also gonna put this in good.
Take good care of titty leg.
It's a good case, but it's long.
By the way, both of our streams are recommended for mature audiences, so sorry.
Yo, let's go.
Fuck. Anyway, yeah, 1.5, it's good.
Yeah.
I like the callbacks to later stuff.
Ooh, yeah, true.
Like the flyer for Travian, I think is really funny. Even though it does create a bit of a plot hole.
To it.
Yeah, we'll get there.
No one needs to know.
Yeah, they do actually.
It's good. It's just it's too long.
It's way too long. But watching Meekins get his ass beat will always be a highlight in my life. Jake Marshall's really fun. Lana's a great character.
Jake, I don't like Angel. I don't mind her.
I like Angel. She's hot.
She's okay.
We
She's
are
hot.
making separate lists. Rosie is also streaming Dishnet. Rosie's
Yeah.
streaming her end. We're just like in sync. And Flargrah's not streaming, but he's also making a list. And checking it twice.
Damn right I am.
But yeah, I don't know what else to say on 1.5. I think we're good. I think I'm just gonna put it in good.
Yeah, I put in good.
Someone's gonna see my ranking of 1, 2, and click the stream right off.
Right.
Bye.
All right.
2-1.
We're on
2-1.
Justice for All, everybody.
Disappointing.
Yes.
Ooh,
It's not.
No, I'm playing on. No, it's Y. It's a Y for me.
Oh, really? Yeah.
It's.
I'm sorry. Here's the thing. There's only a few things I like. Maggie Bird and
Banana-
Gumshoe
and-
Maggie Bird together.
Yeah, I
That's
like
it.
Maggie, I like Gumshoe, and I like the bananas.
Large bananas. That's the best part.
But
Mhm.
it's just I can't stand Wellington at all, and I hate the amnesia plotline. It's just like we don't need a like.
No, you do. You have to assume every game is somebody's first, so.
Well, yeah, but you do. But you could do that in a different way. I just feel like amnesia's too.
It could have been bad. It could have been done better. Yeah.
It's
I
just
don't hold the amnesia against it just because, like, you know, it's a little weird with what they could have done.
fair.
Yeah.
That's
But,
why I did this list, and my
I-
list is like, why does this exist?
No, but like,
I think the whole-
Pain is completely forgettable, even for Pain standards in this one.
Yeah.
The most he does that's interesting is when he with Wellington starts getting on his nerves and he cuts Wellington off. Like, Jesus, thank you, Pain.
I think I think the worst part about this, I think it's just the whole thing happened because of a misunderstanding.
Yeah, well,
Kind
get used to that.
Yeah.
Get used to that for
like,
Justice for
her
All.
fucking boy, like her Maggie's boyfriend died.
You know, I might actually
So
put it
like,
as bad. I don't think this is good.
It's kind of pee pee poo poo.
Yeah.
It's why.
I just kind of don't like. I just kind of don't like the case.
There's nothing interesting that goes on. The most I can say is that like Maya shows up out of nowhere because it's technically after 2-2, but we'll get there.
Oh yeah.
Now this. So I don't know if we're done with 2-1. If anybody else has anything to say.
I'm done with.
I've been done with 2-1 since I first said why.
2-2 is, I think it's the first nut tier case.
Really?
Yeah.
I think I'll put it. I don't know.
I don't know.
I think I'm putting this in nut because like it's almost perfect.
It's because I was going to say it's because we see Francisca for the first time.
No, Francisca aside, it's a great case. The setting is something that the whole scenario is something that like actually has some like emotional resonance with the player. Because like Maya's the defendant again, but this time you know her, and it's like, oh my god, no, you didn't do this, honey. We know. And then it's like,
well, the circumstances too. It's like, damn, and also like
Morgan Fay
we
is.
just first see it. We just first see everything, and then it just builds up and up. And when you find out everything that happens and why this happened, it's like, shit, I don't blame you.
I have to say, I really like the role building they did for like Maya and like for like the Fae and like the Fae clan and like Korean village too. And you get to meet Pearl.
Yeah, you meet Pearl. You get
little sunshine.
You get
really good setup.
You get the Cyclock mechanic. Morgan Fay is a good character, despite how wicked she is.
Yeah, she is the stepmother.
A character could be evil. A character could be evil or a bitch, but they could still be a good character.
I can't decide if Lada is better or worse than she was in Turnabout Goodbyes.
She's.
Honestly,
I kind of just like on Lada.
Yeah, no, Lada wasn't great in this one because like she's a pain in the butt.
Yeah.
But Eenie Mine's a fun character.
Oh, I love her.
Her fashion sense is like what I aspire to be. Actually.
So
I sometimes do her like idol like.
Like
the
yeah,
friggin',
the
like,
boob shake. Oh.
The hand moves.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Oh, you do the yeah. The Magatama is really fun. The original trilogy does it better than any game after it, but we'll get there.
Ace is very clever in how this how they did it, how they framed Maya, and I do like that about it too, because like it's a perfect time for the seance, and also this game at first this is the first time to acknowledge Mia's change.
Yeah.
When she gets channeled.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so good. And the plot twist at the end where you realize what happened, the top tier.
Yeah.
The way they did it
So
was
good.
incredible. So I got out the right side door and you're like, wait, shit, it's a British car.
I remember one time I was watching a streamer play through it, and they were in fucking hysterics over how great the reveal the switcheroo was. Like, like holy shit, they pulled a face off.
Oh my god! And the low point is Dr. Hottie.
Yeah. I'm glad he has not appeared in the game ever since.
Well, no, he has several times.
Oh yeah. Not as much now.
And also I mentioned briefly by name and other times too. So
yeah.
But yeah, no, Hottie's bad, but otherwise, I mean, like the case is great. Honestly, I think Francisca, despite the fact that she's an absolute bitch in this case, she's still funny. There's one moment that sticks out in my mind where like Lada was like, it's unclear whether Lada actually saw what she saw or whatever, and then like Francisca just like threatens to kill her if she doesn't tell the truth. Like if you were lying, my whip will be the last thing you ever see, and I'm like, oh shit.
One fun times is like when Lada's testifying and then Phoenix is asking her like, well, you were there, like, yes, I did this, had this happen.
That was funny.
Yes. I did break down the door.
This Mr. Lawyer there broke the door down, huh? Honestly, Phoenix Wright, why don't you get up on the stand and testify?
Such one of my favorite scenes. That it's like, it's why I like pressing that part. It's like, just being explaining like, yes, I did it.
Yes,
I'm
sorry. Yes, I broke the door. Sorry. No, that was a great moment. So I think maybe I think it's nut tier as far as I'm concerned.
It's gonna be my first God of Gods here.
Oh, you're putting it in your highest tier as well?
Oh yeah. Okay. It's a really good case.
I put it in gray. I'll probably rearrange it once it's all finished.
Yeah, Phoenix is just a great protagonist. Okay, 2-3. Here we go. Spicy time. I don't think this case is that bad. I really don't.
I like it. You know what? I'm gonna say I like it.
I like it too. I think other than there are some. I hate Ben Woodman and I don't care for Max.
Yes, Ben Woodman should not exist. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. But if you get past that,
yeah,
I think the case is fine.
You think if I put it above 1.5, people won't get mad at me?
Yes.
No.
Yes. Are you kidding?
Probably.
I'm putting it in good.
I'm not gonna put it. I realize that you like some things about it. I love the fact that how the murder was done is good. I like that. I like the fact like he flew in the air and it's like, well, no, it's his bus. And it's like it's cool. There's also things I don't like about it. Like I'm sorry, Acro, your brother's a fucking idiot.
Oh, they're both not very smart. I do feel bad for Bat, but like...
Bat's a fucking idiot, though.
No, but like, okay, the lion was trained. The lion was trained.
Okay, let me just say this.
Regina's not smart. Regina's the one who's not smart.
Let me say, yeah, Regina's an idiot. Regina's a sheltered little girl who hasn't seen the outside world and is a giant idiot, which is why I'm not going to put this at this point or why. I'm putting this in mediocre. It's a so-so case.
No, I think... I respect that. I think that, honestly, other than Max and Ben, the characters are fine. I don't think Mo is bad.
I like Mo. I actually genuinely like Mo.
Mo, I do like for him because he has a realist side to everything, which I do appreciate.
Mo, I think it's interesting to me how, like, despite the fact that Mo's testimony is the way it is, he actually can take it, be serious.
Yes.
Like people sometimes rag on him for bringing Regina to court, but I think it was a good idea.
I think it was the best choice.
She needed to see what
her actions had consequences.
Oh my god!
Exactly.
Dish when Phoenix gets into the monkey pose. Oh my god.
Yes. Oh my god. The monkey scene was so good.
No, it's just. She needs to see everything, and that's what, because like the stars in the sky is a bunch of bullshit, and I just.
Well, no, it's bullshit, but like it's what he taught her.
I can't wait till we get to characters. Just that's it.
But like the stars in the sky thing is like something you tell a child. It's not Russell's fault that she took it seriously, like too seriously. It is kind of his fault, but like it's what she knows. It's really not Regina's fault because it's what she knows.
It's again Russell's fault.
I think Russell coddled her too much.
Yeah, well,
I think it's the fact that she grew up on the circus, so she never really had any like proper interactions outside of the people in the circus.
That's why she thinks it's okay for like 30, 40-year-old men to hit on her.
Yeah, but that's not okay.
That's not her fault.
That's not okay, and it's not her fault. She's sheltered.
I know, but I'm just like I just wanted to mention the fact that like
Oh, it's
anyways,
glaring.
I'm
it's
done
bad.
with.
But
I guess although the case doesn't really portray it as a good thing, even everyone else is like on that. So.
I will say, one thing is that another thing about Mo is that he was right the entire time, and no one ever acknowledges that he told the truth, and nobody believed him because of how ridiculous it sounded.
Yeah, he was technically telling the truth, but like it just needed more context. I think.
Even in like.
I never hear a single person go back and realize, shit, Mo was right.
Yeah, because even like when like the whole like ending of the first day of trial, it was like everyone's like, what?
Because like Franziska von Karma told him not to say it because it sounded stupid. which she was right to not tell him not to say. I get no, she wasn't right to tell him not to say, but she was right. It sounded stupid.
And meanwhile, Phoenix is like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I also am a sucker for the bad jokes. The one I don't get is "Gotti be interesting." I still don't understand that one.
I think it might have been referenced to a show, maybe.
Maybe. I welched on giving you more than one grape. That was funny.
I actually kind of do like.
I do like one thing where there is one thing I do get a good chuckle if I had to say for it, but it's just like when they ask you where the bus is currently,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like
The
both
judges.
wrong options are great. Like,
Oh my god! If
other
you
than-
say the judge's bench, it's so funny.
I
It's
know.
worth
It's like
it,
you want
it's
another
worth-
one?
it's worth the goddamn
What's
penalty.
that?
Like,
You want a double? I'll give you one.
dog.
It's so good.
Love. And then if you just choose Francisca, it's like you're going to get whipped into oblivion.
Mm-hmm. Again.
You either die or you either die. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put 1, 2, 3 in good.
Put it in mediocre. It's not a bad case. It's not a good case. It's in between.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a lot. It's saying a lot for me because if it was the old me, I would definitely put that in fucking Y.
Mm.
Mhm.
So,
I think I liked Turnabout Big Top when I first saw it. Then I thought for a little bit I was like, maybe this is bad. But then I keep thinking about it. I keep going back to this.
I think for me, I was like, I was in the bad boat, but now rewatching it, reseeing it, and I'm like, you know what, this is not too bad. I kind of do like Max because he is kind of haughty, but I think it comes from a genuine place of like, he wants to see everyone improve themselves.
Yeah.
And also he's like, he's a country boy who just wants to send money back to his parents.
They're back on the farm. Yeah, that's true.
My name is Billy Bob Jones.
No, another thing, I just want to get this off my chest. The thing with the bust and the cape could physically happen. That is
it could.
physically possible.
Yes, people were like, how could this not happen? It's like, just it could, the four. Like.
Yes, when you hit something with momentum, that momentum and that force gets transferred to the next thing.
Yes.
And it moves. So,
Yeah, and the cape is light enough, too.
Mhm. Yeah, sure, the way the game portrayed it was bad. In that, like,
Yes.
it went up and onto the cape. That wouldn't happen like that.
Yeah.
But
It probably
the way
could have
that
flown, like, off of it, maybe, depending on the direction.
the way that anime did it, where it built an entire diorama of the circus and was able to recreate the cape snagging on the bust. That was good.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
If you haven't seen the anime, it actually does a really good job of capturing 2-3.
Actually,
Anime is really good of it,
I
honestly.
think anime, I stopped around, like, I think I literally stopped at, like, 1-2.
The anime is really good after the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I wanted Apollo Justice anime so badly.
I want a DGS anime. We'll get there.
Yes.
But
I
yeah.
just want to see my boy Apollo get animated.
Mm-hmm. That'd be nice.
Anyways,
I think also 2-3 is Shutakumi's favorite case.
Yeah. Well, he
likes it because it's so
doing
he likes it because the coincidences are like so like
the
could only
thing I
happen in a
don't
video game.
The only thing I got sick and tired of hearing was the stupid, very big circus music.
I like that song.
Yeah.
I unironically like that song.
It's okay. It does get great. It's okay, but then it gets really grating.
Anyways.
Because they kind of play it with no break, and you're constantly there all the time. So
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. That's true. Anyway,
Okay, now two.
this is a
more?
nutter. This is a nut.
That's a big nut case.
I know the way you joked about it before, Twine. I will honestly say this is the best filler case.
Yes, I do call this the best filler case.
What?
Because it technically has nothing to do with any form of overall plot. Really.
Oh, right, that's true.
It resolves the Edgeworth thing, I guess. But like it's a fantastic case. I jokingly call it a filler
so
case. It's objectively
I
not
know.
a filler case.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good case.
But
Like,
technically it does meet the criteria of a filler case. But like,
no, it's a.
it brings back characters like good characters. It brings back Will Powers. Adrian Andrews is fantastic.
I
Oh.
love her.
Adrian.
I love Gay Samus.
Samus with glasses. Yes.
Yes, Larry did take over Lada's role in 2-4 in the anime.
I didn't know that.
It's really cool.
I do love the fact that the whole entire overall arc in this case is like, what if you're defending someone that you know is a killer?
Yeah. Also, I mean, like, the idea that Phoenix is forced to take this case because he cares so much about Maya. And
It's like
the stakes are high.
And then Maya's like, well, don't get this guy guilty or not guilty. I'm not gonna forgive you. I'm like,
what am I supposed to
I'm
do?
like, ha!
Legitimately, like, the case resonates with you as you're playing it. You feel the stakes. They did such a good job with the minute Hotline of Fate starts playing for the first time. You know. For the record, Hotline of Fate is the one that sounds like the Pursuit theme, but then it's not. So it's like dun 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 dun.
The moment Ingard reveals his true self to Phoenix,
he lifts that hair up. Oh my god.
How do you do, Miss Lord?
So good.
I'm
also,
Ingard.
the investigation theme for this case is so good. It is so good.
Which one? The Matt Onguard's theme? Like the nice Matt Onguard's theme, or like?
I think
like Onguard's both of Onguard's themes are technically like investigation themes. So the one that plays when he's really nice is like it's mid stage.
Yeah. It's like da 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 da. That one. I just know the middle. That one's
it does. I think that is a valid point. It does foreshadow a little bit too much, which I think is a problem that some Ace Attorney games just have.
There's also something I like. There's also one song I like it too. That's
Also, the choice they give you at the end, it's like where Mia's like, "Go on, Phoenix, just choose what your heart tells you to."
I feel guilty.
Not guilty.
I picked not. I think I would have chosen not guilty because you get to see Phoenix like, "Well, congratulations, you got what you wanted, bitch."
Oh no, I thought you meant like before Francisca comes in.
No. I mean like the very last choice where it doesn't matter.
Oh, very last choice, like, not guilty.
Yeah.
No, like before Francisca comes in, we had that like big choice you have to pick. I picked guilty. I'm like.
Also, seeing Phoenix just kind of break down in the middle of court is like so like. It's so shocking because you never see him do that. You see him like flounder and stuff, but you never see him like this much of a low point before.
In his hands.
Like, oh my god, it's like
also,
oh my god.
Fucking, we get great revival here.
Yes.
Oh, so great revival is so good.
So
good.
The case is just full of surprises in so many ways. Maya's kidnapped is the first one. Francisca gets shot. And you find that out in court.
It's like, oh yeah, by the way, she got shot. It's like, huh? She got shot?
Your Honor, make it brief, bailiff. Miss Von Karma was shot by an unknown gunman. I was like, oh shit. Whew. Takes you by surprise. And then Edgeworth is here.
The prosecution is ready.
Also, the killer. Ooh, I really like the killer.
Yeah, the killer's fantastic. How did we not get to talk about the killer yet?
I know.
I love just the fact that the way he comes into court is just the walkie-talkie, and that it actually sweats oil.
Yeah, no, I love.
I like it.
My favorite thing about the killer is that like he doesn't emote, but inanimate objects related to him emote for him.
Yes.
That's so good, but we'll get to that. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. The case is really good.
The killer's really good. He's like very like he's a killer, but he definitely is honor bound to his own creed and stuff. So like
that's the thing. The killer's not a shitty dude.
Okay, I don't know if you guys remember when you first played this, but when you first played it, did you mess up the order you had to show too?
Well, okay, so I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I never played Justice for All myself. I watched Tim Filthy.
I've never played any of the Ace Attorney. Actually,
okay.
No,
I started playing at Trials and Tribulations.
Yeah, I only played 1-1. I got stuck in 1-2 the investigation, and I played through 3-1 because it was on the because I bought it on the WiiWare store. So yeah, I never actually played any of the Ace Attorney games. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
No, but like the killer's actually like not a shitty dude. He kills people for a living, but like he's really honorable. Actually, like it's just it's literally just his job.
Yeah, it's just like if you break my trust, if you break my trust, I will kill you.
Like, he doesn't kill needlessly. He's not like any kind of.
Yeah.
He also tried to recruit Phoenix. That was so funny.
That would have been fun. Dude, oh my god, imagine if someone made an AU where like Phoenix becomes an assassin.
Oh my god. Mr. Wright, you want me dead, don't you? I see it in your eyes.
Guilty.
Guilty, guilty. I hereby declare you guilty, Phoenix Wright. You know it's funny when, like, honestly, you're compared with, you have Matt Enguard and you have a literal assassin, and yet the assassin is the one who looks like a literal angel.
Yes.
Like, not a literal angel, but, like, you know, it's like...
Like, the assassin was the nicer character out of, like, you know...
Yeah.
The murder. So...
Like, and Corrida was also kind of a shithead, so, like, whatever.
Yeah, he's kind of a shithead. I heard in the stage play, like, he was genuinely in love with Celeste, and he was like, I will, and like he tried to get revenge on Enguard.
Yeah, that would be cool. I would like to see the stage play at some point. Like, watch it on YouTube.
I wonder if it's on YouTube. Maybe.
Probably is. But yeah, I think we're good on 2-4. So I guess if it's
we're good on Justice for All.
Yeah, I think we can move on to Trials and Tribulations. So this is your opportunity to click off if you don't want to be spoiled on Trials and Tribulations, or you know, just mute and we'll put in the chat when we're done. I'm gonna put that actually in the chat real quick. Oh, thank you, Dishnet. Thank you. Appreciate you, buddy. 3-1 is great.
Ooh.
3-1's good. It's great. I'm gonna put it in great.
I think I'm gonna put it in great. Seeing Mia's second trial ever, and just like how nervous she is, they justify the tutorial in a way better fashion than they did before.
For the main trilogy, this is my favorite, tutorial.
Also, hemorrhoids.
The hemorrhoids.
Yes, thank you.
And Harlem Shake.
And her milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Despite the fact that Dahlia has no milkshake to speak of.
No, she doesn't.
There's nothing there. Oh my god.
But also, I do like. I always want to say this. I know they kept on reusing Objection 2004 for like Phoenix's main theme.
Yeah.
I still feel like this objection theme is perfect for Mia.
No,
like,
it's Mia's objection theme. I fight rail against that decision every chance I get. That they made this one Phoenix's theme.
I wish they kept on just remixing the original from like the first game, and not 2004.
I honestly think 2002 is also a very good song that doesn't get enough love.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to listen to all the themes again, because I'm like totally blanking.
Objection 2001 is the one that goes dun 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 dun.
It does get remixed in Ryunosuke's objection theme. You can hear remix.
I just kept thinking of like Trials and Tribulations for some reason.
Yeah, Trials and Tribulations is dun 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 dun.
I actually did it for a while. It took me a while to start really liking Trials and Tribulations, like objection theme. I'm still a little on the cross-examination theme, I think.
For what? For TNT?
Yeah.
TNT.
Oh.
We'll get to that.
Although I love the court beginning one.
Yeah. Oh, Palizid makes a really good point. It's Mia's theme. Objection 2001 is better for Phoenix. Although it shows that Phoenix has grown into Mia's role. We will get there, Brabbit. We'll get there. We'll discuss that when we get later on in the games.
We'll talk about that.
A little early.
Yeah, that's okay. But overall, this case, I do like it. It's got some good moments to it. The part where Phoenix chews up the bottle is like, oh shit, what the fuck did you do? Oh wait, it's Phoenix.
Phoenix is a moron.
Yeah, Phoenix is kind of a himbo.
Also, this is the first time we show off that Phoenix is really fucking lucky in terms of like injuries and illnesses.
Bitch eats a fucking like glass jar for like a snack.
I ate it. I had to crush it up into little tiny pieces, but I ate it.
Glass. Like, where she's like, oh no, poison. I'm like, Mia, why are you worried about poison? The guy just ate
it. In his throat.
Glass. He just chewed up glass. That's what I'm worried about. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, he's gonna die. But nope. I don't know. Pain is actually pretty funny in this one. Like, overconfident Pain is actually a pretty good one. I like floppy Pain.
Great.
Mia's fun.
I love how this...
Roseburg is actually not a Peg assistant, sorry.
He's not. I also do like Pain's not that bad, and honestly, he gets his comeuppance, and especially hair loss.
Honestly, his breakdown, that was really funny. No, my hair, my beautiful hair.
I'm losing my hair. It's flying off.
It's so good.
Oh my goodness.
Honestly, Cause of Death is actually interesting too. Electrocution.
Yeah.
A rare one.
Dahlia in this case is, I think, at her. Well, she's good in this case.
She's good, but not at her best.
Yeah, but we'll get there. I don't know if I have anything to add
will.
On this one. If anybody has anything
There's
they'd like to
nothing
talk.
much to add on to this one.
Mm-hmm.
Because this is like, I know we'll go back to this case because there's a lot of setup in this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not worth it to talk about the setup right now. I think we should talk about it when it's relevant, as if we were going through the games.
That's what I'm waiting for. That's why I'm like, I got nothing. It is a great opening case, I will say.
Yeah. But yeah.
It's a really strong opening case.
3-2. This is the stolen turnabout. Oh, did you have something to say? I'm sorry.
No. I'm thinking about this one now.
I don't like this case. This is the low point of Trials and Tribulations for me.
Really?
I think it's boring.
Wow.
I love the characters. Do not get me wrong, but I
see what you mean by that. The case
I think it's a good, but that's really it for me.
Like the case itself is alright. The characters help make it better. Like
I love Ron.
It's Ron
and Desiree.
Adrian comes back. Like I said, all the characters are top tier, but I cannot get behind this case. I don't know what it is.
Top tier of like Ron, Adrian, fucking
Desi, Luke.
It's just the only thing I like about the trial is not about the case itself, but like I don't think we've ever seen it. The rest of the ones I get, correct me. Just say if I'm wrong or not. But have we ever had a case where they will give you a game over the moment you press the wrong statement?
Yes, they have.
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to that then.
They warn you anytime you get a penalty, and if you press Mo at the wrong time, you get a game over.
Well, no, but like this is the first time where if you press the wrong statement, you get a game over.
No. I'm telling you that if you mess up with Mo's testimony in 2-3, you will get a game over.
No, that's only a penalty.
No,
it's only a
sure,
penalty.
I'm pretty sure it's a game over. Maybe you can press harder.
It's only
Really?
No, it's still a penalty. This is the first time where if you, I think this is the first time and maybe the only time where if you press.
Yeah, but the game still warns you. I know you're talking about the very last thing, right?
Yeah, the
That's
very
fine.
last testimony.
The stakes are high. I can understand it.
Yeah, but I like that. It's now like some other times where you got one piece of evidence to present. If you mess up, you got another chance. We'll get to that.
This is your one chance, except it's not taking up the whole health bar, so you actually have 5 more chances.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put this at I'll put this at good because the reason it's good is the characters and also they're like it makes you think, oh, it's gonna be only a larceny case. Oh, surprise, it's murder, and I do like that surprise.
I think the thing I do like is that the killer. I like how Luke tries to get out of it by confessing to a smaller crime, be like, haha.
That is also good too.
Yeah.
Can't put me on trial for it again. It's like, or like you can't put me on trial for another crime. I think.
Yeah.
No, double jeopardy, basically.
Double jeopardy. I think you know what I think sours my opinion on this case. It expects you to remember some really vague things. Like when one of the first contradictions in the case is that the picture of Mask to Mask doesn't have the brooch on, but you can't look back at the picture to realize that there's something wrong, that the brooch is missing. So like
fair.
I had to point and click like a madman. Like I remember Tim pointed to the crotch, but like I had a similar thing where I was trying to figure out what the hell was wrong.
Is it the crotch?
I think the only way to prove that it wasn't him.
I was like, what's wrong here?
Like Tim was like, the only way to prove this wasn't him is to say it's a woman. Sorry.
Oh my god! I forgot about that. That's so funny.
That's why. He knew it wasn't it, but like, And like the thing is, he's not wrong. There was nothing there. Like I don't know. It's like so much. There's so much wrong. There's so much. There's not so much wrong with the case, but like I personally did not enjoy this one too much. And even that, I had a thing like, you know, something else. There's one point where they show you the silhouette of the actual killer, and they try to blur it out. It's still extremely obvious who the killer is.
Oh yeah, it is.
It is so obvious.
I think I forgot about that. I think it. How do I put it? I think I really like the first part of investigation in the trial, but then I think it's just a second investigation that's just kind of boring.
When you get to KB security, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that part's kind of boring. It's just that whole section is just kind of like boring, and then the victim is kind of also like non-existent.
Yeah,
too.
Kane Baller. Well, they acknowledge that he's non-existent. He's like, even Maya's like, the victim doesn't really make an impression on me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say, there's one moment in the trial where like Ron admits to hiding the body in the safe, and then Phoenix is like, "Why did you do that?" Well, because it wouldn't fit in a drawer. Like, oh my god.
I admit,
I love
there
Ron.
was one. I love that one. I also love like Goto's like, so, did you do it? Yes. Wait, what? No.
So funny. Like, oh, the judge is like, oh, we thought we set a record for the shortest trial ever. Oh my god, that moment was so good. The case is funny, but the actual plot I don't think is that gripping.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh yeah, Godot exists.
Good.
Godot exists.
I still like it. I just definitely think it kind of falls off with the KB security. So that's
Fun
about
fact,
it. I still liked everything else.
There is a pun for KB security, but it didn't translate.
Oh really?
Yeah, KB security in Japanese would be pronounced like KB. That's the pun.
Oh, I see.
Damn.
Yeah, you hear that in the anime actually. Like I learned what the pun was because I watched the anime.
Okay.
But yeah, no, Godot is fine, but I don't think he can save this case. I'm gonna put it in mediocre, I think.
I'm still putting it.
Actually, maybe disappointing because it could have been good. Like Adrian was here; it had all the steps to be good, but it disappointed me. So that's where I'm putting it.
Actually. I'll put mine in mediocre. I do want to enjoy it, but at the same time, it drags a bit too. Because there's a few points in day 2 investigation where I'm like, I don't know where to go on now.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? I actually did get stuck. I did try to go through 3-2. But I did get stuck on the investigation. So.
All right.
3-3 time?
I think we're gonna turn around.
Yeah, I love 3-3. If that's what we're talking about now.
Yeah.
Ready? All right. Recipe for Turnabout. Fucking love Recipe for Turnabout.
It's okay. I put it in like mediocre. It's like high mediocre for me. It's funny.
No.
I will give it that. It's very funny, but like
the Mia scene with the old is so funny.
The music for Trey Bean is just kind of ugh.
No, I love that
and
song.
Like, don't get me wrong, I love Jean. But like just like Victor is just kind of.
I don't mind Jean. I don't mind Victor.
It kind of. I think for
honestly,
me, Victor kind of drags
I
it.
really like Tigre and I like Viola. I sympathize with the story. I sympathize with what happened with her.
Now the one thing that saves Victor for me, kind of, is that he's not actually into like children. He even yells at like Pearl, like Maya that she's too young.
Like go play on the
swing set. You're too young.
Yeah. And then Maya is just like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm just gonna summon Mia. Which is so funny. And then
go away. Can't you see him?
And even Mia's like, oh my god, I can't believe Maya called me for something like this.
He's like, Phoenix, make sure Maya never calls me for anything like this ever again.
Just like, honestly.
Hold on. So I'm gonna pause the music for a second. I want to watch Tim's reaction to Mia in that case. Right now, live on stream.
I love John. I love Tim's reaction to like John.
I would say funny. I would say one thing too.
I
love how they catch Tigre.
Yes. Oh, that's really good.
It's good. Yeah.
Like he slips up. He's like he says things that only the real
I've got
would know.
The poison is in this ball here.
Let's see what happens.
It's like it's on this bottle with this brown bottle, and it's like, and even Goto's like, fucking dumbass.
I'm watching. I'm literally watching the scene from Tim's LP right now.
She is 19.
Oh, quiet.
Never mind. Quiet! Can't you see? Wait, what?
Oh my
What
God,
voice?
as you're saying,
Can't you
as
see
you're
I'm feeding the
watching
pig?
it, fucking Cosmos thing.
Oh!
Get back again.
I love this case so much. I'll get to it in a second.
Look at the booth!
I'm gonna put this as good. Yeah, I'm gonna put this as good. It's a good case.
Anyway, yeah, I think the reason I like this case so much is because it's fucking ridiculous, and it knows it, and it runs with it. This is the kind of shit in Ace Attorney that would not fly in any other case except for Recipe for Turnabout. Every character is so bizarre, just so out there. Kudo, Elg, Jean Armstrong, Victor Kudo, they're all just fucking wacky as shit. And like, I just love that about it. It's not a nutcase, but it might be a great case. Or at least a good case. What do you think?
I do like it. I do find there are some funny parts to it. I think there's just some. I think it's just mostly Victor that just kind of drags it down.
I don't even mind Victor. Victor's another example of a character who was actually telling the truth, and no one acknowledges that.
That is true. That is true. I do like it. It's funny, but I think for me, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll put it in like good, in like the middle. Maybe I'll put it in the middle.
Not
right there.
like it's not my favorite case by any stretch of the imagination. It wouldn't even like register as one of my favorite cases. But if you told me to pick the funniest Ace Attorney case, it would be this one.
Yeah, it's pretty funny, honestly.
Everything, even the locations are like so fucking bizarre. There's like the pink ass kitchen, blue screens incorporated, the fruit playground. This place is so fruity, Maya said, and I have a screenshot of that somewhere. And like, I don't know, like we said before, the way that they catch Tigray in the was so clever. I don't know, I just like it. I'm gonna put this in maybe I'll make a new tier. No, I'm not gonna make a new tier. Going with what we got. It's good.
I put this on good.
Yeah, I'm putting it in good.
Yeah, I put it. Yeah, it was mediocre, and then I was like, you know what? It's good. I like it. I'll put it there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I think we're good on 3-4.
Oh boy, here we go.
Oh, 3-3.
Another thing about 3-3 is that you kind of learn a lot about Glenn.
Yeah. You actually, you get a pretty solid picture of what the victim's life is like.
It's actually interesting, yeah.
He does computer science. He has a bad gambling.
He has a hacker program. Yeah, hacker program.
Yeah, I do like the lights going up because T. Gray's angry, which does some foreshadowing. Yeah. So I think we're good with that. I think we all ranked it as good, which is cool.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see how our lists actually diverge from each other. But yeah, 3-4.
Oh.
Let's talk about this one. I love this case.
I love this case.
I absolutely love this case. The whole thing. Yeah.
Oh, like I mentioned before, Dahlia on 3-1. Not the best outing of Dahlia.
This is Dahlia at her best.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Sorry, Melissa
Holy
Foster.
shit.
This is Melissa Foster at her best.
No. It gets revealed as Dahlia.
No, I know, but I'm just saying.
But still, holy shit.
I just wanted to acknowledge her as Melissa Foster.
She is a
Mia
bitch.
Mia and Edgewood's first case is a doozy.
Yeah, definitely. It's emotionally heartrending. Diego Armando, whoever that guy is, he's a fantastic judicial assistant.
I know, right? He's so good.
Yeah, he looks familiar, but I can't place him.
Yeah, I know. I really hope we see him again. You know.
Every single time whenever I listen to my music from my phone or whatever, every single time I hear Distant of Foggy Bridge, I can't. I have to skip that because that song. Ugh.
It makes me. It gets me a certain kind of way. Yes.
Oh.
No, but like I feel legitimately awful for Terry Falls. Like
I know.
he doesn't have he
like,
had some not so good redeeming. He had some not so good qualities, but
Yeah.
like I mean like
The man was right there.
he was just a
and he
convenient
threw it
scapegoat for
away.
everyone.
It's definitely implied that he was he did have a mental disability, and like both people are kind of not good, but like Terry was just set up in a way that he was just emotionally manipulated by like two people, and he just had to take the fall, just maybe because of just how he was. So
you want to know another? You want to know the other part of Terry Falls' pun that I found out recently? Terry is short for Walter. Walter Falls.
Oh.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, he was an English tutor or something. Yeah, he was tutoring her or something. English and math.
I feel like it was meant to be the other way around.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe, honestly, that might just be a cover story.
It's also entirely possible that his mind just regressed due to all the mental trauma he went through being in prison for a crime he didn't commit.
You know what? That could be
inmates.
That could be it also.
Like, if the story is that his mind regressed because of all he went through, then, like, that's pretty sad. But,
and here's also the biggest thing. I still remember this because, going back... This shows good character development for Edgeworth. This is back when he was brainwashed by Manfred von Karma.
I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo.
But no, but even...
my god, I forgot Edward calls me a bimbo.
Despite that, there's even that point where he's like, Terry Falls is trying to commit suicide. He even pleads, yeah, please stop the trial.
Yeah, he's not heartless.
Oh yeah, but thing is, this is when he was brainwashed as it's God of God.
Yeah, do I put this in nut or do I put this in great?
I'm gonna put it in nut, which is outstanding for me.
It's God of God for me. Basically my outstanding.
I think the way this case made me feel deserves to put it in nut. It broke my heart.
I still, whenever I see someone play through it, I'm like, I still can't mentally prepare myself because, like, I know it's gonna happen, but at the same time,
I know. I think it's my favorite thing. I think this is one like my favorite cases to watch people like play blind because it's like they don't expect the ending.
Oh, Tim says I always love that Edgy calls to stop the trial too. Yeah, it is a powerful moment.
It's like even he has limits too.
And even like Diego crushing the coffee cup because he's just so pissed off. While still somehow managing to maintain his composure everywhere else.
Yeah, he's like he's
Lawyer
that
can
angry.
only cry when it's over.
Even if some of the actual testimony is a little bit weird. It's a little bit like the whole blue scarf thing. That was like, really?
Yeah.
A little silly, but like
a little.
But like, it does its job and it does it perfectly.
It gets to you.
All right, I don't know.
It's a really good flashback case.
Oh, and who I lovingly call Maple Judge. It's fun.
Oh yeah,
Canadian, eh?
Eh?
It's actually legit. Judge's Canadian brother, though.
And somehow the Canadian judge is actually slightly competent.
Yeah. Who knew?
Kind of competent. Also, if they're brothers, why does the older judge not talk like a Canadian? Maybe.
Okay, my only idea is one of them's probably older or younger than the other, maybe. Maybe.
I guess it's Jose.
You know what? Maybe his brother like stayed in Canada for a while.
I don't know.
That's what I always thought.
It's entirely possible. But yeah, I mean, like,
or adopted.
This case does a lot, and with really few characters too. Like, there's Diego, there's Mia, there's Edgeworth, there's Gumshoe, Terry, and Melissa.
Yes, I was like, no wait, Grossberg is not in this one.
Ooh.
I almost deluded myself into thinking Grossberg was in this.
Oh no, Grossberg is not here. Thank God. I don't think Grossberg would have had the same impact at the end of that case.
Yeah,
No.
no.
With
I just thought he appeared in the scene.
Well, it
outside
all
the
leads
corner.
up.
That's
It all
about
leads up to like what happened like with you know, the poisoning and it led to like Phoenix meeting
Mm-hmm.
Dahlia. So
no.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like, God, just imagine the alternate
just-
universe where where Grossberg is the one reacting to Terry killing himself on the stand instead of Diego.
My tier list kind of almost looks like a triangle now.
It does actually, yeah. You just
Yes,
need a mediocre case. You're not gonna get one, but you're not gonna.
3-5, let's go. No, just kidding.
What a bad time to need one.
If I put 3-5 at like mediocre, I would have people coming at me with like pitchforks and knives.
I know.
Like, how dare you?
Surprise. Yeah, 3-5 is it's a nut. It's a nut for sure.
It's a big fat nut.
Grossberg crushes his hemorrhoids in anger. Paper Star, why is that the note you had to come in on? Why did you decide that this is how I'm going to greet everyone in this chat? Why did you do that? Hold on, you know what? You're getting the quote. I can't. You're getting a quote.
Oh my god! Is that your raid message?
No, are you kidding me? I'm not.
Angrily crushing your hemorrhoids.
There we go.
So
Yeah, no, this case is outstanding in every way.
It's so good.
There's so much to
I
go
love
through.
watching the ending.
Mhm.
The ending just gives you the sense of like, you know, oh man, it's all over, kind of.
Mhm. Oh gosh, yeah. At least
At least
don't.
don't him though. Yes, Rabbit. At least don't him though.
Yes,
At least don't him though.
I feel bad for
Okay.
Maya in this case.
I do. I feel bad for pretty much everybody except.
Dude, Maya just needs to get up there.
Sorry.
But
My
seriously,
my nut
how
song
would
just started playing. Just
How do you feel about like you've been unconscious? You've been challenging someone else for like what 2 days now,
mhm.
and the moment when you get free of that challenge, you get told by your dead sister,
That your
challenged by your
mother's dead.
cousin, that your mother was actually alive and but is now dead.
Mhm.
Yes.
There's a reason why I feel bad. I felt really bad for when she came out and said, like, my occupation. Well, I'm the assistant at Ryan Co. office. It's because she didn't want to admit she's the master. She
Mhm.
wanted nothing with it.
Yeah. No, that's He wanted to throw away spirit channeling in its entirety.
Forever.
Mhm.
Yeah. She was
Felt
like,
so bad for her.
Yeah,
She was so close to being like, I'm dipping out of the Fake Clan shit.
Which, like, the fake clan's been nothing but misery. Because, like, looking back at Morgan.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There's Morgan, and then like in the DL6 incident, and you know.
Can I go back to 3-4 for 1 second, real quick?
Oh yeah. What's up?
I just remembered that when Dahlia meets Mia for the first time in that case, she asks her name, and Mia says, "Well, I'm Mia Fey. I'm the defense attorney." And then Dahlia responds, "So you are ... And then for the longest time I didn't understand why she did that, and I realized they're cousins,
Oh!
and she knows that.
They're cousins. Oh, that's right.
She realized right then and there that they were cousins.
She was
That's
like,
why.
she was like, oh, I see. I never noticed that. Oh my god! Now that you said it, I'm just like,
Mhm.
oh.
Well, that's why
Sorry.
Mia. That's partially also why Mia became a defense story.
Mhm. Everything
She's
goes
seen
back to
what
this.
the Fae clan does to families.
Well, she wanted
Yeah.
to. What she wanted was to find out what happened to her mother.
Yeah,
Well,
Mia
yeah,
just
that-
kind of dipped early. She was like,
That, and also Mia just let Maya become the channel because she didn't want to compete with her
Right.
sister.
yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, she fine. Like she still kind of like has like she still like is like close to her culture, but like for the most part she's for the most part stepped away from
Mhm.
like the Fae Clan and spirit channeling entirely. Like Mia knew, she's like, I'm about to dip out of this.
Yeah. Oh, Dishnet, I'm glad I could blow your mind a little bit there. No, but like, I don't know. Like the whole case is good. Bikini is a good character.
I love
This is
Bikini.
Bikini.
Also, I just love the fact that she's just short because
I love
they
that
did not
everyone
have
came-
enough space,
Mhm.
so they had to make her sprite really short.
Mhm.
I love the fact that everyone pretty much came back. Like
Yeah.
Princess comes out and she's actually helping out to get Maya
Yes.
out.
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
Helping out.
Edgeworth
You get
is
to play
you
as-
play as Edgeworth. That's a huge deal.
Yes.
Awesome.
Phoenix falls off a bridge
And,
and
just
Also
gets a
Iris.
cold. Yeah, Iris.
That's it.
I love
I like
Iris so much. I'm not a right. I'm honestly, I'm a straight shipper when it comes to Iris and Phoenix.
Iris and
Phoenix.
Phoenix.
I was a hetero shipper.
I'm a hetero shipper for them.
Yeah.
Burn me to a torch.
Same.
I don't care. But I ship Phoenix and Iris because they're so cute together.
Yeah, I did like them, but I think at this point it's just like it's really awkward, and I think like so much things have passed on, and I think like at this point Phoenix already got his closure. She's like, okay, I'm done. So yeah,
Man.
So I do like one thing, like
yeah,
I love how two things actually. Godo seeing Mia and Phoenix when you pick the right thing.
yes,
And it
Yes.
oh, it's so good.
But also I like the point where at the end when he's like cries bloody tears, like
The
Must
color
be my
red does not
tears.
exist in
My
my world,
tears.
so this must
He's-
be my tears. Yeah. Such
I
a good
know,
line.
it gets me.
he's like a lawyer can only cry when it's over. And right when that line plays, you hear like the trial intro theme. It's just works well together, especially with how that one works.
I
Because
love
that
the
one
core
just-
beginnings theme.
Yes. That's such a good song. No, everything about it. If the case wasn't nut by that point, when the original Cornered starts playing, it becomes
Oh
nut.
my god, it's so good.
It just becomes nut tier. For anybody who's
Also,
just
I'm not
jumping in
also
and is on
Barry.
Rosie, for anybody who's just jumping into
I said
Rosie's
Barry.
end, my outstanding tier, I named it nut in all caps. That's why.
Yes.
What'd you say?
Mine is
I
called
say
God
Mary,
is
I meant
God.
Larry.
Mhm.
This painting was so funny.
Even Larry was good in this one. One of my favorite things is when Larry admits that he saw Iris flying, and like everyone's like, "Are you high? That girl's really high up in the picture." I'm like, "Oh my god, Judge."
I was just like, are you high? High! That girl's really high up.
I mean, that's
So
the
funny.
Canadian judge.
Yeah, that's the Canadian judge. I also like how everybody who was in the first trial just gets fucking replaced by the second one.
I know.
So funny. Franziska coming back was a huge moment for me. It made me who I am today.
Yes.
No, but like
A simper.
Turnabout Big Top actually is relevant in this case, and I'm going to tell you why. The Canadian judge is like, no court would ever believe that a person can fly, and then Franziska's like, actually, there is some precedent for this.
Yes.
2,
Does
3.
Larry smoke weed? Probably.
Larry would.
Would he smoke weed? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he would.
I just can't decide if he's brave enough to buy it.
No, you just get edibles. You think he get edibles?
Yeah, he go into the dispensary to
he-
get some gummies.
He unknowingly goes to dispensary. He's like, I want to buy these gummies, and he eats. He's like, man, these gummies taste really weird. And he tells Phoenix, he's like, dude, you bought some fucking edibles.
There's actually
like, huh?
there's an SNL skit about that actually.
Really?
Not about Larry, obviously, but like, so there's a
About that,
hostage negotiation going on, and the negotiating police officer tells the other officer, "Yeah, I ate those gummy worms that were in your car. Those gummies in your car. What gummies? The ones marked evidence with the bright colors." And then she had like a weed dream in the middle of the hostage negotiation. It's so fun. It's a song too. It's really funny.
Oh my god, really? That's so
I'll send it to you later. It's so good.
Okay.
Please send that.
Yeah. Yeah. No, the case is just fantastic. I will say one thing. They show Godot at his best and his worst in this case.
Yes, I love Godot.
But Godot is really good in this case towards the end. But also, the chauvinist part in Godot really comes out.
Yeah, especially
When he's
like,
telling Franziska off.
Franziska.
Yeah.
Yes. I was like, kind of.
I was like, damn, you're kind of a dick, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, chill down there, buddy.
Mhm.
Like he's very traditional
Yeah.
societal role kind
So,
of thing.
yeah.
Guys gotta protect the
And
girls.
also,
and stuff. Man,
surprise, Godot was Diego Armando the whole time.
oh my god, what a
fucking
shock!
way.
I never knew.
What? Also,
Twine, looking at your tier list, it kind of looks like an F. Just it kind of does.
real quick. There we go. There we go. Luckily, I remembered where they were. That would have been bad.
Uh-oh.
But yeah, no,
Alrighty.
that's it's just such a good case.
It's very
for
good.
Ace Attorney. Yeah.
For Ace Attorney.
No, but like
Yo, let's
everything about 3-5 is pretty much perfect.
It's very good.
It's a very.
It's another
solid
one of
case
those
to end
things-
out the trilogy.
It's another one of those things where like the stakes are high and you as the player recognize that. And also suspecting Iris the entire time and then finding out she had a twin. And also shout out to anybody who read Karain Master's Talisman and just gasped audibly.
He's just
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was.
Holy shit.
All those revelations, all that time is like, wait, what? What?
Mm-hmm.
I remember when Reese got to that part, it was like the twin. She was like, I was about to fucking throw my 30 ass across the room. She's
So
like,
good.
I called it, bitch.
Yeah. God, just so good. I don't know if I have anything to say other than it's a nut.
Yeah, like,
It's
yeah,
perfect.
nut,
It's
big fat
a
nut.
perfect end to the Phoenix trilogy.
Mm-hmm.
Which means
Oh,
we're in
it's-
Apollo Justice, baby.
Time for
Yes,
Apollo
it is.
Justice. Let me-
Alright, 4-1 is like a big nut to me. Okay, alright, there you go.
For the longest
Oh,
time.
Rabbit wants to know how I feel about the Friggin' Star Coffee. It's a fantastic song. It's an
It's very good.
absolutely fantastic song. You know, we should rank the character theme songs.
We should.
We have time. I have
What?
time. I don't care. And
Yeah.
do you?
I have time. I can pull that up real quick, actually, here.
Well,
Mhm.
let's go through the cases first.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. I mean after this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we still got Apollo Justice, Dual Destiny, Spirit, and then Investigations 1 and 2,
And then
Green-
DGS.
Yes.
This is taking a lot longer than I thought it would, actually.
Well, because we want to go over.
Yeah, we're really going over
Yeah.
it with a fine-tooth comb. We're combing the desert. We ain't found shit.
Anyways,
We ain't found the toilet.
so let me say. Well, I'm gonna say my first thing about this case.
For one's a really good
Trump.
case one.
For the longest time, this is one of my favorite trial case, intro case.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
It's still my
That got
favorite.
turned over. That is it's now tied with another one.
Yeah.
But we'll
Okay.
get to that.
Mhm. No, this case
my
is.
So it's already a God of God.
Hold on, I'm
this
gonna
is a
change my
nut.
outstanding to nut.
Oh, are you following in my footsteps?
Yeah. Also, I had it on cap blocks for some reason.
Mine is also in
God
caps, so you're
of
literally
God.
just copying me.
Yeah.
But no, oh my god, Turnabout Trump is one of the one of the best tutorial cases they've ever had.
It's so good, and
Like,
the twist.
First off, you
is
start
so-
off with Apollo. We get a new character, his personality. We find out more about it. The
Mhm,
Courts of Steel,
mhm,
and the
He's
fact that the
adorable.
defendant is fucking Phoenix.
mhm.
Yeah.
People-
That
people-
was just.
What?
Oh, it was like.
when you see
what
this like
happened?
when you see this like guy in a hoodie, you're like, it can't
Like,
be.
who's that?
No way.
It's not my. Here's the thing. I remember this is my first case ever Ace Attorney game I've ever played. So I was like, wait, what?
Like, who's Phoenix?
Mhm.
Well, no, I knew about Phoenix, but I never knew to expect to be Phoenix until like the judge said, "Sorry to see you again, Mr. Wright."
Mhm.
Mhm.
Whoa!
No, that is how you open a case. Yeah. One thing I will say that people say Apollo has like no personality in his
Yeah,
game, and that is to be
He-
debated. But
That's
he
why I
makes a
won't fight
really
you on that.
strong
I will
impression
fight.
to me
Yes.
in 4-1.
Quite literally.
Mhm. Yeah,
He's very loud.
He's loud.
And
He's
boisterous.
funny. He got a little cute little sprite where he's
He's-
putting his pointer finger on his forehead. He was like,
Yes. Oh my god, I love the sprite where he like kind of gets embarrassed, puts his hand in his pocket, and like
His hair.
like crumbs his hair. It's
His
so
hair is
cute.
great.
And then
Apollo's
his like little
adorable.
head is
Mhm.
It's so cute.
Payne's
I
just
love
like,
it.
what? Me? Don't I get to prosecute anyone? I'm like, oh, just shut up, Payne.
It's like, bitch, shut up. Nobody cares.
Shut the
We got-
fuck up,
Dude,
Payne.
and Kristoff,
We got.
now that is a man.
Mm-hmm. Christoph.
I won't say. Christoph in this case is interesting.
hmm
Now, I will admit there are not a lot of like men that I am attracted to in the original trilogy, but like
Yes.
Kristoff
But
be kind of
Kristoff-
daddy.
I know. You know what? Yeah. You know,
No, Kristoff is the kind of guy that like I saw this tweet where it's like Ace Attorney characters replying to you saying that babe, I'm in the hospital, and like Kristoff just leaves you on red.
Yeah. No. That's
My favorite was Franziska's just like, did I ask?
Oh my god.
So
we also
funny.
get
Funny.
Olga O'Reilly.
Mm-hmm.
Olga, oh really? And my name sounds like, oh really?
Yeah. Oh god, Olga
Dude,
was fun.
She got, her transformation was like, be careful who you call ugly in middle school.
Yeah, no,
Type
for
of
sure.
transformation, like,
The
damn,
glow
girl,
up.
I am looking respectfully.
I liked her disguise. She was
Like,
cute.
No, she was
She
cute in
was, like,
disguise too.
Yeah, she
Went
was
from
cute, but then
cute
she
to
pulled
hot.
out this disguise, and I'm
Mm.
just like, oh damn, girl, I am looking respectfully.
Mhm.
This case was actually really clever in how like the killer happened. Like it was all like the poker aspect too was actually interesting too.
Mhm. Yeah. Phoenix forging evidence to
Yeah, I was like, oh my
was a
god.
big
I
deal.
was like, damn, he really
So-
stooped low. He went from like sweet fresh business suit and tie to like a drug dealer look.
Yeah, no, he got sandals on and everything.
Yeah, he got them like
You got the
he
hoodie,
would
the
wear,
sweatpants.
You got them slides.
if Crocs existed, he would wear them.
Phoenix would definitely wear Crocs, and I hate Crocs. So I'm
Yes.
telling you that Phoenix would wear Crocs.
Yes.
No, like, it's everything about this is how you open a game.
I
The rest
know,
of the
it's so
game,
good, it's so
whether
gripping.
the game lives up or not to the hype from Case 1 has
Yeah.
yet to be decided. But Core 1, you cannot deny it's just so good.
It's such a strong start.
Mhm.
And then the twist. The twist?
Mhm.
It was your mentor who did it? I think that's for a first case, that's like one of the best twists for Case 1, honestly.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, I struggle to see. I think there's maybe one other Case 1 that probably has about the same, like, feeling
Mhm.
for me with that.
Oh, hold on, I have to plug my phone in. It's gonna die soon.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
No, it's got
Ooh, I
10%
meant the
left.
best song. It's the one in it's still DGS, but it's the one where you had to like talk to the jurors.
No, I'm
Mhm.
actually just.
That was good.
Oh, the closing argument.
Yes, closing argument.
I
I
love-
just keep forgetting all the names of the songs.
I don't want to.
today.
I want to talk about that music. We'll get to that down.
I had my nut song when we were ranking 3-5.
I'm playing through the. I found the Apollo Justice OC, so I'm playing through it right now,
Mm.
Ooh.
so that I can have it going throughout the game. But no, I got nothing to say. 1, 2, or 4-1 is
Yeah.
on
4-1.
perfect case.
So good.
Yeah, it's
Really
the
good.
perfect tutorial. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this going. There we go. All right, so I think we're good with that. It's 4-2. I don't like this case.
It's.
I will admit that it is mundane and like it does really well for building the characters of Apollo and Trucy.
Snatcher.
You're gonna hate this. I think it's great.
No, that's fine. I don't hate any. I respect anybody who thinks this case is good.
I'm on the cusp.
Great.
It's either mediocre or it's good. Actually, maybe I'll put it mediocre.
It's great. Here's the thing. I accept for its flaws, but here's the thing. I love the craziness of this case. I love
My
Wesley's-
panties.
I love that Wesley Steckler is a weird ass that needs to be study everything for everything.
For science, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good science, there's a bad science. Wesley is a weird science. And we have a return of Emma, who's great science.
Mhm.
Yes. Also, Trucy. Trucy's the best part of this case.
Yeah, Trucy's fantastic. Alice, it's
Yeah, I love-
4-1 that introduces perceive. You perceive
Well, you
Olga. Mhm.
Yeah, but
you
this
don't
one
know what's
actually
going on,
shows you- yeah, you actually figure out what you're doing.
Mhm.
By the way, the moderato theme, Slow Down, is great.
Mhm. Oh, Apollo Justice has a fantastic soundtrack. Yeah.
Honestly, it's like probably one of my favorites. Maybe top 3. Honestly, it's really good.
I would put it just behind DGS, but we'll get there.
You know what?
I
Actually,
do like the characters to like.
Mhm.
yeah,
love
I really like
Eldoon.
Taki. I really like
I-
the Taki family, especially Plum.
I
That was
like
great.
a lot of the characters. You cannot get me to care about Alita Tiala. I'm sorry. You will
She's
never get
pretty,
me to care
but
about her. That's all she's got
kind of a
going.
bitch.
Oh
Kind of a
yeah,
bit.
she's a heartless.
Eldoon, I actually really like.
I love
Eldoon.
Eldoon. I do love Eldoon. Noodle
And
Man.
he busts out that sick harmonica.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
Say
love
it,
that
Sam.
he just takes out his wig. He's like, all right, let me be serious for a minute.
All right, I'm like, what the hell?
Oh my god! And when
that's
when
that's
Mr.
one of my favorite
Kitaki
parts.
reveals that they were his eyebrows.
I know.
Yes.
That was so cute. He's got like cute little like
Oh,
dope,
just
like
like the
deer
air,
eyes.
like we were trying to get clean money. My
Mhm.
oh,
I'm like, aw,
that's why I like this
Like
one.
a beach.
Like,
Mhm.
I like this one a lot because and also, Clavier Gavin is one of my
Javier.
favorite.
Ooh,
I love
Clavier is one of my
Clavier so
favorite
much.
prosecutors.
he's so
He's one of my
fucking.
I
favorite
do
prosecutors.
love
Next,
Clavier.
like
See, here's the thing.
Next-
I love almost every character in this case. The plot is just not there for me. Like it's just not fun for me to play.
Actually, you know what?
I don't
Maybe
mind
I
it.
think the characters more than make up the
Mhm.
case for me. I
the
think.
characters make it up, and honestly, I don't mind how the case plays out. It's interesting. I like how it plays out. It's convenient sets to hell. Like
Mhm.
it's convenience that Leslie was right there to plug up the fucking The
The
plug
exhaust
up.
pipe.
Yeah, the exhaust
Oh.
pipe.
Shit, you know, I forgot to do. I have to make a tier for the watermark before I forget. Let me do
But
that.
I like it.
When you,
We made
for
a
anybody who doesn't
watermark.
understand, when you export a tier maker thing, there's a watermark, but it's exactly one row, tall, so you can make another row for it.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's like above.
Yeah, it's above. So I would just do that. It helps. But yeah, I don't know what that. I think I'll put it in mediocre. You guys are starting to make me realize what's so good about it, but I still need some time to turn around on it.
Yeah, that's fair.
TBD
I'm
for
putting
now.
great.
Because like the characters are so good.
Also, we get the introduction of Mr. Hat as well.
Mr. Hat, he's cute.
Oh, sorry. Giselle Brett's theme just started playing, and I had a moment.
Her theme played for me a while.
No, but like, you know what? You know what? Maybe I'm actually managing to talk myself up on this one. The first thing I said was that the fact that Apollo and Trucy are just around doing chores for Phoenix really helps their character development.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna
Just
move it to
doing
good.
things.
I'm gonna move it to good.
Yay!
Nice.
We gotta keep the F shape.
Okay, fair enough.
But it's a weird ass L with a block in the middle of it.
Yeah. Well, Serenade. Oh, see, this is where it gets complicated because I like Serenade. I like Serenade more than Corner.
Here's the thing. I like Serenade as well. I don't mind it. But at the same time, there's
some kind of oog things about it.
There's one major reason what's stopping me from liking it. Why the fuck would you arrest a child when the child's fine?
That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of the criticisms of Turnabout Serenade are true. Like, they're correct. But, like, I still don't hate it.
I think what I heard is that the writer was like, like, they wrote it under the impressions that Darien was behind everything, just kind of manipulating behind the scenes, but they didn't make it too clear enough.
Yeah, but at the same time,
so
the killer guy, the victim, Letus, got shot with a giant ass revolver. How can you write that? How can you not write that off as like the child was able to do it and be able to play piano fine?
The only thing I can think of is that the police force is still just so corrupt that they were willing to let it slide.
Yeah. Or like Darien is Darien was pulling the strings.
We'll get to corrupt police force. I'm not ready for that yet.
Yeah, but like I don't think this case is bad. I love Lamira actually.
I love her. She's so pretty.
I like her theme, but I did get lost in the investigation and kept walking past her and hearing the first like 4 notes of her theme song over and over and over. Da, 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 and then
I have the ringtone version of that as my.
How do you feel about Guitar Serenade?
Oh, do you? Nice.
Yes, I do.
How do you feel about the Guitar Serenade over and over and?
I don't mind it.
It's so funny.
It is a funny clip. I don't even mind it.
Just watching Clavier just like try to beat it with like his fucking shoe is so funny.
No, just stop there. We're just watching Clavier try to beat it.
I'm still gonna put it disappointing.
It's like okay. There are parts I do like about it. Also, there is thick hair.
Yeah, his penis hair. Like,
yeah.
Broken it. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, but like I don't think this case is horrible. I acknowledge everything that is wrong with that case, but even then, I still like it.
Very repetitive parts to it.
Even then, I still kind of like it, so I'm gonna put it in good anyway.
Yeah, I put it in high mediocre. I'm like,
I put it disappointing because I can't overlook the pistol fact. It's just it bothers me too much whenever I get to it. Like, all right, we have arrested one person. It's the kid. It's like, no.
All right. Well, I don't. All that being said, I do love Machi's design a lot. I love his design. The whole subplot about him needing money. I think that was pretty good.
Yeah, I wish. I wish he could have elaborated on it just a little bit more.
You do feel bad for Machi. I mean, he's like this kid in this land, and he has no idea what's going on.
Yeah, he's like, oh god. He's like, I don't know what's happening. I only have the only interpreter is like my singing partner. You know.
I did no shooting. I did no shooting. Like, I thought that was sad. No, but yeah, I don't know if I have anything else to say on that.
Also, I do kind of like the twist that is not Machi that's blind, it is actually Lemon Water that's blind.
Yeah.
I like that.
All right.
This
4-4.
this is actually
How do you
not
wanna do
a
this
nut
one?
for me.
It's
Really?
It's a great for me.
it's okay. Not the
It's complicated because the investigation is nut. There's so much going on in this case that I think this is one of the cases where we would be better off starting from the beginning and working our way through it.
I think this is a
Yeah, we gotta do that. So, begin at the beginning where, you know,
They're trying out the jury trial, except it's a test run, but it's actually like a real trial because Phoenix
They
is.
never use it again.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, they did it before.
Yeah, in like
Dark.
1950s.
something Dark Age of Lost, something.
No,
Yeah.
that's not yet. That's later. We'll get there.
I know, but this is the start of it.
They did
Mhm.
kind of mention it before.
Yeah,
so
they did.
This is
I
literally the
didn't
start.
count.
This is the start of it, honestly.
Yes.
So I can say it. This is the
Mhm.
start of the Dark
The
Age of
start
Lost.
of something
right here.
new. Sorry, had to get a hype
Anyways.
reference.
Anyways,
Maybe this is a nut. I don't know. The investigation is very nut-worthy, and this is mostly an investigation case.
It is.
oh yeah.
Mhm.
I think.
Like, the
I
first-
feel like no, go first.
First thing
Go
is
first.
like, the first trial bit, we get giant revelation with it, and that's the
Yeah.
part like opens up everything with like, First of all, Vera is the one that does all the stuff that Drew does, and it's actually forgeries.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Also, Vera's adorable.
Vera
I
is
love her
adorable.
design.
I
I
love-
love her design.
Oh my god, yes.
And also like,
so cute.
and the fact that this gets Clavier, who's usually a calm, collected guy, to
Mhm.
fucking sweat over it and worry about it.
He
Reveal-
freaked the fuck out. Who's like, who did that? No.
Who was your client? Who
Mhm.
did the diary?
Mm-hmm.
And then you think we go into an investigation at that? No, we go into a past trial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my
Okay.
god, yeah. Okay, you know what? I forgot about that segment. It's a nut. We'll just keep talking about it though.
Yeah. We go into the past trial with like, it's not just like, oh, it's just a past trial. No, we get like old Phoenix 1 music.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And then you can see how
And you see,
how
like,
different the sprites
My-
You see
are.
like that,
I think
'cause we actually
my-
get like we get gumshoe with this too.
Mm-hmm. I think the one thing I don't like about the past trial segment, Phoenix is
It's like-
uncharacteristically cocky.
Yeah, that's.
Hmm.
I know he's had playing experience, but at the same time, Phoenix has never been like that cocky.
He's never been
I
that
guess-
cocky.
I guess yeah, but also I guess part of it is like, you know, he like maybe it's like because it's like I wouldn't say it's like you could probably say it's like maybe a few months after like 3-5 he's feeling the high, you know.
Mhm.
He's won
Mhm.
he's won in a lot of cases, you know, he's feeling confident. But yeah.
Yeah, I guess
Have
that's true.
confidence.
I don't think it drags my enjoyment of the case down at all, but like,
confident.
No, it doesn't. Because we get the coolest shit, and it's like we just continue on from there.
Mhm.
And the only shitty part is like you can't do anything. You have to participate at the page.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Also, all of the Grammarize are assholes, except for
Yes,
Trucy
except-
and except for Thalassa.
Yes.
We'll get. No.
Maybe.
The loss is
Maybe
debatable,
valid.
and I'm gonna say that later on.
Valent's kind of a dick too.
No,
Yeah.
no, Val's a dick. He did not need that.
Magnafy's a
like-
dick.
No, Magnafy's a dick.
Zach's a
Val's
dick.
Zach's a dick. Because Valen did not need to frame Valiant or Zach on this.
Mm-hmm.
Zach did not need to escape on this. And Magnafy, well, here's the thing. Magnafy's an asshole, but you gotta understand. Well, actually, here's the thing. I got my question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Did Magnafy know the losses survived or not? Because if he did, then he's a bigger asshole.
He probably did.
He probably did, cause like they're family. They're
Yeah,
family.
so-
they
So Magnafy's
no.
a
He hid that.
gigantic dick
Mhm.
because he hid that and used it as blackmail on Zach and Valiant.
Yes, he basically extorted his own
Like,
pupils, his
The
own. friends.
Grammary has a big giant secret over them, and it's so like
Mm-hmm.
this makes it this like going over the whole entire maze system and learning about the grammars and everything about
Mhm.
that,
Mhm.
and like it just makes the case a lot better. It's like, holy shit. Then we find out that, hey, Trucy and Apollo are actually step siblings. Holy fuck.
No, they're half
like...
siblings.
Oh yeah, they're
step.
half siblings. But it's like, holy shit.
Mhm.
And that Apollo has the power and it's through the bracelet from Thalassa. It's like, wow.
Oh, in my theme of witnesses who told the truth but got like laughed out of court because everybody thought they were lying, justice for Spark Brushel.
Yes.
He is the most cooperative witness in the series.
Yes. He kind of he looks ugly. He kind of ugly.
They
like
just
whose eyelids fucking like blink like
that
from
way
the bottom.
upwards. Yeah.
Nobody does.
No, but like they designed a character. They
designed.
designed a character that was so aesthetically off-putting and made him like the ideal witness.
Yes.
It was
it's
so funny.
He
And
just
I love
kind of
it.
sometimes he kind of goes to his own conclusions sometimes, but like if
But
you
he's a
steer him back in
journalist.
the right
He has
direction,
to do that.
yeah. If you steer him back in the right direction, like hey, that's not what we're talking about. He's like, oh right, sorry. So.
Yeah, Brushel is a G. The one thing about the past trial that I don't think I have ever heard anybody bring up, assuming that we have seen all of Phoenix's trials in the series.
Yes.
Phoenix lost or like got disbarred his first trial without an assistant.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, that's actually kind of sad.
Like that was the only trial Phoenix has ever done without an assistant, and look at what happened.
Yes.
Man, your ancestor was better on that, Phoenix. Jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we'll get to that.
We'll get there.
Honestly, the one thing I'm not gonna lie, I like the past trial, but like, just seeing Clavier's like new nice shiny sprite against like all the older sprites is like
it's weird. It's really weird.
It's very jarring because like you can definitely tell they learned a lot from the first 3 games and they really stepped up the sprite work. God, I wish. I kind of wish we maybe had one more game with the nice sprites.
You want to know? Like, you know what I really want to I want to see. I've never seen. I want to see how the HD version handled that past trial. Did it just shove the assets from Ace Attorney Trilogy HD onto the thing, or did it actually have to make new things? Because Apollo Justice HD looks way better than Trilogy HD ever looked.
I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
I wouldn't either, but I'm curious. But yeah, that was good. That was fantastic, actually.
Oh yes, also Kristoff.
Oh yeah. Oh, how can we? Everything about it. Even when he's called to the stand a second time, he's just so cool as a cucumber. Black locks. How have we not talked about the black locks yet?
Yes, you're right. That's the one thing you never solve. It's like, what is
no,
this?
I think it's assumed that you break them in court, but Apollo can't see them.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
I think that's the implication.
Like just that mystery of that whole thing is just like, oh, so good.
Kristoff's a bastard. Because here's the thing.
He was willing to throw. He forged evidence to beat his own brother in trial.
So he can get the fame and fortune that he's
also, he was also perfectly willing to go like a fucking child, too. You know?
Yeah, he was gonna say, he saved the grandmother from, court. But here's also the worst part. That was Clavier's first trial, and Clavier was like, I'm looking forward to facing against you in court, brother. A nice fair fight between brothers.
Nope.
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 No, that's insane to me that Kristoff would do that to his brother. But he has no heart. I think it was Tim who brought this up once during a video, but Kristoff is one of the scariest Ace Attorney villains of them all.
When you see the fucking devil appear when you're perceiving,
it's so scary.
It's like,
I love how that's foreshadowed. Because like Vera says that she saw the devil when she was interacting with that client.
Yes.
He had a really sweet face. So you're like, where did she see the devil? And then you realize that like she saw it on his hand.
Oh, also here's the scariest part too.
What?
The fucking when you perceive him before you look at the devil. Did you guys look at his eyes?
His eyes are dead, cold,
staring at you. It's fucking freaky.
Oh, I can imagine that.
Kristoff
I think Kristoff is very scary just because he is He's kind of the
He's
realist.
he's so cunning.
He's very real.
He doesn't have anything cartoonishly bad about him. He's just
Yes,
fucking evil and smart.
He's very real, very manipulative.
He almost got away with it.
Yes, exactly.
I'm gonna say this is my 4-4 is my top one because it's God of God and holy shit.
Mhm.
Like, and then we're not done with the reveals yet. Like, we go back to the jurors system and reveals that one of the jurors is Lamawar.
Oh, that was a
And then-
reveal.
Ah,
Like,
I remember that.
like she reaches up to choose their voice, and you just see the bracelet. Wait, what?
I think.
It's like what?
I think it might be a me thing. I feel like my biggest gripe with this case is that you're mostly playing in Phoenix's shoes, almost like 30, maybe like 30-60% of the time, and then Apollo's just like kind of there. For,
Yeah, it really is not about Apollo,
like,
which is interesting.
Yeah, which it's such a shame. It's like it's about Apollo, but he's not the one like uncovering all these secrets.
No,
At the same time, I don't think they did Apollo dirty in this game.
Apollo
so
dirty
honestly, No, but I don't think they did him dirty in this game. It's still a good time. I truly like the end of this case.
Yeah, no, I do.
I like
think
this whole entire case. It's a God of God.
Dishnet, the thing is, like, they acknowledge that Lamawar probably shouldn't be a jurist, but Phoenix is very careful with how he says things, and she wasn't involved with the development of the case, so it was fine.
Current case, yes.
Yeah. She has nothing to do with Vera or Drew, or or really just the two of them, so it was fine. But like, wow.
Yes.
Shamspears theme.
Also, I love the judges like when Chris I was like, how dare you have a jurist with common people? These are common people, and the judge is like, common people have something called common sense.
You would throw open the court to this mob of irrational mouth breathers. That's a good line.
Yeah, mouth breathers.
Oh, yeah, I breathe with my nose, man.
That also doesn't help you sell you on your case, man.
And
honestly, like, Clavier and Judge have a really good speech about like everything too at the end. It was.
I like how Apollo is just like there, but he's like, I guess I'm just too inexperienced because I didn't have anything to say.
Yeah.
It kind of reminds me of me. Sometimes, like, I just don't have something.
I'm here too.
I don't know what to say. No, I'll put this in nut for sure.
Also, Trucy at the end when Phoenix is like, yeah, I'll take care of her too.
And
then you see the spine of her cry. I'm just like, no.
Well, it's even like Apollo looks over Trucy, make sure before he says anything about like with Zach, he's like, don't worry, I got this. She's held on so much.
Yeah, for sure. I have to ask you guys something. What do you think of the Mason system?
What's fun? I like that.
It's interesting. It's a little bit disorganized.
It's a little confusing.
A little bit, but
it does. To me, it never made sense why you would get evidence in the future and take it back to the past.
Yes.
That did not make sense to me.
Find a way to reason.
But it is a game, so it's like a simulation. The whole thing. So like all of this stuff happened, but you just have to put it together in a simulation, which is a little weird.
Before we start Dual Destinies, I want to take just a tiny bathroom break, but that's about
that's
it.
fine.
Fair.
Okay, so I will be back real quick.
We'll keep we'll keep everybody entertained, I guess. If anybody has any questions or anything, you wanna add something that you think we didn't talk about, go ahead, or you just we're here. How y'all doing? Hope you're having fun with this this little stream. This is honestly really fun, but it's taking long.
Fun time.
When we get to Dual Destiny, that is hot take city. We'll get there. All your questions are on the individual characters, but we'll get there. Don't worry, Dish. And we'll I'll be sure to warn you to put in the chat when we get to the character tier listing, and we finish DGS 2. That'll be.
Oh boy.
Remember, we can't talk about DGS 2 while we're ranking DGS 1, so just keep that in mind.
Oh, it's gonna kill me though.
But we can't do it.
Especially for one case. You know which one I'm talking about.
I know which one you're talking about, but we can't do it. We have to rank. I think it's best if we rank each case on its individual merits.
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm. Besides, it makes it really easy for people to know when they have to click off.
That too.
Mm-hmm. Who's gonna make for some fun tweets too? Palisade enjoys Dual Destinies a lot, and that's fair. That's completely fair. Dishnet,
I'm sorry for anyone who enjoys Dual Destinies because I'm gonna rip it a new one.
Dish, you have a great night, my friend. Or when you leave, I don't know if you're leaving right now, but yeah, don't get me wrong. I like Dual Destinies. I don't hate any of the Ace Attorney games. But,
I don't hate them. It's my least favorite. I just can't get into the theme of what it presents. And I gotta pee actually. I'll be right back.
All right, you go pee. I'll be here. Ooh, banger alert. Oh.
Okay, I'm back. Alright, I'm back.
Flargrah left. You go pee.
Oh, rip.
He'll be.
Oh, okay. Well, I got some Cheez-It Duos.
Ooh,
So,
it's nice.
sharp cheddar and Parmesan.
Oh,
Those
man.
are my favorite.
Nice. I love Cheez-Its. I just like the originals, though. I mean,
I
I
like the
like a
flavors.
lot of them, but I like the originals the best.
Mhm.
Yep, it is the only... Dual Destinies is the only M-rated Ace Attorney game, you're correct.
Yes.
Gina's theme is playing right now, by the way. Banger alert.
Oh my god. It's playing it's playing the fucking it's the part where like Sean plays his fucking like violin. It's really
Oh my
shitty.
god. Oh my god.
Honestly, if you think about it, I feel like Dual Destinies not having a M rating probably wouldn't be too much of a problem because like honestly, if you grew up with the original trilogy, you're already past 18. You can get the game.
Well, if you grew up with it in Japan.
Oh, true.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Alright.
Let's just jump into it. Starting Dual Destinies right now. I think it is just the blood scene, yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, to be fair, it's a pretty intense scene.
Oh yeah. Alright, so this one is the explosive one, right?
Yes.
Yes.
This one, it's I like it.
Okay.
I'll put it in the great.
Oh, really? I would put this
really-
in good, but I wouldn't put it in great.
I was like tier and mediocre and good, but more so good because it's
The setup is
I mean,
great. Like,
the setup is
Yeah, I
great.
think I really like the setup, and like you get introduced to Athena too, so you know that's the most
Athena,
important.
and we do get the move matrix in this one too.
yeah.
Yes, we make
But
is fun.
it's just overall a good case.
It really gives you a taste of what Dual Destinies has to offer.
Mm-hmm.
That I will say.
It's like
It has a
if you
smattering of
love
everything,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
but I don't know. Head Tone 8 is fine,
Also-
I guess.
Voice acting.
Yes, the
you
voice
know-
acting. God, they blew
I
up the
gotta say, Sam
courthouse.
Riegel as Phoenix, very good.
Yeah, Sam Riegel does a great job as Phoenix.
Mhm.
I wish I could say the same for some of the other voice actors for recurring characters, but we'll get there.
Yeah, I think the voice direction could have been a little better.
Mhm.
It was significantly better in the.
Yes,
Switch Justice
Simon
League.
Blackwell is one of my favorites, but
Oh, I love him.
I love him so much.
That's
But he's not.
like,
he's
okay,
not
I'll
here
be
yet.
honest.
Mhm.
You
like
cosplayed him
Black.
too.
I did. Yeah.
It's very
Get to
good.
Blackwell next, though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
that is later.
5-1. I mean, like, Head to Nate is fine, I guess. Gaspin Payne's an
Yeah.
asshole.
Yeah.
The courthouse blowing up is
I
cool, and the
miss
whole
Winston.
setting. This whole setting is nice. Apollo. What happens to Apollo is really gripping. I will say that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You see him, that cutscene where you see him on the floor, like with blood, it's like, oh my god, what the
Mhm.
hell? Did
Yeah.
he just die?
My boy, okay. My boy, okay.
If- If Apollo died, I think Junie would just stop playing Ace Attorney
I
altogether.
think I would stop playing.
I'd stop playing too. No, I would still play, but at the same time, it's like,
Yeah.
fuck.
I'm like, I would just be like, pain.
Mhm.
All right, time to murder everyone and then me.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yep.
Anyways,
I don't know if I have
got
anything
nothing
else to add on this one.
No.
It is a tutorial case. It is good, but I don't think it's great.
I do like the fact that we get a Moo Matrix in this one too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's
It's like a low grade for me. I think because like it's really nice. It's a good setup, and I think it really helps set the tone of how Dual Destinies is gonna be. But anyway, sorry to chat if you can hear my cheese munching, but they are very good.
5-2 now.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
I actually really enjoy 5-2. It's really funny.
I 5-2. I think it's
That's
disappointing or bad. I don't know.
I kind of want to put. I kind of want to put on a Y.
I don't know. Like, I know what other case is going to be in the bad tier. I just don't know if this one is there as well. It's
Here's
just.
I read because I had to catch up on remember myself Dual Destinies. I read on this one. I'm like, why was this needed?
Okay, honestly, there's oh shoot, what's the name of the channel? But there is this channel that did fan dubs for all the Ace Attorney games, and their fan dub for 5-2, it was so funny. Like they had the perfect person to play LaBelle, and sometimes they ad-lib little bits of line. And I remember one of the clips one of the scenes they had where it's like, oh, you have to excuse me, I had to take the call, and it's like the fucking shoulder like phones, and Paul's like, where does he get these phones from? And LaBelle's like, you get them at Kmart. This is good. It's like one of my favorite lines.
I love that.
I just don't like LaBelle.
Oh my god, it's the Let's Dub project, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, I've seen that one.
Perfume.
Now, I think I would like 5-2 way more if it wasn't a How Catch 'em.
If it wasn't what side?
How Catch 'em, where they show you the killer in the beginning.
Yeah.
I would like it way more if I didn't know who the killer was from the start. I didn't think that was necessary.
Yeah.
That being said, none of the characters are Jinxie's fine, I guess.
Jinxie's fine.
Damien Tenma's
really
fine.
I actually really like Damien Tenma.
LaBelle's funny, and like it's crazy how like overtly how obvious he is as the killer. But like Phineas Filch just does not do it for me.
Yeah, he's kind of like, why are you here? You're just kind of annoying. Go away.
I've got nothing. I'm just like I just.
Where'd you mark? You putting this in Y?
I put some Y.
I put it in like middle of good.
Oh, are you ranking them within the tiers? Maybe I should do that too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
Well, you can always do it after, so.
I could shuffle them.
I might do it afterwards.
I could sort them, yeah. But I think I'll put this in disappointing.
You know what? No. 5-2 is not above 3-3. Oh, I think my favorite part is when how Apollo is introduced to Athena. Just like she just fucking like judo throws a police officer and just like throws it.
Okay, that is very funny. Yes. That's very funny. I don't know. I did like the twist that the Fox Chamber was broken into like 1,000,000 years ago.
Yeah. It's like Phineas feels like Phineas already stole that shit. It's like
Phineas's grandpa actually.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But like, yeah, I don't know. I just put it in disappointing. It was fun. I didn't really like it, and I thought it could have been a lot better.
Sorry, DGS Pursuit theme is playing. Sorry, give me a moment. Very good.
Lost.
You know,
it's almost over.
Maybe not good, maybe mediocre. I have to think. I have to set on that one.
Which one?
5-2.
Oh, 5-2. Okay. Yeah. I don't have anything else to add on 5-2. I think LaBelle is funny. And like, I would actually love to cosplay LaBelle, I'll be honest with you, but like, I don't know.
LaBelle's not that bad. It could be a lot worse, but it just, I don't like Belle.
I like his theme.
Not as...
Oh, the one thing I did like, Jinxie, when she slaps the
charm, yeah.
Yeah, the wording charm on Apollo, it's like on the screen. It's really funny.
Yeah,
and it
like
blows
that.
when he talks too.
I do like that. But I don't know if I have anything to add. I don't
think
there's any more information that needs to happen with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, 5-3.
It's
mediocre.
For me. Yeah.
I don't know about you. I thought Means was the killer from the first second.
Yeah, it's very overt. I like the setup. I actually genuinely enjoy the setting because it's not a setting you like Ace Attorney visits.
Yeah, schools and like all these people interact with each other. It's weird to have a case where everybody knows everybody.
Yeah. And it like I always thought it was weird. It's like, man, this is a weird academy. But I was like, oh, you know what? It's probably a vocational school.
It's
one of those vocational high schools.
Yeah,
You know?
it's one of those. I think it's like one of those schools for the gifted. So it's like basically emulating what college is like.
Yeah.
It's all about law, and during this time in
the end justifies the means, Flargrah.
A little bit more than just like a one-off appearance. I kind of wish that.
Yeah, and I also wish they did his objections some justice.
I'm gonna flip this around. 5-2 is disappointing. 5-3 is a Y.
I'm putting.
Apparently, I heard I think Clavier is voiced by Yuri Lowenthal, and apparently oh shoot.
No, I know Yuri Lowenthal's a great actor.
Seeing Clavier made me happy.
No, I think it's that Yuri Lowenthal actually does know some German.
Seeing Clavier in this case is just like.
It's disappointing. His reappearance is so disappointing.
But the problem.
It's disappointing, but at least it brings light. But at the same time, it's like
he didn't do the air guitar animation. That's what
I know that was upsetting. And also, they didn't even bother remixing Guilty Love.
I miss Clavier.
Listen, it's already perfect. That's why.
They still could have done it.
They could have done it.
True. With live instruments, ooh, that would sound.
It's like the only song that. It's like the only song they didn't get like that straight up brought back from an earlier game.
Yeah.
I don't know. This case is just mediocre. I really don't care about Robin or Hugh. Like
I kind of liked Robin. Hugh was kind of.
Hugh was annoying. Robin. I was actually just watching part of Tim's LP of this case earlier, and like Blackwell is legitimately funny in this case.
Oh, Miriam. I think was it Miriam Scuttle? I didn't like the prank she did. It was very mean spirited. I was like.
Yeah. That wasn't even a prank. That's just like attempted assault.
Yeah, I know, right? Fucking box cutter? Like, what the hell? Girl, you would be girl. You would be in like.
Miriam has problems, and she's on the judge track too, which is terrifying.
But she has such a cute design. I'm like, man. Her design's so cute.
It is cute, but like, oh my gosh.
Like the clips, ooh.
Yeah, I don't know. I just think I would put this in mediocre. Like, I think the revelation that means pre-recorded the speech was actually legitimately good. I like the part where Blackwell's like, this is nonsense, I'm going for a walk. It's just really funny. Or like when Simon falls asleep, like, I think Blackwell's the highlight of this case for me.
Honestly, Blackwell's like the highlight of the game.
Yeah, he is. Huh. Oh god, yeah, no, this song is so good, let me tell you. It's the
Which song?
This is the Suzato Serenade.
Oh, I'm so close to that one. It's like literally the next song.
So
I don't.
Done with Y3?
I don't really know.
Yeah.
I guess like, I don't know what else to say about it. Like, I guess I will say the whole murder thing. We really haven't talked about the murder thing. I think the whole thing where Means disguise the body as a statue. We didn't really talk about Junie, did we? Junie's great, actually.
Cute. I have a little crush on
I like.
Junie's one of the characters I do like.
I like 5-3 Junie better than 5-1 Junie.
Yeah.
A little more headstrong, even if it's just an act.
Yeah, I think it's just more because, at this point you already know her in 5-1, and it's like, oh, now she can act more relaxed, because,
Well, actually, she's anything but relaxed. She's way more
That's true.
serious. You're a Junie Paulo shipper?
Oh, I meant in 5-1, I think.
Oh, yeah. But, like, I don't know. I really did, Oh, is this a Great Blaze that's playing right now? Oh, no, it's One Last Tragedy. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, Junie's great. I like the whole idea of Means disguising the body as a statue. Like, honestly...
Oh, I love the recreation of it in
that's so fun.
Apollo
timing up in a new post.
Like, hey, wait, you're not into this sort of thing, are you?
No. Have you ever, did you,
Damn, Athena just like kink shaming Apollo.
Did you pick the option that makes Apollo run into the gallery and try to rip some hair off of Phoenix's head?
Really? No,
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
There's an option in the dialogue where you have one of the multiple choice options, like, they need to replicate the hair. So Athena's like, why don't you go get some of the boss's hair? He's in the gallery. And then Phoenix objects. He's like, "What are you doing, Apollo? Stop!"
No, I will not stand for
It's
this
so
assault.
funny. And then Apollo's just like, "I'm sorry, Athena. I couldn't do it."
Oh my god! I've never seen that! Holy
It's
shit,
so funny. Oh my god.
I have to watch that. You have to send me a clip of
I'll
that.
find a clip of it and send it to you. So fucking good. But yeah, like, I don't know. Other than that, I don't know if there's anything else. Like, Means' transformation is pretty fun.
Yeah.
Honestly, how much I don't like Means, he's actually, like, kind of decent, but, like, as a character.
Yeah.
But, like, I don't know. Still.
Man.
Send that to you too. Alright, sure. As soon as I find something, I'll let you know. But, yeah, okay, 5-4. This is the highlight of Dual Destinies for me.
Yeah, it's a great.
This is a good. This is a
It's
good.
not.
movie.
It's not God of, but it's a great case. I
Because
like
you
it.
start off the entire first day with that bomb case in the courtroom, knowing what's going to happen.
Mhm.
When you see that, you just like, oh my god, this is this.
Also, the
And-
fact that the case is actually really personal to Apollo, because
Mhm.
you know his best friend
Yeah.
died and got
Yeah.
murdered, so he's like now he's like in his edgy emo
I
phase. that he
liked
found out.
your OC of Clay's sister.
I forgot. Oh my god, I have to redesign her.
No, but like
Yeah,
mhm.
I like this case a lot.
I do like this case. I think that the way that they structure it, knowing that you know what's going to happen, but also you realize that Apollo didn't get that eye patch from the explosion.
Yeah.
He had it. He had it before, and it's like, what's going on there? The case does things right. Blackwell is really, really serious in this case.
Yeah.
Director Cosmos is really fucking funny. I love
Oh.
Yuri Cosmos.
Yuri Cosmos is great.
I think I had to rewatch Dual Destiny again because I just kind of forget. I think for me it's Starbucks for some
Like-
reason. Just silent.
I like both Cosmos and like
Mhm.
this one's are like this is perfect for me.
It's
Like
if
well, not-
Starbuck sighed at least like two fewer times than he did, I would have liked him more.
Okay, fair.
The sighing got
Yeah.
really old, but I still like him.
Mhm.
this is my top case for.
Yeah, no, this is the highlight of Dual Destinies. This is my nut case for Dual Destinies.
Do you think Yuri Cosmos is a Gimbo, like a grandpa himbo?
Kinda, yeah. But no, he's really not. He's actually like a really caring dude, but he's just a fucking braggart. Is the problem?
Oh yeah, that's true.
You
Like,
say your nut case. It's a great for me.
He's
but
just
still my favorite.
He's so like self-aggrandizing. Yeah.
Oh.
He has like a
self-aggrandizing.
really bloated opinion of himself. But, like he's still really funny. He's just on that little segue because he's so short and makes him feel taller.
I honestly, the fact that like I love his breakdown. That was really
Mhm.
funny.
Oh my god, yeah. The fact that he's the one who has a breakdown because we still don't know who the killer is.
It's like get on your, and then the judge is like, Bell, get on your own Segway, go after him.
Get on your steed, bailiff. After him.
It's really funny. I just want to picture, just like all the bailiffs just like on their own Segways trying to chase down Cosmos on his Segway.
Yeah.
That just sounds really funny.
Oh yeah. I have to tell you that I just have to go over the fucking timeline for Dual Destinies so far because it is
Yeah.
5-4, 5-1, 5-2. I think 5-2, 5-3, 5-4 again. No, 5-3 again. Yeah.
No wait.
It's 5-4, 5-2.
No, 5-2 is before 5-4.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. So it's 5-4.
Yeah,
It's
it's like the
5-2.
earliest.
It's 5-2, 5-3, 5-4, 5-1, 5-4, 5-5.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
That's what it
that's
is.
really confusing.
And then don't forget, 5 DLC is before 5-2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, and
DLC
like
down
Apollo's
the line.
relegated to like fucking like bathroom duties. It's
Yeah.
like, bro.
Anyways, so that's 5-4. I guess
Oh,
anything
God.
more about that?
No, I just like it. I like it a lot. It's my favorite
Yeah.
case in Dual Destinies.
5-5 now.
No,
I
this
like-
case is great, but like it,
I like this case.
It's a good case, but it's a doozy of a case.
a lot
It's
happens.
very long.
A lot happens in one trial day.
Yeah, it's one trial day. It's like, really?
Yeah, I'm like, what the hell? That would have been at least a day and a half minimum.
Mm-hmm.
If
Well,
not
I mean,
mainly because-
it
because of
legitimately does take long because I'm pretty sure it's nighttime by the time the trial finishes.
It's because of the hostage situation that
Yeah.
Everything
Oh,
about the
yeah,
trial
that's
is
right, 'cause-
weird. Yeah.
Also, Aura is like lesbian. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, she
oh,
is
she was lesbians with
with Metis.
Tina's mom.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was lesbians with her.
Listen,
Mhm.
I feel like, personally, I always thought Metis was like ace, and she's but like ace, maybe asexual, maybe demi-romantic. She just has a hard time showing like affection,
Mhm.
which
Maybe.
relatable.
Mhm.
So,
I don't know.
I'm gonna be honest.
I don't
I'm
care for
gonna be honest.
Ponko and Klonko.
Oh, I
I'm
love them.
I'm gonna be honest.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the Venom is a weak ass villain.
The reveal for the Phantom is really
The
good.
review for the Phantom is really good.
But I
Reveal
don't
the Phantom,
really
but the
care.
Phantom
Once he's
overall-
there, like,
Also, the fact that the Phantom's been all along been Bobby Fulbright. It's like,
Mhm.
oh.
Well,
The
it's just
character-
it's someone
confusing.
who killed the real one and then impersonated.
Well, yeah, but here's the thing. I'll be honest. I didn't care about Bobby to begin with before the reveal.
No, I mean, Bobby grew on me. Bobby really grew on me.
Yeah, Bobby grew on me. Honestly, I think it's just because you were so nostalgic for like Gumshoe and like Emma. So
Yeah, cause I grew with those characters more than this guy comes in for Nick and he's like, I'm your new detective. No, I want my other ones before because I don't like you.
No, Bobby Fulbright really grew on me, actually.
That's fair. That's
Mhm.
fair. For me, I just couldn't get into it. It's like, yeah, I'm done.
No, that's fair, yeah. But I mean, like,
So
the whole thing.
it's a good case.
Yeah, the whole thing, proving Blackwell's innocence is great after all that year. I can't imagine being one day away from your execution and then
I know, right?
being told that you're free.
and honestly, I love the multiple bad endings you could get in this.
Oh, yeah,
case.
that's true. There's so many bad endings because every game over is unique.
Yeah, pal, I agree. Bobby definitely has new kid syndrome.
Yeah, definitely. Mm-hmm. No, but like, I don't know. I think the setting in the broken nut courtroom is really cool.
I thought you said broken nut.
No, the broken up courtroom. Athena's Black
Yeah.
Cyclops are not as interesting as Kristoff's, was still pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, at least now you get. Well, the thing about this case, it does finally give context about what they are.
Yeah, for
So.
sure.
Thank you, Pearl.
Mm-hmm.
And now, speaking of Pearl, if we have nothing else to say on 5.5, then you go on to DLC.
I don't know if I have anything else to say. I did like 5.5 for what it was. I think it did a lot right. I think
it did. I think it wrapped up nicely. I think.
it did wrap up very nicely. One of my favorite moments from Tim's Dual Destinies LPs is like when Apollo Apollo kind of comes around and is like, we're all gonna work together again. It's like Tim is like, I can't, Mr. Wright, I can't wait to go clean that toilet again, Mr. Wright. And then Athena comes up on the screen and she's talking, and Tim ad-libs, Apollo, I'm gonna go take a big steaming dump in it right now.
I forgot about that. Oh my god.
Set it up for you. Oh god, that was so funny. But like, no, I do enjoy. I was really into 5.5 a couple of years ago, but I think my opinion hasn't soured on it, but I think it's settled down. It's so good. But like, I don't know. I think I will put this in great. I won't put this in good. Nut though. 5.5 is going in great.
I'm putting this in good.
5 DLC. What a polarizer.
Oh.
I like it.
I think it's good.
I think it,
Maybe no. I think it's mediocre.
the orca.
I think, honest to God, rip anybody who played this as their last case and had to deal with Fulbright the entire time.
Oh my god, yeah.
You mean
feel
me?
for you. Yeah, I feel for you very hard.
So
Oh god,
I think
the depressed
Tim
violin
was
just came
told
on.
I think Tim was told to play this one earlier.
Yeah, no,
So.
I was also told to play this one earlier.
Mhm.
Because
Also, Pearly.
Mhm.
She's so pretty now. She's so cute.
Yeah, no, Pearl's great in this one. Marlon Rhymes is fine, I guess.
I'm gonna.
No, be honest. Be honest.
Why?
You don't like this one? That's okay. Diana and Noelle both hate this one too.
Let me explain why.
Mm-hmm.
I will give 2-3 the benefit of doubts, and say it's mediocre.
Mm-hmm.
This one, no, because it's the reason behind Marlin framing the orca is because they thought the orca killed his girlfriend,
Mm-hmm.
who realistically, who actually falsified her medical information, and why she got a heart attack. It's like the biggest case of oops.
I mean, he had no reason to know that.
That is
Yeah, but
true.
at the same time,
Oh
it's
yeah,
not his
Fish, that
fault,
was
but at the same
perfect
time,
timing.
it's still just her fault, and the reason it's just oh.
It's upsetting, yes. I think I think defending the orca is funny. I think it's cool.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with it. And I mean, we get a real defendant in the second half of the trial.
Oh shoot! You know what? Norma. I actually do kind of like her. She gets better at the end.
Norma's all right. My favorite character is
I
Dr.
like
Crab.
Yes, Dr. Crab is so good.
Mhm.
Oh, I just can't stand this at all.
I really liked Dr. Crab. Norma's fine. Marlin's okay, I guess. Sasha Buckler is actually pretty decent.
I like her. I think the thing I do like about the DLC is that, like, honestly, you get a very unique verdict, and it's that it's more of an accidental death, because, like, Marlin did try to save the oh my god, the leader. I'm blanking on his name, but
Jack
like,
Shipley.
Yes, he did actually try to save them, and they were and the fact that they're actually two orcas, that was interesting. I did like it. Like, I'll give it points for like trying something different.
Yeah, I will give them points for that.
You do get to see Marlin at the end, be like, hey guys, I'm actually doing better and stuff. So
no, it's like, I do appreciate that we did actually get to see Marlin come back a redeemed man. I thought that was nice.
Like he got better. Like, you don't really see a lot of other like killers have that treatment.
It's
he got
very nice.
He got better. He probably got that therapy he desperately needed.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just cross-examining the orca was actually kind of fun too. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just the idea that you could present on any statement. You just needed to know what to present.
And then it's like, hey, Pearly, can you give her food? It's like, okay.
Oh, that was great when he snuck in the sleeping pill, kill the orca. Well, and basically that animation played out in front of you and you didn't see anything wrong with it, but like you realize what happened when you look back. Because like they throw a big barrel of fish when she's pronounced innocent, and that's when the sleeping pill got in there.
Oh.
So you see it happen, but you don't realize it because they didn't actually render it.
Also, it's really tiny compared to like everything else, so it's like there's no way you could have caught it. So, also, why did fish oil make him swell? I'm not sure.
I don't know. It's just for funny stuff.
Yes. Listen, he worked out at the library.
Yeah.
Fish has been, I've always been told for my mom that eating fish makes your brain develop your brain.
I think fish oil is good for your brain or your heart, one of the two.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. 5 DLC, I don't really know what else to say about it. I think I'm gonna put it in mediocre. Like, I don't hate it. I'm just kind of meh on it. It is almost good.
Yes.
I think Norma was a little too annoying for a little too long.
Yeah, that's fair.
But otherwise, I guess now we'll move on.
I think it's just the fact that I think she just cracks me up because I really do like her design. That's just the fact that she tries to be like Marilyn Monroe kind of like style. It's like, no, honey, you're not as
at all
young as you used to be. You know.
Oh yeah, for sure. Let me
also the tiny fact that like she just kept the same picture for all these years because like she got assaulted once. It was actually kind of terrifying. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I don't know. Where did you guys put you put it in bad, Flargrah. Where did you put it, Rosie?
I put it, like, high mediocre. I might rearrange it.
Gotcha. Alrighty. Well, I think that means we can move on to Spirit of Justice now.
Yeah.
Spirit!
Now this is a game.
Oh, I love this game.
This game's kind of a nut.
Yeah, no, this whole game is, like, nut-worthy, but, like, I can't put the whole game in nut.
I can't. No, I had to put. There's some cases
There's
I will
one
put
case
down.
where I will put it in nut.
No, there's a couple cases I'll put in. I'll put pretty high. So let's start with 6-1. This is a really good tutorial case.
It's a good tutorial case.
That's a good one.
Not the best.
It's not the best.
I don't think it's great, but I think it's good.
Good night, Dishnet. Sorry.
Night.
I do love Peace, Love, and Understanding.
I do love Peace,
Yes.
Love, and Understanding.
Oh my god, I remember when they reviewed him. This was like back when they were still like showcasing the game and it wasn't out yet. I remember I was in like, I think it was like a rebroadcasting stream, and there were so many people being like, "Oh my god, it's like
It's
like
Jesus.
Metal Jesus. It's Metal Jesus."
It's Alpha
yeah, I
Omega
remember
Sin.
that. It was... Yes, he's
I love
a
the fact
really
that he
good.
has like a melancholic tune, and then when he gets pissed, he's like the fucking.
Death
He's
metal.
like he has like the deepest voice. He has the deepest voice in the
Oh yeah,
in like every...
it's amazing.
I think
And his fucking cross examinations,
Also, who fucking permitted him to have those loud ass speakers?
you think the Qurani's judge is going to say anything to the head monk of his religion?
Oh yeah, it's true.
I don't
Oh,
think
so-
so.
Rafa could have said something about it. Also, I think the judge might have kicked her out at that point.
Yeah, Rafa got kicked out.
Rafa's been kicked out for a bit now.
Mhm.
Also, first time we get Dance of Devotion, and that I like
That's
the
such a cool mechanic.
I do like the mechanic. Bit annoying at times, but we get
It's
to
good.
that.
I really like it.
I will say, this is not a thing about just this case in general, but it's the time to bring it up. The butterflies at the end of the trial is way better than the confetti.
Yes.
Try mine.
Yes.
I like it way better.
Not as good.
The
Not as good
confetti
as
is
the
very
fireworks.
classic, but I like the motif that the butterflies have.
Not as good as the fireworks in the fucking down the line.
You will get there, yeah. But like, I agree for the most part. But I think the butterflies, there's something calming about it.
Very serene, very cleansing.
Very
I
peaceful,
think.
yeah. But like 6-1 is very good. I think I'll put it in great.
I'll put it.
Yeah,
I'm
it's like
putting
you're
good.
putting this case to rest, kind of in a sense.
Yeah. But like
I
he's
feel like
loving
high good.
He's loving Understanding is really good.
Introduction. of
Gaspin
how
Pain is
Crane
actually
treat-
pretty good in this case. I like when he sings along to the music.
This is a good
It's
introduction
actually kind
to.
of threatening in this one, cause like, oh my god,
Well,
he's been
he's-
here for so long. He's kind of put a lot of people to death.
That's
Yeah.
because that's only because it doesn't have that how the defense lawyers are basically like
Yeah.
afraid to defend.
Yeah.
Also, this is also a good introduction of how Crane treats defense lawyers.
Yeah, Corrine treats defense
Spoiler.
lawyers really badly.
Yeah,
Spoiler,
I will
it's
say
not good.
that thing is a little bit like they probably could have done 2 lines, one
Yeah.
or 2 lines less. Oh wait, shoot, hold on,
No,
I
I
gotta
thi-
put
I
in a
thi-
new OST.
Oh yeah, the singing is the singing's good. I think I like how they chant death because like this court is stacked against you. They really hate you, and I don't care if they chant it a couple extra times because it drives the vitriol home. I think. But like, I don't know. This is I think this is one of the better. This is I think top half of tutorial cases for me.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to say. Albi's great.
Yeah, I like Albi.
I do like Albi. Rafa was interesting in this one. I think we'll
It's
have.
nice to see. I don't forgot. Albi is not your assistant at all. At this point, Phoenix is just on his own.
Yeah.
And he did not get in trouble this time.
Oh yeah.
Proud of him.
This is the only. I think this is like the only other trial where Phoenix doesn't have an assistant.
Proud of
Yeah.
him.
Yeah. He almost
He's
dies.
grown up.
Don't let this man go to court without an assistant. Like it's not good. You shouldn't do that.
Well, but this time he does succeed. So
Yeah. This time he wins. Like, oh my god,
right.
cutting a little close for comfort there,
I'm-
Feeny.
I'm gonna go with this for the foreign
6-2.
turnabout.
This is my nut case.
This is a nut. This is a nut.
This
right
is
here.
the big fat
Oh.
nut. My
Oh, I love
top
this case.
nut. This
Everything-
is my top
Oh.
nut right now.
Everything about this case is good.
It is so good.
Emma's back
I
out of
love-
nowhere.
Emma's a full-fledged forensics investigator. I'm so
Also,
proud
her
of her.
her remix theme is what a big. New character growth Phoenix
doesn't lose
careers.
exactly.
Yes, I agree.
Nah, this is such a good case. And also,
investigation is so good.
mhm.
Interesting.
And you don't really put anything together until you get to the trial. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that you can put together from the investigation.
And the twist is cool.
Residence is one of the most biggest.
You mean Tony Stark?
Yeah, I was gonna say Robert Downey Jr. is a real asshole.
I fucking hate him, but honestly, he's like one of the best villains, and I really like his
breakdown. Good. He's so good. I love the twist with him.
Yeah,
he is such a great ass breakdown.
Yeah,
and it's just like.
Rabbit, go ahead. Yeah, fantastic.
Like, he's the most dastardly person because he had one person that was a big fan of him, and what does he do with that fan?
Kill him.
Mm-hmm.
He's dead. Use him for revenge, prank video, and then kills him.
Oh,
I think.
Sorry, I just wanted to real quick. I just remembered because her theme started playing. We have a new emote right now, courtesy of Rosie, who is in the call with me. So if you're subbed, get that Twilight one going. I'll take a look at this after, Rabbit. I will open this, but I'm not gonna.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, I see that. But
yeah, I'll check that out later.
Holy shit! He's a really good villain. He has a really good theme to it too.
Yeah, Roger Raitins is fantastic.
God. Roger Ray really does look like. Oh my god! I'm sorry, saw it. Holy shit, that's really good.
You know,
I literally same fucking hat, same beard, same hat, literally. I think the fact that Roger Raitins gets a big point for me just because if it wasn't for it was Bonnie, right?
Yeah, Bonnie.
Yeah, Betty and Bonnie.
Betty and Bonnie.
Yeah. If it wasn't for Bonnie's mistake, he literally would have pulled off a perfect crime. He had alibis, very solid. So.
I love the thought matrix, by the way. Like, what's the major mistake for Bonnie?
Bonnie's life choices.
Yes.
I know.
Nah, I should say about things like that. You go, Bonnie.
Yeah,
picking on her.
Oh man, I can't say that about someone. It's like, oh, Paulo.
Bonnie's really sweet. Betty is leaves.
I love
Betty's fun too, but like Bonnie's really sweet.
Betty's very tsundere.
Again, a lot happens in one trial day.
I know. Also, Trucy, can we just talk about? Oh my gosh, she gets so much more. Like, you get to see so much more of her now.
Her new design is really good.
I just want to give her a hug.
Did they update? I think. Well, actually, no.
They changed her eyes.
They did. Oh,
Not
really?
yet,
I didn't know. They did tint the blue on her outfit just a little bit.
They didn't reuse a single model from Dual Destinies.
Yeah, they redid them all of it.
And they look better. I can't understand why they look better, but they look better.
I think it. I think. Oh, you know, I think. Oh shoot! I actually do have the Spirit of Justice art book. I think they do show comparisons to the old one to the new one. I had to look at them after, but yeah, they really
so
did
bad.
it.
This is the first time we get to see everyone's favorite "Let It Go" motherfucker.
Okay,
let it go.
Let it go. Okay. Yeah, Prosecutor Elsa.
Yeah. Honestly,
Nayuta.
the fact that, dude, it's really good when you like get to when his beads break and they smack in his face one at a time. Very cathartic. Probably the most cathartic like prosecutor breakdown.
Yeah, because he's such a dick.
Yeah, he kind of is.
Sorry, Nayuta stands. I'm not among you.
He's tolerable in this one because it's the first time you see him.
I like this case though. I really do.
I love this case. Everything. The murder. The setup is so good. The investigation leaves you so confused. The testimony is crazy.
Yes. Oh my god, I love the testimony.
The end of the investigation, holy shit! When you see everything being getting ready to be repossessed, Phoenix calling, telling Apollo it's gonna be, he's got him. Take it, he's got it.
I love the whole thing that Phoenix is like, oh god, she's gonna be okay. My baby girl. You know, it's like, ah.
Phoenix is a good dad.
I think my favorite part is when you talk to Trucy in the detention center, and you use the bracelet against her, which honestly I think they should have done that for I think the bracelet is much. I think that's the better application of the bracelet is to use it in investigations for questioning.
Can we also talk about what an absolute dick Raitins is with what he did? to Man of Mystery.
Yep.
Like
The
he
dude
just
was
killed
his
an
biggest
innocent man.
fan.
I
The dude was
know.
his biggest fan on the planet. All he wanted to do was be
Learn
half
his
the guy,
magic.
half the
Yeah, learn
person
yeah.
that he was. And without knowing that Man of Mystery talked to the real Mr. Rias, he killed his Brayton's killed his biggest fan just to get back.
I think Roger said that he disclosed.
Oh, he did disclose it. Okay.
He did
I think
disclose
he
Is
did.
it worse?
Yeah, he was the only one. He was the only one he just personally like privately disclosed it to.
Mhm.
Yeah, it makes it even worse. And like his breakdown makes it all. It makes his breakdown is so satisfying because like
I'm
you gotta burn down the grammar line. Like, dude.
I'm so glad they actually brought that plot thread back because I'm like, I want this. Give this to me. I'm hungry for anything revolving the grammars, and I'm like, when are they gonna tell them they're half?
No, I know.
It's killing me.
Also, this game, I don't usually get squeamish with the murders in Ace Attorney. I'm pretty good about it, but something about this particular one is really, really, really hard to deal with.
I think it's because it's like he's getting pulled up so fast. That might be it. It's the rush of getting pulled up and then just like feeling the
up
pain.
and then get impaled.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just such a high speed too. I can only hope he died instantly. I can't remember what the autopsy said.
I think it might have been died instantly. But
I don't remember what the autopsy said.
Yeah.
Because I think if he did struggle, I think there would have been some signs that the sword had moved inside him, which I don't want to think about, which is kind of ugh.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's
like honestly. Oh no, go first.
No, that's just I think that's one of the most grisly murders in the series.
Yeah. I think also, like literally, if it wasn't for the crane thing, they literally just could have picked up the plot just from the grammar thing and just had the whole game with that, and I would be like, yes.
Mm-hmm.
They could have just done that.
Yeah, no, that's so
and then
good.
we get a little crumb.
Also,
and I'm like, all right, I'm like, thank you for this.
Do you think that introducing Mr. Rias was a retcon into the Grammary lore? I think they did it well enough to where it makes sense.
Yeah.
It's not retcon.
Mm-hmm.
It's not too much of a retcon, really. It's like, you know what, that could have made sense. Like, you know, knowing the type of person
they
Magnus
disowned him
is,
and took him off of all the merchandise. So like.
Yeah, and that was before the shoot 'em accident.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's not retcon. It's just more. It's more lore, if anything, to the grammar line.
Honestly, considering how Magnify is, it's not out of character for him.
Magnify's a jackass. Yeah.
But I mean, to be fair, he did have a point of like, you know, you injured yourself. What if you injured the audience? Like he did act like, you know, Asshole had a point.
Also, I'm gonna say right now, this could have been a really good time for the Lost to come out and rebuild herself to both of her children.
It would have had too much going on.
No, not in the second case.
No, that would have been
probably
too early.
Probably like a finale case, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when are they gonna do it then?
Probably in 7.
Yep. Next game, hopefully, Capcom, listen to us,
No. I swear to shit, as long as it's a normal revelation and not another bridge to turnabout revelation.
I swear to God, if it, oh my God, if it was, it's like, haha, Lamar dies. By the way, you guys are half siblings. I would be hella mad.
I would be
like,
so mad.
I would
still play the game, but I would be mad.
I would still play the game, but also I would be mega mad.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not have another bridge. Let's not have another at least donut
I would be very mad.
Mm-hmm.
Please. Anyways, ready for 6-3?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm ready for 6-3. It's great.
It's good.
It's great.
I think
it's not a
it's like a high good for me.
It is. I think it's my least favorite case in the game, which sucks.
That's fair.
Because like I want to like it more than I do. It might actually be good. I think it might be good. Because like
it is a high good
with it. It's just so much about it. It's just like I know it's just trying to fill in more of the plot, but at the same time and like show like yeah they're willing to commit suicide so that they can prevent themselves from being found.
I'm gonna be completely honest.
It is a unique cause of death.
Yeah.
It's very.
Well, we can say it. I mean, like whoever's here and listening knows that.
Yeah, he like the fact that like Trust like killed himself to frame Maya was, I'm like, whoa, okay, I didn't expect that.
No, like,
Honestly, a good
to fool the divination seance, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was pretty, like,
That being,
Trust to 5 head.
that being said, when I was investigating the first day, the thought of suicide actually did cross my mind. But I was surprised that they never brought it up. Losing in the middle of the case is definitely, like, a really interesting way to continue the case.
Yeah.
I thought that was, like, you feel hopeless.
It's like, oh man, and then it's like, hooray, you get a break. It's like, oh wait, Maya's the culprit.
But now you gotta figure out for another murder.
Yeah, it's like, oh boy, Maya's the culprit again. And I'm like, oh man, maybe I stop doing that.
Also, this also does sound that Maya again is fucking Ben. It's like, can Maya not either be kidnapped or fucking...
Okay, to be
it's
fair,
just a
the
running
channeling
gag.
makes sense in this case. I actually did like that.
Mhm.
Also, literally, her showing up, everybody in the court being like, oh my god, her channeling power is real, and Rayford getting so mad, she's like, oh my god, like, fuck this shit.
That's another thing I want to talk about. This is actually where I really started liking Rafa.
Yeah, I think Rayford had a really good character.
Rafa really grew on me.
Yes. Cause like she slowly learns that, oh no, like once like she learned that Trust manipulated his death to fool the divination seance, she's like, oh my god, have I been like sending people to death with my seances? It's
You
like,
sure did. You sure did.
That's a lot for a kid to deal with. She's only 14.
Like,
I know.
She's only 14. I'm like, honestly, legitimately, I thought she was like 60. I was like, what the hell? Yeah.
Her voice is like really.
Yeah.
Like,
I think if they had a slightly higher pitched voice for her, I think I'm like, okay, yes, she is 14.
But I think it's also an implication that, like, as the crown princess of a country, you do have to mature pretty quickly. Even if, like, deep down you're still a kid. You have a facade to put on, so I understand it.
Yes.
But, like, I think I'll put this case in good. I think Believe was the thing with Believe was pretty cool. That she
Yeah.
I liked Believe in Me actually a lot.
Yeah. Oh my god, the end where she's like, I'm gonna be the bitch. She's like, oh, sweet. Oh, the part where she like smudges some of her like lipstick and then put it on her forehead. That I was like, ooh, that's some good shit.
I got some feels when she had to send her husband back.
Oh, I know. Oh, that was emotional. I remember that.
It was
Good
a
night,
deep
Rabbit.
feel there. Night, Rabbit.
If you want, I'll highlight this VOD by the way, but so like if you want to hear our discussions, I'll take care of that. But yeah, like oh my god, yeah, the case was good. I'm not gonna say I did like it. You know what? I can't decide if it's good or great.
Hey, I got Dance of Devotion playing right now.
But it's good.
There's a lot going on in this case. And
yes, there is.
Not all of it was interesting. Dats was fun.
Dats was very. I love Dats. He's so funny. I feel like he's I feel like he's Larry, but without a lot of the negative traits that Larry has.
You know what? Actually,
also this also revealed that Apollo was in Khura'in as a kid.
For a while, it's like what?
Yeah, that reveal was good.
Honestly, I think you know what? Actually, some of my gripe, I feel like part of it is like. I feel like they kind of shoehorn some of the stuff from Apollo because he never really gave him much of a backstory, and now it's like, we gotta give him a backstory now. So
Apollo's backstory is what the devs need.
Yeah.
Whatever the devs need in the moment, that's what his backstory is.
Yeah. Yes. Honestly, I like Clay was believable because like up until like his death, Apollo doesn't really talk too much about his like personal life. He's definitely the type to keep his personal life and his professional life separate, so I could see that. But like him just like being also in Khura'in, like being born and raised in Khura'in, it's like
Yeah, I mean he wasn't born in Khura'in.
Yeah, or like raised in Khura'in at least.
Yeah, he wasn't raised in Khura'in at all. So that he was raised there. Sorry, he wasn't born there.
He might as well have been. He
was raised.
No, he was raised.
Born, he was raised.
I misspoke. Yeah, he was raised. He wasn't born.
He might as well be born there.
Yeah, but I mean. The case was fine. I thought the investigation sequences were all right. And I think it really. I don't think it started picking up until the end.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of lulls. I actually talked to Adrisaurus about this, and she thought this one was kind of meh, 6-3. He wasn't the biggest fan of it, but like.
I still say it's at least good.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It is good.
I like.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was maybe a little bit long, but that's about it.
Meanwhile,
No, well, we haven't gotten the long
guys
cases yet. Are you kidding me?
are you guys ready?
I'm ready.
Oh boy, 6-4.
Great.
Great.
Great. I agree. I agree.
It's
Wow.
a really good case.
I think this
I
case is
love
fine.
it. It's a nice breather.
I disagree with anybody who says that you need a background knowledge in noodles to understand this
No, I
case.
told you
You
about
really
it.
don't. The only
You really
thing,
don't.
the only
kinda
detail that is
introduced-
kind of that's kind of weird is the camel thing.
Mhm.
That is annoying.
Oh yeah.
You had to really pay
But
attention.
no, I like the characters. I like Tornado and his 5 fucking
Oh,
personalities.
I like Window,
Actually,
yeah.
You know, I actually heard. I think it was like in one of the localization blogs that Janet Hisu did. I think it was maybe with the interview. It was interview with the writers, and they
Mhm.
actually did interview about this case. And I think in Japan they were not allowed to like out in the open just mention sake,
Mm-hmm.
like alcohol. They had to get around it by like mentioning this like old like Rakugo story, and
Mhm.
even some of the natives got like confused by
Mm.
it.
Also, shout out to having Simon Blackwell as your fucking assistant.
That was
Yes!
great. I love
That's
him.
the best part.
Ever.
And honestly, Ueno Tornado, probably one of the best like one-off like witnesses. He is so funny.
I like the
charming.
puns for the tornadoes. You got like
Yes.
window tornado for like wind,
Tornado.
Geiru
Mhm.
for gale, and then Taifu for typhoon.
Yes.
Tornadoes. I like that.
Also, and like I love like there's like Patches, and then there's Kashiwagi, and then there's
Mhm.
Owen.
Yeah. Out of them, I think Kisagawa
You're
was
not
my
a light-
favorite.
We
Honestly,
are not a lightweight.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, we're
Yeah.
definitely Callaway.
One drop.
Mhm.
Fuck it.
one fucking I'm sure there's like quite a decent amount of like alcohol in the manju, but
Also, shout out to the Thought Roots final conclusion being the murder weapon was Udando, the most ridiculous sentence of all
the murder
time.
weapon was udon though.
Like,
And-
okay, sure.
That's not the most ridiculous sentence. We'll get that one down the line.
Okay,
also,
sure.
Also, I like the part where Naruto tries to throw beats at Athena, and
Mhm.
Simon was
He
like,
cuts him down. Yep.
No, bitch.
Not bloody
and
likely.
Then and you hear the beats clatter. I'm like, that's some good shit.
Not bloody likely. That was great. The whole dynamic
know.
between Nayuta and Blackwell was great, and it was
So
also
good.
necessary because Nayuta's at his fucking worst in this trial.
He is at his worst. He is
He
is
has-
so relentless.
He has no reason
vicious
to be
with
as rude to Athena as he is.
I know, right?
Because like in the last
he
one,
has
he's
no
like,
personal connection to her.
no, because like in 6-3 at the end of it, he's like, Miss Phoenix Wright, I owe you a debt of gratitude, one that I will repay in
Yes,
time.
I know, right? And it's like, and then you go back to America.
And then
you're
it's like
so fucking
Americans like,
rude.
okay, bitch
What
mode.
the hell, man? I know. It's like, what the hell? Yeah.
I'm a bitch. I'm a boss.
Honestly, the only thing he does good is like call Athena a chickadee, and like I think Blackwell like a panda, because then you get really cute fan art.
Okay.
Of them. That's about it.
As much as I'm not like Nayuta's biggest fan, one of my favorite running gags with him is that he researches the shit out of stuff before the
Yeah.
trial starts,
The-
and
the
he becomes
fucking-
like an
the
expert.
Spicy burger.
Oh,
Oh my god.
You went to
I
Burger
remember
Barn,
that.
Prosecutor Subbody? Yes, I recommend the
I saw-
jalapeno burger. I
oh.
recommend the Southwestern burger with the jalapeno jack cheese.
Oh my god. I remember, I think there was a comic someone drew of that, of him
Mhm.
ordering it, and the guy
Mhm.
the guy in the cash register started crying. He's like, oh my god, he's so beautiful.
Mhm.
And then I think Percy D dubbed over that. It's just really funny.
Oh my god, that's great. And then in this one, he's like,
I'll try and find the clip.
and in this one, he performs the entirety of Time Soba.
Yes.
That's so
Wait,
funny.
hold on. Actually, I'm gonna try and find it right now. Everyone can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6-4, very great case. Not God of God, but really great.
It's great, yeah.
Oh man, I don't think. Oh man, I don't know if he put it on his YouTube, but it was on his Tumblr. It
Hmm.
was really funny.
Well, good luck
Yeah,
searching for that.
I know.
No, but like,
Six-
I just like 6-4 is just fun. Geiru is gorgeous, by the way. I love her
She's
design.
very.
Even
she's
if she's
very pretty.
even though she's a clown, like like you take away the clown shit.
Also
She's
the
so
balloons.
pretty.
Quite
Mhm.
literal balloons.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Even like honestly, even without her wig, she's still pretty. She's like she looks very homely.
Yeah. The wig without the nose, though, I think she's gorgeous.
Yes.
Yes.
I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons.
Also,
Thank you, Judge.
this is the case where it's like, man, misunderstandings.
Mm-hmm.
SMA shake my head.
Yeah, I know.
And you do kind of feel bad for her because like she wasn't going to go through with it at first, but then she went through with it on impulse.
Yeah.
So it's like, oh.
I do feel bad, but like she wasn't. The thing is like, she put too much stock in a name. And like a role. It's when really what she should have done is branch into her own
like
thing.
A legacy, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wonder if that's just a cultural thing, cause like.
Probably is a cultural thing.
Like legacies, carrying on legacies is a very important like thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think it's because like the tornado school is like really renowned and like she wants to live up to her father's name.
Mm-hmm.
But,
no, I mean I get it, but I think I don't know if it was. Maybe I just don't understand it completely.
I think it's. I think I just wish in the end that she should just like explain it properly to her. Like, I mean, to be fair, he was going to, but like, she killed him before he could explain that to her.
Also, shout out to this game for giving us a puzzle that we actually got to do ourselves. The cards with the stains on them.
Oh, that's true. Also, shout out to Bucky. He's like, my soba's got no
vacuum.
He literally handed out.
Soba is fresh.
The street.
I do like Bucky.
Street freshness.
soba.
He dead ass just like gave everyone in the gallery a fucking meal.
Mm-hmm. You never let soba dough rest.
Oh, soba's so good. I want soba now.
Yeah, soba would be nice right about
I
now.
haven't soba in a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I got nothing else though.
Mm-hmm. I don't have anything else to talk about. I think the highlight of this is definitely Black Quill. I think for me.
Honestly, it's a really nice break with the everything.
Oh, also the way the Black Quill manipulates the hell out of Window.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Like,
so fun.
if you say you know something, if you say you don't know something and you do, that's perjury. But if you plead the fifth, it's fine. It was really clever.
Also, I like the portrayal of like I feel like it's maybe a little like kind of like a very simple like a very vanilla case of it, but I like how they portrayed like multiple personality disorder.
Yeah, no, they did a really good job with dissociative identity disorder. It was definitely more respectful than some of the other ones.
Yeah, because like you kind of see it portrayed a lot negatively in media, but like so seeing like a positive representation is like
the fact that I'm really glad that they had a killer character with DID who wasn't a fucking killer.
Yeah,
and really
also
bad.
the fact that like it's kind of implied that he kind of like it really actually works with his Rakugo because it's very important in Rakugo because your storytelling just by yourself, so playing out different characters was actually to his benefit. It's like it could have been a way just to like cope with it, like he managed to like handle.
Yeah. No, it was just a great all around. I enjoyed this. I enjoyed that character. I enjoyed the case. The music was good. It felt weird, the placement.
Yeah,
it could have come anywhere else.
That's true. I think honestly, probably before the final case is probably good because like you need a breather.
You do need a little bit of a breather.
That final case is a doozy.
I think having like 6-3v6-4 might have been a little too much because it's so long. Both of them are very long.
Yeah.
It also keeps the Korean America flow. Even though we go into America for a bit for the next one, but we'll talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. Ready for 6-5?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to talk a lot about 6-5.
So should we segment in two parts? The America side and the
well, there's only one icon for it. We have to rank it as a whole.
Well, no. Well, I meant like that's my like.
We're gonna we'll split the discussion, I think, because they're basically two cases.
Yeah.
Like, it's already a God of God for me.
Okay, this is either a very high grade for me or like a low nut. I think.
Wait, the first part or just the case in general?
I think. Well, I guess think about the case in general, maybe.
I say in general, it's a very God of God for me.
I think in general it's a nut, but the first part is like good.
I love the first part. Honestly, it's really nice.
By the way, since we're doing the first part, hey Phoenix, where's your assistant? You lost again, dude.
First part is like nut, I think, and then second part is like great.
The one thing I will say that I really like about the entire first half of the trial part of the first half of this case, it's basically 2-4, but from Edgeworth's perspective.
Yeah.
Because like Apollo has no idea what's going on.
Maya's kidnapped again.
Mm-hmm.
I love. There's one line that was, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Mr. Justice, the court asks you.
You may burn the evidence.
You may burn the. I love that.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, just like having Apollo like take the reins here in a final case.
It was
like,
nice.
Yes, finally.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
that was
not
great.
Just for, like, also, I love the father-son bonding between Dirk and Apollo.
Dirk is the best. Oh my
Yes.
God, I love Dirk so much.
Oh, I love it so much.
I absolutely love Dirk. Politician can suck my nuts, dude.
Like any politician.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
It was accurate. I'll give her that.
He's so fucking funny.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, it's just cool, like immediate, like. Sorry, I don't want to get too political, but just like the timing of when this game came out.
Oh yes.
It's just really funny.
It was ridiculous how well timed this was.
Army Buff is so fucking cute.
I love Army Buff.
She is so cute.
Mm-hmm. When she stood up, I like teared up a little bit. I was happy.
Wait,
Army.
Yes.
Sarge. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She's adorable.
Mm-hmm. This case is so good.
Also, definitely did also not look 12. I'm like, dang, girl. At least, like, maybe honestly, she looked a little bit more Rafa's age, actually.
Can we talk about how Archie Buff is 65? Dude was pretty handsome.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Kind of a
gilf.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Also, the fact that they had Archie that that late. Honestly, you know what? Good for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good for them. Although to be fair, maybe mom was a little young, but
I think Manfred was in a similar situation.
Yeah, maybe.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. But like, I don't know. I do enjoy the first part of this case.
It's a cool idea with the civil case that unfortunately got turned into murder.
Yeah, but even then, it was still a civil trial.
Yeah. I love that, like, it's just like, Phoenix, come by. What are you doing here? I'll have to face you in court. Oh, what?
Yes. Oh my God. Honestly, the Civil War court, honestly, really neat because you never see it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird. It's weird when you hear Phoenix's abduction music, but it's against you.
Oh yeah. Oh
also,
yeah.
I like the trial. I just don't like the circumstances with the trial because, like, it's like Maya's kidnapping and it's like,
also,
come on now, they already did this.
I love the judge is like, are you guys doing a practice case right now?
No, he's like, am I in the middle of something here? Is everything okay? Is there like a dispute going on? It was funny. He was so confused. When is he not confused though?
Yeah. Well, but especially when it's like the two defense lawyers, especially in the same law company.
Mm-hmm. Maya's kidnapped again.
Want to go to the second part now?
Oh yeah, I think we're ready for the second part.
I think it's the fact that bothers me. It's just like, it feels like the win doesn't feel as genuine now that you know that. It's like, oh man, Phoenix wasn't like defending to like his full extent that he would have. I will say, politicians breakdown, really funny, really good. Bonsai.
Mm-hmm.
5-3. We forgot, or 6-3. We forgot to talk about Inga.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I actually have something.
Yes.
I actually have something to talk about with Inga when we get to, but I needed to wait till 6-5 to talk about it.
Right now, so
yeah.
Go
So
ahead.
we'll get there. I think it's better that we take it from the beginning. The whole thing when they get back to Kurai and just like they immediately have to run to the hostage negotiation. And they find out that Inga's dead. Like that was a big. I thought Inga was gonna be the final boss.
Yeah, me too. I was like, oh my God.
I had no idea who the final boss was. So I'm like, what's going on?
Actually, no. I thought when I saw Inga in case 1, I thought he was gonna be in the final boss. When I was in case 3, I was like, okay, Garon's the final.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Garon.
I love Garon, actually.
She's a bit over the top, but like
A little excessive.
very extra.
She's a
like,
fucking queen. She can be that,
Well, especially when she's like, all right, I'm gonna go dress back in my prosecuting. I'm like, you prosecuting that outfit?
I hell, I would have gone to court for that.
Also, dear Lord, dude,
She,
I knew
she's a milf.
I knew Dirk was gonna die, but when Dirk's like talking to Apollo, it's like, you're gonna be facing a truth that you don't know face. I'm like, stop just saying just tell me you're dead already. I understand now.
It's so, dude. Oh my god, I remember. I think it was oh god, I remember I think I was watching a playthrough of it in Japanese, and I got to that part. I think it was someone live streaming it, and everyone was like, "Oh my god, what the fuck?" And then I watched I Ate Your Pies stream of that. When he realized what happened, he was like, "Oh my god!" He went silent for like 5 whole ass minutes.
But here's the worst part: the revelation that it's not just that Dirk's dead. The revelation that Dirk's been dead since the beginning of the game.
You never knew Dirk alive.
Is playing right now, so it's very fitting.
Like he channeled Maya channeled all throughout that time, and like, god damn.
Wait, we can't just gloss over Amara. She's
we
so
can't.
important.
We're not going to. Amara's fan. I love Amara.
Yeah. The fact that she was just right there as Nana the whole time was like, what the fuck?
And then she gets,
what the fuck?
And then she realized herself. Realized
that was a cool transformation.
Then she gets shot. I'm like,
I was so pissed when she got shot. I was like, no way. She survived all that just to get shot in court.
Oh my god, what if she actually died though? Oh my god. That would be crazy.
So many more revelations after that. Like, Nayuta is like Nayuta is related to Reifa. They're both brother and sister, and the reason why he's been a prosecutor all this time is because Gawaran's been holding basically her hostage. Like, holy shit.
Like, well, Amara seemed a bit okay with it, but like really, it just seems more like
Amara was being manipulated.
Yeah, she was like
manipulated
and essentially gaslit,
basically. Because she just used to believe that Dirk was evil too by Garan.
Like, I think this was like one of the 2 times that like a witness actually gets physically assaulted in like court.
Yeah.
Well, I guess maybe Trucy, but like that was like a facade. She put on the act to buy time, so like that doesn't count.
Yeah. No.
Oh my god.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you first.
No, I can't. I need to collect what I'm gonna say before I say it. So go ahead.
It's just all that stuff, and then going further, and then like, all right, let's do another
divination.
Divination seance on who? My father.
Yeah. When she realized, so the man who died, he was actually my biological father. The fear on Garon's, like, you can feel that.
Yeah, also she just fucking rewrites the law with her fucking fingernail.
I think that's badass as shit. I don't care.
Yeah, like, on the one hand, I'm just like, honey, you just ruined your nails. But also, damn, girl, you didn't let that nail polish dry.
Like, how do you think it feels to be Apollo? Just like seeing his real dad's last moments.
Yes.
Probably the same way it felt for Reifa, living them.
Yeah, true.
Like, oh my god, when Apollo.
Well, no,
like,
Inga wasn't Well, I mean,
for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
okay.
Inga raised her.
Yeah, like honestly, like.
And Inga was a good dad. Sorry.
Yeah, he was like, even if he was asshole, he was a legitimately good dad to Reifa.
That's
like,
why Inga won the Founder's Orb. Inga wanted to set up for Reifa.
Maybe.
I think he hated his wife more than anything.
Yeah, I think the intention was I'm not sure if it was actually implied, but I think like part of it was like for Reifa and to also overthrow.
Yeah, it was a coup, but also to help steer for the right leader to be.
Yeah, like
queen.
But honestly, Inga's probably spoils Reifa more than we actually know, because like he kept a birthday card she gave him, and like the password to his safe is her birthday, so.
Yeah.
No, I mean like Inga is an interesting character. I think one thing that's really interesting is that obviously Inga has that condition prosopagnosia where he can't remember faces.
Yeah.
There's a point
Honestly,
there's a point in 6-3 where what happens is that Inga sees Phoenix again, like in the audience chamber, and he doesn't recognize him. And so like
that's right.
You as the player dismiss it as he's arrogant. He doesn't bother remembering who I am.
But it turns out, no, he actually.
And he's like, wait,
cannot.
blue suit, pink tie. Oh, you're that lawyer.
Yeah, yeah. It also, you kind of, like, once you, like, see the notes in his, like, chambers, it's like, you know, physical characteristics and stuff, it's like, oh.
Honestly, Paper Star, you're not wrong.
Yeah, Paper Star is what I find most interesting about the whole thing is the game that Maya returns, and not only that, the royal family situation gives you a glimpse of what it would feel like if Morgan Fay ever did overthrow Misty
Oh,
Fay.
you know what? That is a good point. I never really did see the parallels to that.
I also found it interesting that Garan was basically every single villain that preceded her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single one of them.
She's got a good voice line with her such insolence.
Such insolence, even though her objection is ridiculous. It has no accent whatsoever.
She's a parental figure. She's oh my god.
Her objection has no accent whatsoever to it. It's so funny.
She's manipulative. Objection. Yeah. Objection. Yeah.
No, she's got that Manfred von Karma level of like authority. She never lost a case, and she's a prosecutor.
Very powerful. Yeah.
I wrote a thing about this on one of Tim's comment in the comment section for Tim's finale of Spirit Viz. Let me see if I can find that. It was a big ass comment, so give me a minute.
I remember there is one thing she talks about. I think it might have been something you had to press, but she talks about Rafa and like the show and like the Poon Punisher, and Garn was like, I wouldn't want people to feel disappointed when they see the real thing. I was like, oh my god, woman, she's only 14. What the hell is wrong with you? And I remember Tim's reaction was like, what the fuck?
No, like Tim had enough of Garan by the time that
Yeah, I remember he also was like, what the hell,
lady? He is showing his loyalty to Queen and country. Country. He's loyal to the first syllable of country. It's an actual thing Tim said. Garan is a mixture of every main villain of the series, an undefeated prosecutor, using Nayut, using like Manfred, using Nayut as a hostage like Damon Gant to Delana Sky. She had the same psychological conflicts that Morgan Fay had, where she was weaker than her sister. She used blackmail like Matt Angard, Dahlia Hawthorne. She used her sister as a mean to an end. Paranoia over being discovered like Kristoff, above the law like Quercus Alba, corrupt to the level of Blaze the Best. Manipulating everything like Simon Keys, and holds the keys to the past like the Phantom. And it's really cool to see that. And also, she's responsible for the entire Apollo Justice trilogy.
Yeah.
Like, straight up. If she didn't kill Jove Justice, Trucy never would have been born.
Oh my god, you're right.
Apollo would have been a Grammari.
Yeah, that's true.
You
know what? Maybe not, because like Thalassa left. Like she actually did leave the troop for a while. So like,
yeah, but she didn't join.
He left the troop to be with Jove.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, but she never went with the trip, so. It's a weird.
That is true. Like I think the fact that she left the troop for Apollo, I think, honestly, like. Yeah, for like Paula and Joe, just honestly, it makes me think that maybe if it wasn't for Joe, she probably would have never left the troop at all. Like she would have just stayed.
Yeah, but Trucy definitely never would have been born.
Yeah, you're right.
None of that would have happened.
Yeah, honestly, I think Apollo, like, I'm 50-50 on Apollo being a Grammary, because like it is possible, but at the same time, the Thalassa left. She probably might have just raised Apollo without the baggage of being a Grammary. Honestly, that probably would have been a good thing.
Yeah, no, I wrote this in the comments too. Trucy would never would have been born. Lamura would never exist. Magnify would never have had a trial for his murder because he never would have had any leverage. Kristoff never forged evidence. Phoenix never got disbarred. So he'd live his life as a lawyer. There was no Dark Age of the law, probably.
Yeah, it's
Apollo
crazy.
would never meet Clay Terran. There would be no defense culpability, no Defiant Dragons. Nayut would be in the royal family, and Garan would still be Justice Minister. Yeah. Craziness.
Honestly, I'm also, I think they slightly did they slightly retcon Jove's death? Because like I think in Apollo Justice they said it was like a theater accident.
No, I think he was a performance incident. Well, I mean, he was performing.
Yeah.
I guess so, but he wasn't performing when the thing
No,
I
happened.
don't think Dirk.
But still,
Well, everything would have been what
performance
Dirk
actually.
told him. I don't know if Dirk would have told him exactly what happened. As a child. Because
Well,
remember,
thing
he
is
got sent
that-
to America at like 10 years old.
Yeah.
Because
I
of the whole
I
entire
don't-
thing about
I
what's
don't
going
think-
on.
Mhm.
I feel like Dirk is the type of person being like, I'll tell you when you're older type
Mhm.
of person. Like clearly he doesn't want to saddle Apollo with this type of baggage.
Yeah, for
Well, yeah,
sure.
So,
All right.
Hmm.
I'm actually pretty good on this now.
Yeah, I think I've gotten everything I need to say out of it. I'm putting
yeah,
this
I
in
think
nut.
this is
It's
a
top.
great. This is a
God of-
high great for me.
Mhm.
God of God.
This was my favorite case for a while, actually.
That's oh my god, me too. Yeah. Also
It's-
I honestly I really like the scene where like they were like he and Dirk, Apollo and Dirk were in the cave and stuff.
Mhm.
Oh,
Yeah,
the ending too. Apollo deciding to go his own separate
Yeah,
way.
we
from,
have to talk
like,
about that.
I love that.
I do
It's
like. I
so
think that was the
good.
right choice.
I want to see what this leads off to. I want Ace Attorney 7, motherfucker.
I know,
Yep.
dude. Watch, they're gonna have like a grand revival. They're gonna have a grand revival, but it's with Apollo.
Yep, Paper
I
Star.
can
That is
smell it in my fucking bones.
Paper Star. That's completely accurate. All of the cases in Spirit of Justice are technically one day.
Yes.
Every single trial day is a different case, which is really interesting.
Okay. And this is where it's kind of falling down for me now.
6 DLC is weird. I don't.
It's
This is the case I
weird.
remember the least.
It's like a good for me.
It's-
I put this as mediocre.
I think it's better than 5 DLC.
It's
yeah.
better than 5 DLC, but it's still it's mediocre for me.
It's definitely a nostalgia trip because you
Mhm.
see Larry, you see
Well,
Edgeworth.
Yeah, it's nostalgic because you have Phoenix and Maya, Edgeworth, and Larry.
Mm-hmm.
Even the judge is like, well, this is a blast for the past. It's
Mhm.
like, and honestly, the whole entire murder and the trial of itself, it's like,
Okay.
Soren's amnesia was a really interesting plot. point.
Yes. He had. Yeah, it was retrograde amnesia. Yeah.
Mhm.
I also the skip they did for promoting this DLC was really funny
With
because they
Old
like
Bag, yeah.
bring back people from time. Yeah, they literally bring back Old Bag and it's like the fucking Tootie sprite. It
She
was
didn't even
so
get a
funny.
model, yeah.
I know it was really good.
I just the only one of the funny things is remember how we mentioned like funny lines you see from
Mhm.
like the thought process.
Mhm.
The murder weapon was used. No, that's like one of the lines like,
What?
oh yeah, because the murder weapon was like a miniature time machine, right?
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
Oh, the murder weapon was
Oh.
used. Oh.
Yeah. So like the murder weapon was used. I'm like, I would
No
hope
shit.
So.
I still like the murder weapon was Udon Do just because of how ridiculous of a statement that is. And also it's like it was some other kind of dough? If you had no idea. Like that would be the implication. I'm like, yes. But I don't know, there's not really much going on. Pierce Nickety is an interesting character. I thought he was fun. Even though it was a trope of haha the butler did it, but like
I just feel like it didn't need to be 2 days.
I think it. I guess so. I think my friend with Nickety, he just kind of turned into like this over-the-top evil villain. Although I will say, his fucking like testimony, just all dots.
right to remain silent. Yep, that was a good one.
Yeah, and then when you press him, he starts talking. I'm like, dude, come on
That's
now.
not how that works.
Yeah, I'm like, hello.
It's Polly over again,
I like
guys.
that you have to. I do like that you have to press him and keep adding statements. That is
Yeah,
cool, but that's
like,
not how the right to remain
you're
silent
gonna
works.
not talk. You're gonna like not talk, and then you just start talking when you get like, come on now.
Mhm.
Say
I
true
mean,
words.
I think you can only plead the fifth if it has something directly that might incriminate you.
Oh, that's true.
So, like, I think he had no choice but to talk if the pressing questions were not related.
Also, the bride Ellen, when she's like a hot mess,
hmm
like
What a
the
mood.
expression very reminds me of like 90s anime expressions, like
Mhm.
very Sailor Moon. For some reason, she gives you Sailor Moon vibes.
My issue with Ellen is that she's such a noisy character because of all the shit she's always doing.
Yeah, she's like banging pots and pans. She is noisy, but like she's got heart.
Yeah,
So.
she got something going on. I don't know. I think I'll put this in mediocre too.
Mhm.
Oh.
Are we on investigations time?
Oh yeah. Let me just
Oh boy.
let me just
Time
indicate
Time
in
for
the
all
chat.
mediocre. Oh boy.
So we're on
Invest-
investigations 1.
Okay. It's like
Okay,
it's just.
let's just get it over with.
Disappointing. Disappointing. Disappointing.
We can still talk about it.
Mhm.
We can still talk about it. Let's look at it.
Like anything, I like the idea of the murder in his
mediocre.
office. I like the idea of that.
Mm-hmm.
But what they went through, what they did with it, and with Portsmouth, I just don't care.
Yeah, I don't care about any of the characters in this original. Sure, Maggie's back, but even then, that can't save this case.
I just remember the screenshot that
Logic, what's
Tim
that?
did where he drew the
hand
drew the
holding
arm
flowers,
around.
yeah.
Yeah, it was- yeah.
That was
Well,
funny.
he drew the arm around Maggie. That was really fun.
Oh, that was
I
that one,
just-
yeah. The flowers
It's-
thing was something else.
It's kind of above 1-2 for me, just barely though.
It's not great, but I'll put it in disappointing because it could have been so much better. 2? I don't really know anything to say. Portsmouth's kind of lame.
Well, we're on 2 now. So
Yeah, so like we can but like Cammy Neal was a good character. I enjoyed her character a lot.
she's alright.
She was fun.
I like the other one more.
What? Zincla Blanc? Oh, De Niro?
Oh, no. De Niro, yeah.
Mm-hmm. De Niro was fine. I like Zincla Blanc. He was funny. But I will still call this. I think I would still call this case disappointing.
I put him in mediocre at least. It's not as bad, but it could be a lot worse.
Yeah, it could be better. I guess it could have been worse. Maybe I will put it in mediocre. I don't know. Like whatever. Like
Yeah.
this dude Byaki is dead. Like.
Dude, this is gonna really fill out the mediocre page.
Yeah.
Finally, I'm gonna have one more case of disappointing. 2-1 has just been so alone there.
Alright.
Yeah.
So sad and alone.
So, yeah.
I hate this case.
Why?
I hate Investigations 1 Case
The
3.
eye fly.
No,
Oh, yeah.
Why?
oh yeah, no, Turnabout Airlines is fine, I guess. It's okay. It's mediocre.
This one's fine.
It's okay.
This one sucks.
This one is so boring.
This one is
Every
horrible.
part of this is bad.
I like the stewardess. She was like the most exciting part.
Mm-hmm. Oh no,
Yeah, but now we're on this one. Like,
oh yeah, sorry. I guess we didn't communicate that. We moved on to the next case. Yeah, no, I didn't have much to say about airlines.
Anyways, alright, yes, 1-3.
Did you have
I
anything
have
you wanted to say about
much-
airlines? Otherwise,
no.
okay.
Actually, no, you know what? It's slightly above 2-1 only because Sheila Lang. That's the one redeeming part, and that's it. Oh, and
Wait.
K.
In this case?
even Lang and
Yeah.
Kay can't save this case.
And
No.
K.
Nothing could save this case.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, like,
I
Nothing
don't
could
give
save
a
this
shit.
case for me.
Ernest Amano is like the least interesting character I have ever
You're-
met.
oh
This
my god,
woman
and fucking
sucks.
Lance, what a brat. Actually, no, I take that back. Alright, sorry, 1-3, you are, either
It's
you are
trash.
disappointing. Yes,
Lance
it is. Out of
Lance
PB's
sucks.
Like, Wellington has the large bananas and stuff, but like that's about it. But, like,
Lance and Ernest have nothing. All they
Like,
have
I
are
just,
earlobes.
like,
They have really long
I feel
earlobes.
so fucking bad that Lang and like Kay got introduced to this case. It's like, come on, dude.
I know.
Man,
Who honestly gives a shit about Lauren Pop? Who
I feel like she could
cares?
have been memorable, but like they took it the wrong way. I
Yeah.
think.
The only good thing to come out of this case is the visual of Edward about to get whacked by a badger.
Yes, that's the best part. Actually, you know what? Maybe that puts
No,
the third
I
case
don't
for
think
me.
that's
No.
enough, Rosie. At least
Not
in
enough.
yeah.
They're about
said
to
it.
say, actually, no, they're equal.
No, this is the worst case in the series for me by far. This is so bad.
This is horrible.
And
Alright.
the amusement park setting just doesn't work. Old Bag is not very fun in this one. Emma's here for no reason.
I don't know
Literally
why
no
they-
reason. Why was Emma in
It's
this
like,
case?
oh hey, I'm home from like my trip from my
Spring break.
university from like Europe. Yeah, spring break.
Okay, bye.
I mean, to be fair, it was supposed to be an investigation game featuring Emma, and
Mhm.
I guess they were like, oh man, we already made this nice sprite of her. We can't put it to waste. Just put it in here, nice sprite.
Why was Emma here? What did that have to do with anything? She didn't even
Absolutely
do
nothing.
anything. Maybe she checked footprints or something. I don't know. No, there's
Anyways.
nothing you can say about this case. The other
Can
only
we
good
just-
thing about this case is that you can there's a Phoenix cameo, Phoenix Maya and Pearl. That's it. Ugh, I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, Investigations 4
Anyways.
though. It's actually good.
I like this one.
I'm having. Oh my god. Sorry. Give me a. Oh no, it's a flashback hit. Yes. Okay. You know what? That was good.
This one is good.
I needed a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one's good.
Mm-hmm.
I like seeing.
I glossed
This is
over the
the
return
first
of
time-
Old Bag because it didn't really matter.
This is the first time we could see one of my favorite detectives next to my husband, though. Detective Bad.
I love
Yes.
Detective Bad.
Oh
Detective
my
Bad is
god.
one of my
Detective
favorites.
Bad. What a gilf.
I know. I love him so much.
Ugh.
Bad is such a great character.
Also, he has such a good theme.
Mm-hmm. So fantastic. No, but like this case is great. Callisto U is good. Manfred von Karma, for as little as he's in the game, is actually pretty good.
Young Francisco.
Young Francisco's fantastic. And, silly Gumshoe. Kay is
Also, we get
Kay's
to
good.
cross-examine. We get to cross-examine the fucking judge.
I
of all
know.
people.
I know, it's so good. Everything about this case is fun. And like that ending where like Callisto has like a gun pointed at Edgeworth and like she's about to shoot him, but he ducks because Kay helps him.
Oh
Very
my
good.
god, I forgot about that. I just mostly remember Callisto in her like breakdown.
Yeah.
She's
Callisto-
so funny. I love her.
Thea Palace said, yeah, I'll enjoy extraterritorial rights in a minute. Oh, I might have some controversial opinions on 5 though, but we'll get there.
It's
I don't know if I have anything else to add to
no.
to 4.
It's a nice flashback case.
Yeah, I think it's very good. It's like I when I organize this, it'll probably be high good. But yeah, I don't know what else to say about it.
Yeah, nothing else to say about
We're
it.
really going faster now that we're out of the trilogy. Have you noticed that?
How are the whole entire mainline series? Yeah, it's gonna stop when we get
Yeah.
to the
When we get to DGS, it's gonna take a million years.
Oh, it's gonna take a minute.
I thought we would have time to do the characters, and we still might if you want to do it. But
No, I think we might need to do characters another time around. 'Cause
yeah, I'm getting tired
It's
too.
It's almost 4 o'clock. It's like 3:30 for us.
Yeah. But like, oh my god. Anyway, Investigations 1, Case 5. It's good. It's fine. I don't mind Alba as much as everybody else seems to.
Here's the thing. I'd say it's mediocre.
Yeah, that's fine.
I know it's like I get bored with it.
Mm-hmm. That's entirely fair. It's not exactly the most exciting case on the planet.
Yeah.
Like
Honestly, the
coolest
most
thing for
exciting
me-
part is like when the most
You know
exciting
what?
part is when they finally take away his extraterritorial rights.
Yeah.
Well, that and also I like when Sheena gets revealed as.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
that was a good
Sheena,
reveal.
That was good.
Mm-hmm.
Also, like Lang protecting her
Mm-hmm.
went bad.
Yeah, because he's like, she may be a killer, but she's still my subordinate.
Yeah. Oh. Oh shoot, there's another thing.
And Old Bag saves the day in this one.
I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Extraterritorial rights.
Yeah.
Hot dog.
My
Ah, shoot, where's that the?
my extraterritorial rights are too powerful to let this game in. Did you say hot dog?
Hot dog. Hot
Edgy
dog.
poo.
There is something else he says. Hot obstruction. Cross examination.
Mhm. Yeah, no, this was pretty. I thought this was fine, but it wasn't like
Hold
the
on, let me
greatest
see if
thing.
I can find that again.
Nah, but I think I'm gonna put this in good. But behind Investigations 1, Case 4.
Oh, I found it. Okay, good. I think so. Hold on. Hold on.
Mhm.
Oh, wait, okay, I found the dub. Okay, someone did. Thank God.
Yeah, we'll do these characters another time.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to do characters another time. You want?
If
We can schedule that for another time this week if you want.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah. I can't do Monday or Tuesday.
Can we do it tomorrow?
Maybe. I have a lot of work I need to do.
That's fair.
We'll see.
Okay.
Oh, drugs.
That was really good. Alright, I had to play it. It was that good. Oh,
Anyway.
oh, you go stab wound! Wow, drug, shit! Okay,
Yeah.
here, I'll put it in the Kokon. It's very funny.
Alright.
I think it's time to move on to investigations too.
Yes! The actual
boy.
game.
Finally, a good investigations game.
I know, we're free.
All right, this first case is like good actually.
It's actually very good.
Yeah, I think I don't know if it's great, but it's high good at least.
Yeah, it's like very high good.
I good.
But I'll sort them out later.
It's got a really good twist, honestly.
I like
Yeah.
the return of
The Killer.
yeah.
Yes.
I love the return of the Killer. That's really the highlight of the case for me. It took me a minute. It took me. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say. I like the introduction of it. Just an ordinary ice cream salesperson.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, I love that.
No.
I'm just an ordinary ice cream salesman. The most important thing about making ice cream is honor.
I just saw my okay.
No, yeah, I did enjoy this case. I love seeing the Killer back. It took me a while to get used to like the new music and like Nicole Swift was like, okay, a lot of heart light. I didn't really understand the need, but like it made sense
Funny,
later.
like the fact
Honestly, I like the twist that the assassination plan was fake.
Yeah, I did like that.
That was a really good twist.
Knightley was fine. I like that. Years ago, Rosie, I sent you a screenshot of Knightley, and it just said "when you nut," but she keeps sucking. And it was nice.
I think I remember that. Oh my god.
This was years ago.
I wish I pinned that.
It was
now.
before pins existed,
No.
but I can still find it. I think if I just have to search the right thing.
Mhm.
Let me see if I'll do that. When you nut. Found it.
Oh, good.
I'll pin it for you and then save it. Anyway, that's that. Yeah, but I don't know. I don't really have anything else. Knightley was okay. I wasn't too into that guy. We move on to 2.
Okay. I remember the screenshot now. I thought it was the Murph one where his eyes darken. I thought it was that one for some reason. Not
I think this one
the
is
other
better than
one.
that one.
that was so better. Okay, sorry. This is really funny now.
Let me pull up the screenshot.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna pull it up too. Oh my god, now I'm reminded of that. I guess I'm laughing.
When you nut, but she keeps sucking.
Just B. Just
Oh,
I like how
mental.
the next message was like, Crazy, do you think my Taro was skinnier than he actually is? I feel like he's thicker than I expected. That you said the wrong image.
Oh god. I didn't need to go through that.
So, investigations A2.
Yeah, sorry, we got distracted there.
Yeah.
No worries, I'm just like trying to catch up.
We
Like,
got distracted.
This is fine. I think this is mediocre.
It's
The thing about this case that I enjoyed was Shields.
yeah, Shields was good.
I like Shields. This is where this is where you first meet Courtney,
Courtney.
and I
Mhm.
honestly I don't
did-
like her right now. But
I
know down the
don't
line-
like Courtney at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Or Sebastian. Sebastian's just annoying to me at this point.
Oh god, don't get me started on Sebastian in this
Oh,
game.
Sebastian.
Oh, Sebi. But yeah, like I think this case is. I would put this case in mediocre.
I'm finding it disappointing, honestly. Like,
Really?
You- I feel like they could have been more to it than just like.
I like Patricia.
No, I did
I
like
like
Patricia.
I like Patricia, but there's a lot more that could be more. But it's like it's just.
True.
The return
the
of Regina was nice too.
Yeah. Also,
Mm.
Frank saw it. That was really funny.
Mhm.
Frank's was cool. Regina, I can care less about. But
I actually do
I
like
mean,
Regina.
she got better. She got
Mhm.
better. So.
She was actually helpful in this one.
Mhm.
I'm still gonna point disappointing. It could have been a lot more potential.
Yeah, it did have more potential, but I think I enjoyed it enough to put it in mediocre.
Fair.
What a sentence to say.
Now 2-3 though.
Nut.
That is a nutcase.
That's
though.
the god of gods.
Yeah, nut. Absolute.
That is
Absolute.
a fat
Oh,
nut.
God.
Mhm. This is.
Oh my
Honestly, I would say the only thing I have with this, it is long. It is like as long is like the length of a finale case.
This could have been the finale, and it just wasn't.
It would have been the finale.
If this is the finale, I've been fine with it because it's a really good
It's a really
case.
good. It's a really good case to end on too.
Especially with like going back into Gregory, playing as Gregory, seeing all this stuff, and this is the case. This is his final case.
It's so good, and yeah.
Edgewood picks it up and solves it.
Yeah, and you know what? Bad was there. Von Karma was
Bad
there.
Good.
Everyone, so many characters that are all really interesting were there.
Ray, Ray, just see more about Ray and everything. Oh my god. I
Jeff
love
Masters
this.
is a good character. Catherine Hall's a good character. Larry was
like,
there, I guess, for some reason.
Honestly, in this case, Catherine was probably one of the smartest people. She almost
got away with it.
Yeah, she almost got away with it.
Ron and
Desi make a cameo, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that was so cute. And also John. We'll get into him later.
Yeah, I think I would put this is for sure a nut.
Best of the best, God of gods.
Realizing
God
that,
of God.
and it's so interesting that like when you make the connection what Kate was trying to do, and that makes Dane Gustavia the killer. Like, I don't know, I really had no idea who could have done it when I was doing Gregory segments.
I think it's definitely more obvious because, like, I mean, to be fair, it's been like what? Was it 13 years? I think.
I think
since,
18.
Like, it's been at least like 10 plus. It's at least like 10, 15 plus years since the case was like.
I think it's 18 years.
Close. Yeah. So like at that point, they would have had more than enough time to figure out who had done it. So.
So interesting, and that trial went on for a year or two.
That Ray tried to take it on and try to prove Master's innocent too. Oh.
Master spent so long in prison for a crime he didn't commit, and yet he still came out and was like
The shit that they did
happy.
to him.
Yeah. Manfred von Karma basically tortured that man to get that confession. Grilled him nonstop. I don't envy him. It was rough.
No one does.
It was a great case, just from start to finish, so enthralling.
Also, finally catching Gustavia is like getting his literal just desserts. Haha, funny.
So good.
It's really cathartic.
Absolutely. Cannot say enough good. This case.
It's very good.
Now, I guess I don't know if we have anything else to say. Or we want to move on to Ace Attorney Investigations Case 4.
This one,
It's great.
it's great. I can't say it's good. I can't say it's good, but God of God, it's in the middle.
This is where I started liking Sebastian and Courtney.
Yes.
But Sebastian would finally stood up against his asshole father.
Well, the thing is, like, when you, like, the whole time you're making fun of Sebastian, like, you're like, ha, idiot, moron. And then, like, the dad, Blaze, comes in and is like, idiot, moron. You're like, you can't do that.
You
you're
can't
not
do
allowed
that.
to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? It's
I'm not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to do that. No, I feel like an asshole.
Yeah.
Blaze is just a creepy, Blaze is just a creepy asshole in the beginning.
No,
too.
creepy. You're right.
Blaze is,
Why am I sure? Like, Blaze just, ugh.
I love the way he's written.
Yes.
Blaze was written incredibly well.
He's very gross. He's very greasy, literally, and grimy.
He sounds like a smoker when he finally objects. Objection.
Yeah, honestly, the dub's so good. All the people that dubbed everything, so good.
I love the fact that Pro CD is basically just Gregory.
Yeah, you can really hear it. It's just honestly, I think it's just his usual voice for the most part.
But it's still awesome.
A little deep,
Yeah.
a little bit of intonation in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, but I don't. It's just so. I feel really bad for Kay. Like, it's kind of ridiculous that they decide to play it off like she actually fell off the roof of that building. Like, no, that didn't happen. Are you kidding me? She'd be dead. But, like, that's one of my big gripes with the case. I think the beginning's not that interesting. And I don't really care too much for the Doctor. And
it's definitely near the end that gets.
It's a slow build up for a good end.
I think when it really hits is when Edward gives up his prosecutor's badge.
Yeah.
And even Courtney was like, "Oh my god, what is he doing?" It's like, Miles Edgeworth, what are you doing? Like, everyone is so mad at him, especially.
I think another moment is when, like, you think Courtney's about to, like, end everything, and then she's like, Blaze to best, I indict you. And I'm like, oh my god. Tim was so shocked by that he let out the biggest what and bumped the what counter up to 9999 for a little bit.
I forgot about that. Sorry, which one again? Sorry, I totally blanked.
The one where Courtney turns on Blaze at the last second.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That was really good.
I thought that
She's
was
like, now that I have all the evidence I need.
That was just so good.
That was very good.
So I think I'm happy putting this in great.
Yeah, same.
Now 5. Unless we have something more to say.
I got nothing to say about 4.
Yeah.
5.
Low. I'm not sure. Low nut or high grade. There's a lot going on in this case, and not all of it flows together super well.
Put it at good. It's a high good.
I'll put it in great.
I'll put it in high good.
Like there's so much to unpack in this case. Like the reveal of who the actual mastermind is great.
It's
but like,
super good.
The way we get to that is the most
great.
roundabout fucking thing.
How about the? I feel like there's too much.
There's a lot.
Because like you have Blaze at the end, but then you have all this. Is like, wait, couldn't this be a little bit try to trickle in from the last case?
Yeah, because like the first thing you do is go to the film lot and see the dead president.
Yeah.
And then like a whole bunch of shit happens.
Like 10 minutes after everything.
Literally everything happens at once. Like you have to do this, and then you have to go to the courtroom and stall for the trial of Patricia Rowland. Blaze de Best is there. You have to go rescue John, but instead you find Sebastian, and then like Sebastian goes to the garbage dump and saves everything, and then like you go back to the film lot, you investigate some more. Then there's a flashback sequence with Little Thief where you go to the hologram, the orphanage, and figure out what actually happened to that dude Jack Cameron. And then like you finish doing that, then Dogen shows up, and then you figure out who the mastermind is. You go to the circus, you present the balloon like 500 times.
Yes.
The killer shows up.
We never even mentioned Dogen once.
Yeah, we really didn't skip over Dogen, huh?
Yeah,
Dogen's great.
Not even in 2-2. He's good.
Dogen's really good. I love Dogen.
Yes.
It's amazing how the assassins are just such good characters.
I know, they're so good.
It's almost a shame that he got introduced in 2-2.
I know. Yeah. Well, you kind of learn a little more about him, but
Well,
really get to know him in 2-5.
Yeah, because like Dogen existed primarily in 2-2 to be like a scapegoat killer. Like, you know, like not like a scapegoat, but like a red herring. Red herring, that was the word.
Yep.
But like, yeah, I don't know. There's so much is going on, and honestly, I'm still not entire. As many times as I've seen it, and I just watched Reese's LP of this, like when it was going on. Like, I still don't understand exactly what order things happen in Investigations 2 Case 5. Like, I think I got most of it down, but I definitely skipped some stuff because there's like so much to miss.
Yes. Honestly, I love the fact that even though Dogen is an assassin, he also doesn't kill needlessly, and like
he saved a life.
Yeah, he even like two. Even two, like, and he even like comes to like treat Simon as like kind of like essentially his godson. He is quite literally the godfather.
So who was the chess partner? Was Horace Knightley the chess partner, or was Simon the chess partner? One of them was the middleman, and I can't remember who.
It was Simon that was the middleman.
Okay.
Simon was the middleman. Horace was actually the.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I believe that was the case.
Yeah, I mean, it's really. I love when the ape just sucks it to Simon at the very end. I thought that was funny.
Yep.
A lot of the case is good. It's great even, but like.
Simon's whole thing with his dad, really good.
thinking
like,
the whole time that Isaac Dover was his dad.
Yeah.
But in actuality, it was Dane Gustavi, and he was just like his dad the whole time.
Oh no, I said Sebastian.
Sebastian? Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought you said Simon.
Finally actually convicting his dad. It's like, yes, good.
Yeah, that was fantastic. God, I'm so glad everything ended up well for everybody in that one. It just made me happy. This game was definitely such a marked improvement.
Yeah, they definitely improved.
Oh yeah.
And it's a shame it didn't come to the States. I would love to know what the official names are for all these characters in English.
Honestly, the fan dub just as good.
Oh no, for sure. Like the fan dub, the fan translation, you almost feel like it's official. You forget it's a translation half the time.
Yeah, it's that good.
It's time.
DGS time.
It's
DGS time. Yes!
I've been waiting 3.5 hours for this.
I gotta go back and play DGS music again.
You stopped?
It ended.
Oh.
It ended at some point, and we were talking about Spirit of Justice, so it was like, oh, convenient. So, all right, time to play DGS 2 because I already played the first OST. Yes.
DGS 1.
Honestly,
great.
Really high good or a middle great.
I'll call it a great.
It does drag out just a little bit too long.
Oh yeah, sorry, I have to. Yeah, no worries, Tim. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I'm glad you had fun.
Bye, Tim. I can't wait when you get to play Greatest Attorney.
I cannot wait.
I'm very excited.
Tim, I'm like foaming at the mouth for that. So like.
I know, me too. I'm like, oh my god, I want to talk so much about.
This is a high good for me.
I think this is a low grade. I really grew to like these characters immediately.
This is like the middle grade. This is the middle grade. Yeah.
I will call this I'll call this a great. We'll organize all this later, I think. But
I'll organize it later on. But right now, it's a high good.
In this case, I really bonded with these characters in a short amount of time. Like, Ryu, I really grew to love Ryu immediately. Cosmo was great. Susato, I wish had a little more screen time.
Yeah, she had a little more screen time, but honestly, she has such a she just has an outstanding design.
Professor Mikotoba was fantastic.
I actually really like his design, the gray hair and the center, like the skunk hair.
I like the voice I gave him and stuck with the entire time I streamed the game.
It was really good, actually.
Oh, Susato, you lovely little girl. You make me so proud. I don't know. Like, that was good. I enjoyed that case a lot.
It's really nice. Also, Giselle Brett.
So I realized
kind of a racist bitch.
So I know, yeah, she was. But I think one thing that's interesting is that like obviously the pun is that Dr. Watson was killed by a Giselle bullet. But I realized they gave her the last name Brett because they were thinking about how a Japanese person would say the name. Giselle Buret.
Oh, that is true.
That's why that's why they named her Brett. I was trying to figure that out.
Brilliant.
They really did hard. Aido Nosa and Yesa Nosa were so funny. I think Yesa Nosa was the grown up.
He's pretty funny.
He hid the coin under the stake.
Oh.
Why?
I like the old man. I just like his design for some reason. Just like he's like wobbly and a little shaky.
He doesn't use them. He just grabs the meat and just eats it like that.
If the detective decided to investigate my slab of meat, it would be over. Investigate my slab of meat. So that was funny.
that slab of meat.
That meat. Investigate my meat. No, I think this is a great case. Get ready for DGS to like dominate the upper half of this tier list.
Yeah, here it comes.
Here it comes, everybody. But first we have to get to DGS 2, unless anybody has anything to add about... Ouchie was fun, by the way.
Yes.
Also, Hosonaga is a great ass
character. I love Hosonaga. How did I forget to talk about Hosonaga? I love him.
I love Hosonaga so
He's
much.
a bro.
Okay, I'm sorry. It took me a bit. I was like, oh right, he's the investigator. Because you only really see him in like this case and like the next case. It's a shame. He has a really good design.
coughing the blood. It's concerning, but it's still it's enough of a personality trait, enough of a trait to leave a good mark on you.
Yes.
But with that, I think
S2.
yeah, DGS2.
Pain. It's only good because pain.
Oh, we
Pain. Pain.
Really? Okay, so obviously, like, this is a little bit different because I streamed this, and so my reactions are there for me to, like, think about much clearer. I loved this case. I think it was great. Not only because of how painful it was, but I just really enjoyed the characters, meeting Sholmes, getting to know Susato.
Sholmes is like the highlight, honestly.
Nikolina Pavlova was like, that story made me actually cry.
Stroganoff's the greatest character.
Beef Stroganoff.
I forgot about that.
What was that, Flargrah? I'm sorry.
I love.
You love Beef Stroganoff? Yeah, I love these characters. I think I'll put this one in great too.
I love Beef Stroganoff too. The food is really good.
Yeah, I think that was good. Just the whole the realization of how it happened, like the way that they framed this. So like you start off like, whoever did this a fucking asshole. I'm gonna rip them a new one. You're like,
yeah, and then
that's what happened.
Later it's like, oh,
that's what happened.
And then it's like,
bro, I'm sad, but I can't even be like mad at you. Like can be, but like what the fuck? You can't make me feel bad for the person who killed my best friend.
Like I want to be mad, but like it's hard not to. It's like she was right away from like a really bad like performance.
She had a bad life and she wanted to get away and
she wanted to.
She wanted to go to America. I can't blame her. I can't blame her. If I were in that situation, I probably would have done something similar.
Yeah, I would have dipped too.
Or like even I probably would have made sure not to kill the guy, but I would have at least tried to get away.
Yeah.
So like I'll put this in great.
She's only 15. She's young. She panicked. She's like, oh no. So you know.
Yeah. Alright.
I'm
ready for this one, but like
S3.
Nut. I think low nut.
Sorry, low nut.
God of God, not a good God of God, but it's up there because
that ending seals the deal. And also, all the witnesses are fun.
I believed in you, you fucker.
I did believe that. I really, really believed in McGilded.
I think part of me, I only put it in Highgate just because I feel like I'm missing some details from like the start of the case. Like they arrive in Britain, they talk to Strongheart Gilf, by the way, and then they get assigned the case, and then there's no investigation, right? You just give them what you have.
No, you just go to the
no. Okay, then I am remembering. Okay, never mind. Haha, okay.
You just go to the Bailey.
You go straight to the Bailey because the trial starts in 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh, we meet Stronger first in his office in Big fucking Ben.
Is Big Ben in Whitehall?
I don't remember. I
don't know, but
is that supposed to be Big Ben?
He's in a giant clock. What other giant clock?
Clock, right?
London?
I definitely heard that as he was in a giant cock. Which
man, the trial beginning theme just came on. I don't think Big Ben is on Whitehall. I think it's just like a big ass government building. The Whitehall's where the Ministry of Defense is. It's the center of the government of the UK.
The Whitehall's where all the white people go. Okay.
That's all of England.
You're right. Well, most of England.
But yeah, I think I'm gonna put DGS3 in a low nut. Just because, like, I honestly enjoyed all the witnesses. Van Zeeks was good from the get-go.
Actually, you know what? Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe a
G.
Maybe like
Are
a high.
Sure about the pie?
Yeah, no, like I'm serious. Like even putting my feelings for the man aside, he was fun. I absolutely love the gag that he just like does the most absurd shit, and he's like, "Oops."
I know. He's like, "Oops, my wine.
My bad."
Oops,
Pray forgive the discourtesy. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Gina! Yes, Gina.
Gina! We love Gina. We stan.
We stan.
We stan Gina.
And like she like fucking glows up in the second game, like damn,
I know,
bro.
yeah.
I am looking very respectful.
We'll get there.
I know.
Like, yeah.
But this was a fun case, and it crushed me when I read to believe that, yeah, he did set all that shit up, and yeah, damn.
Yeah. At least he got what he deserved.
Yeah, he burned to death, which is good.
Yeah, he got what he deserved.
Magnus McGilded. I think in the Japanese version they called him Cosney McGundle.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, they did.
I like McGilded better.
Yeah, I like Magnus McGilded a lot better.
I love the part where he's like, he gets a not guilty verdict, and then he's like, haha, I got it. You all were fools.
He's
like,
just
oh,
cackling and laughing.
Yeah,
laughing like
oh shit. And then the jurors are like, oh fuck, we already ruled and not guilty. You know?
Yeah, you can't do that. You can't try him now. Can't change your mind. It's crazy. No, like, that's such a good case. And I mean, like, you really feel hopeless. Like, you're like, did I just fucking do that?
Oh, sorry. Shan Spears theme came on.
I can't. Every time Sham Spears theme comes on, I just start laughing.
It's so good.
It's so funny. God. When we get to character rankings, I'm gonna have my opinion on Sham Spear has done like a complete 180 since
It's like the stock market.
I invest, so I completely agree with that statement.
Let's go. Alright. DGS.
This is the weakest case in the game.
Yes. I would put this is like a high mediocre for
I would put it in low good. I still enjoyed it. I liked the Gyarados.
I like the case itself. I love Soseki Natsume.
I love Soseki Natsume.
I'm not a fan of how Joan is that her name in the
Joan Gyarados, yeah.
Okay, yes. I'm not a fan of how she treats. It's John, right?
Yeah, John and Joan.
Yeah. I'm not a fan of how she treats John.
Well, I like Mr. Gyarados, I should say that.
Yeah. It just I kind of don't I used to like it, and it's like a gag too. I'm just like I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan, but like even then, like I like Mr. Gyarados, I like Mr. Natsume. Who are the witnesses in this case?
Pat and Rolly.
Oh, Pat and Rolly. Yeah. I do enjoy their dynamic, actually.
They're very cute.
Rolly's, Pat's really pretty.
Yeah, she's like, I love the book. She's adorable. It's the eyes. I think it's definitely the eyes.
I feel bad for Rolly.
I feel bad for Rolly.
I feel bad for Rolly, not because of Pat, but because of his job.
Yeah, it's very tiring.
All I wanted was one night to take my wife out to dinner. Just one. When I realized what street we're on, that broke my heart.
Like they both feel really bad that they like caused this whole confusion.
That was a good.
Van Zeke's just like, rest well.
Well, Van Zeke's actually got Rolly reinstated.
Yeah, that's why he's like, rest well.
It's like, all right, why don't you take a long, nice, fired vacation and then like come talk to me after, okay?
Yeah. That was nice of him.
Like you get to see a little bit more of like Van Zeke's like, oh, you know, he's actually not too bad of a guy, you know.
I learned a friend.
I would like to concede that, like, despite how I feel about some of my favorite characters, I have been pretty neutral on the cases so far.
Oh yeah, you have.
I'm impressed with myself.
I will say that the case related to the Cloud Kokoro is very, very good. We'll talk about that later.
Yeah, but also
very soon.
Are we missing any witnesses? Were there really only the Beats and the Gyarados?
Greggy.
What?
Greggy.
Oh, Gregson. That's who the one.
Oh, that's right.
This is the first case.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot Gregson testified. I knew Gregson was in the game, but I forgot he testified.
The reason why? Because I never actually properly watched the investigation. I never got to properly watch the investigation.
Gregson's the first one that tells you about it because we also meet Iris on this time because Iris is like...
Yeah, because Iris only shows up very briefly in the last case.
Yeah, I think my opinion on this one is maybe C, just because I haven't fully watched. I actually almost never watched.
Well, I'm not to shill my own stuff, but I mean, if you want to watch my VODs, they're there.
It's right there.
Gregson's Grayson's a great character, and this was a great. I do like this case. It's not mediocre. It's a good.
Yeah, I'll put this in good. Which one we're talking about? 5 or 4?
4.
Okay,
4.
yeah, we're still on 4. Okay, yeah, I'm putting 4 in good. 5,
Yeah,
I don't know
5.
what to do.
5 is I think 5 is a great for me.
Yeah, I think 5.
It's gotta be a great.
5 is
not the best. But
It's not. Its ending, it leaves a lot to be desired, but the minute that you realize that they're setting up for a sequel, it all makes sense, and I'm okay with it.
Yes.
I have one beef. I just have one beef.
Yeah?
When you had to have Gina testify about what happened on the events of the third case,
Yeah.
and like, how'd you know? Like, I'm gonna, Mr. Naruhodo, you're gonna be reprimanded for this, Mike. Because you knew about this, Mike. No, I didn't. I just arrived in Britain that same day.
Are you talking about Ryu getting suspended?
Yeah.
It wasn't
Yes.
actually about that.
Is it because of the government secrets?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
That's why he got suspended. That's why I was so surprised. Remember when I streamed it? When I streamed it, he said I'm not allowed to practice law anymore. I was like, what the fuck? But it was because I didn't.
What? Already fired?
Because I didn't realize that the state secret thing was what did it. Because I didn't.
He's like, oh,
Because I
shit,
thought
he knows
because it seemed like he got a pass for the getting McGilded. Not guilty.
That makes a lot more sense because of certain things about those secrets,
Yes.
which we'll talk about down the
I
line.
like the fact that Grayson is not completely innocent. Like,
It's interesting that they do that, considering we've only had one case to get to know Gregson.
yeah, it's like, oh, this detective is very shady, just like Detective. I almost said Dr. Bad.
Makes me wonder about him. Makes me worry about him.
Yeah. No, that was wild, honestly. But like,
Also,
Our Nash and Ringo Skull.
Nash and Ringo, yeah, they were fun. Wario and
maybe one
Waluigi.
day I will finish watching 1-5. I will say I did like the start of it because you get to talk to like Gina more and like Iris and stuff, and then the whole call with like Susato and stuff. It's like very emotional.
Well, not to show my own stuff, but my VODs are right there.
Right there.
Sorry. I'm just doing it as a comedy bit more than anything else. I don't actually expect anyone to go watch that.
And it's great to see them all together at the end. Oh, this is, like I said, this is not the best finale, but it's a great one.
It does what it needs to do perfectly. Because it's my understanding that DGS was supposed to be one game, it's just the 3DS could not fit it all.
It makes sense.
I need to play a certain thing for this.
I think for me it's more the feeling that it leaves me that makes it a very high grade past 6.5. That's very hard to be. Actually, you know what? No, hold on. Sorry, I lied. All right, sorry. 6.5 is still top. Never mind, I lied. Sorry. Sorry, I'm a fat liar. Whoopsies.
Whoopsies.
Whoopsies in a fucking
Whoopsie,
All right.
Whoopsie. Oh, we didn't even talk about Eggert Benedict.
Yes, Eggert Benedict, who just was called Egg Benedict.
Yeah, no.
Literally, his name was just called Egg Benedict.
No, that was his fake name in the translation, and his real name was Ashley Graydon. Like Ash
Sorry,
Gray.
I just had Hairbrain's theme just play while we just brought up.
No, yeah, like.
I like this backstory.
I didn't mind. He seemed underwhelming as a culprit. But I also realized that I don't know, something that DGS does that I do kind of criticize it for. It introduces a lot of witnesses during the trial. You almost never meet a witness in the investigation. Very few times does that happen.
That is true. You do have.
That was interesting, but otherwise, yeah. No, I liked Graydon. I thought he was fun. He had the little pose. Thought he was hot shit, and then the juror was like, "Hey, I know you."
She just has a.
He has really nice design. Very white, I guess.
Yes, you're telling me.
I don't know. I don't know why. He just has.
He's very white.
I'm like, I don't know why. That's just the aura he gave off to me.
Yeah, I just wanted to check and see. Do we have to rank the jurors for
Let me see.
No, I don't think so.
some are there just because, they're
Wagahai in here. Oh my god.
Because he has his own character portrait. Anyways, I'm gonna already rank Wagahai S tier. Alright. Cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, one of them's there. Well, one of them's there.
We're
because,
not doing that right now, Rosie. Relax.
Yeah, sorry. I already put
another
Wagahai
day.
S. You already know my
That's another
opinion.
day.
What'd you say? Flargrah, what'd you say?
That's a day. That's another day for the characters.
Yeah, we can't do this now.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay.
We're
it's fine.
too almost done.
Cannot
So-
believe it took 4 hours.
Shall
I
we
know.
We're on the final game, everybody.
Yeah.
DGS2.
Yeah!
Get ready, because we have a lot to say.
Alright, S1, kind of, alright, 2-1, kind of a
God of
low
God.
nut for me.
God of God. God of
Yeah.
I'm
God.
putting this in
Kinda-
nut, yeah.
Pretty low nut.
And it
for
has
me.
nothing to do with many memo.
No.
Really?
That-
What? Bruh, did you actually think he was hot?
No.
Did you say?
I.
No.
Here's the thing.
He's alright, I guess.
This could
Oh, man.
This could have been done as anything, but no, they have Susato become a fucking lawyer.
This
It's
is
like-
how you justify a tutorial in a sequel. Justice for all.
Here's the thing. They could just
I know, right?
they could just know the regular objection theme they have for Rita.
They wrote her
No.
own objection theme,
her,
yeah.
her own
Ah.
prelude and objection theme. It's
Mhm.
so fucking good, and the mannerism she does.
I know,
Ah.
she's basically it's so
I
cute.
love her objection in the Japanese version.
Mhm.
It's very cute.
Yeah. No, it's such a great case. Ray is a fun Ray's
I
actually really
love-
fun.
She's
Kinda.
really
Your
fun.
father
Mhm.
is your assistant, and it's amazing.
I love
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna be real with you. I started suspecting Mikotoba as like one of the potential for big bads.
I
Oh.
remember that. I was like, oh my god, what the hell are
I-
you? Thank
I'm just
you.
like, I'm just gonna let you think that. Whatever.
No, because like, okay, here's the thing. He talks about how he's like the minister of whatever for Japan, right?
Yes.
And I'm like,
Yes.
okay, that your government, that means you're probably bad. That's all. That's all it was.
Here's the worst part, though.
And also the suspicion of getting being called back. I was like, Susato got called back. That was sad. So I was like, I
Yes.
didn't want that to happen.
Part, like at
Mhm.
the end of the case, when we see like the judge come out and he gets a name, like, oh no.
Yeah, I was like, oh boy.
He's the only judge that really gets. He's the only judge that really
Oh,
gets.
he's more important than Mitsuai then because
Yeah.
he's gonna be.
Also, Giselle Brett being dead, like,
Yeah. Oh my
my
god.
god, you don't expect that. You do not expect a killer from the last game to be a victim. That is
Mhm.
very rare.
Well, it's very rare for Ace Attorney to kill off a character in a separate game for when they were introduced.
Oh,
This, like,
Not to
honestly, DGS did a lot of firsts.
Mhm.
first, oh yeah,
Put on
to mention.
Yes.
DGS 1-4, first mainline Ace Attorney game, not a murder.
Oh yeah, that is true. It is just in assault, cause
Not a murder.
she's just in a coma.
Mhm.
That is true.
I mean, neither is 2-2, but we'll get there.
Get there.
Oh, that's
Well, it's attempted
Well,
murder,
no.
so I guess it's fine.
yeah.
Well, there's
I guess.
murder mentioned it too, but
Mm-hmm.
oh no, 1-4 is the first non-murder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but no, like the whole case was great. I like the idea that Payne is trying to get his confidence back, and he's actually doing a pretty good job of getting his
Oh my god,
confidence
the
back.
breakdown
Mhm.
where he like seppuku's hair is so
Yeah,
funny.
It was so funny. I was like,
And
oh no
then
way.
you see Susato just like praying for him. It's like, oh
Mhm.
my god.
No.
And everyone like bowing their head in respect. It's like, oh my, they're taking this so seriously. It's really funny.
So funny. And then the Many Memo getting us Susato and Ray takedown.
Yes, that was
Mhm.
very good.
That was very good.
Also, I like the fact the minor fact that the judge knew, but
Mhm.
he just let
Oh
her
my
do it
god.
anyways.
Guess what song just came on? Complications
What?
in the Proceedings.
Oh my.
The Panic song. God, I love this one. But I guess with that, I don't know if we have anything else to
Oh,
add.
I have Madame Tussauds theme playing right now. So
Wait,
them-
did we? You know, when I said it took us 4 hours.
Yes.
My uptime that was like 15 minutes ago. I think it was like 10 or 15 minutes ago. I think. Wow, we really talked about this case for a while.
Yes.
But I guess let's get to 2-2.
DGS 2-2. That is. I'm not
Nut.
gonna lie. That is a nut for me.
It's
This
a
is
nut
a
case.
fat nut for me. Yes.
This case is absolutely
It's time-
nutworthy.
This is the case that's tied with 2-2 for me. With
Mhm.
6-2.
Yeah, this is a really good one. It's
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ties up the loose ends from the other case perfectly. Picks up right where it left off. You see Garradeb again. The jurors are all the same, which is really cool.
And then you even see the victim of the last.
Yeah,
of
Olive
the
Green.
related case.
She's involved.
Yeah.
I feel really bad for
I
Olive.
felt so bad for Olive Green. The entire time I was like, this poor girl.
And the fact that both defendants, they were trying to kill each other essentially is crazy.
We both
Both witnesses.
Kinda.
I love how when she's describing her fucking plan, and it's like, fucking Chancellor drops down, like looking like, you did what? I mean, I did what to my?
You broke into my. Snuck into my room. I love when he breaks character.
It was very fun. I just like honestly, Shamspear just stole the show.
Shamspear is so funny. Like
he's so fucking funny.
It was funny because like I was thinking about him. Like if you asked me 2 weeks ago, I would have put Shamspear in F tier. But like literally, the more I thought about it, no, because he annoyed me. But then like I realized, oh my god, he's actually so funny.
He's really funny.
He's so good.
Because like he's kind of the only one that would play along with like Soseki's like kind of like antics.
Who would win a fight?
Who is stronger, Romeo or Juliet?
Romeo or Juliet? Definitely Juliet.
Well, Juliet won.
Yes.
Oh my god, this whole case was good. The way they tied it all in, the way they introduced the dog collar at the very end.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's like
trying to figure out like what the fuck is that? What's that mean? Like,
also when you slowly realize, oh my god, the inmate was like, oh sorry, I said Potenji, that's his Japanese name. Shamspear.
Oh yes. Sorry. Yes.
Oh my
Shamspear is and then the inmate who died is Selden.
And then you see his desperation of like, give me that key. Yes. So good. I just love like, are you like just when the judge says, are you saying both witnesses are charged? Are you accusing both witnesses for murder? It's like, yes. I am.
Honestly,
and also the reminiscent theme for Olive Green is so good.
One of the hardest things for me to watch was walking in on Olive Green about to kill herself.
Oh my god, that was really rough.
It was hard, but oh my god, I'm glad.
Like she was
about
to do it right
woman.
in front of her.
Even though she tried to kill Shamspear, I still feel so bad for her.
Cause like he killed her fiance. And then he was about to do it to someone else too. Just for some money. You know?
Yeah. For sure. Like that was something else.
Honestly, it's about pretty much the same kind of plan that same parallel to like Catherine. It's like both same methods essentially.
Also,
if they did it, they would die. If they didn't, then they'd still.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like it's hard to call Shamspear an idiot when he came up with that pretty ingenious gas maneuver.
Yeah.
It's really smart.
Like he was conning everybody out of.
That was
money.
amazing.
It took me a while to figure out what I was supposed to point to on the gas meter, but like. Also, even what's his name? Adrian B. Meterman.
Yeah, you get to see him like earlier in like DGS1. I just don't remember when.
No, yeah, it's before the trial. It's like right
It's before the trial. He's talking to
Shamspear.
Yeah, was it 1-4?
1-4.
Okay.
And then like Dronesby, and then also
Queen B. Altamont. Yeah.
Yes, I love her design.
I love her. Yeah. So it's funny. I didn't realize what the pun was on Meterman. It's because I obviously understood Meterman, but like his first name is a drone and bee, like the animal, like the insect. So he's a drone bee.
It's a bee motif.
Yeah, and then Queen Bee's Queen Bee.
Queen Bee, yeah.
It's so funny that it's so interesting to me how they're supposed to pick random jurors, and like 9 times out of 10 they somehow get involved.
Oh my god. Okay, we went through like 1-3 DGS 1-3 without talking about ladies first fucking dumpy.
Yeah, we did forget about Lady First fucking. Hold on, I have a gift for you. Let me show you.
Not Jarma.
1-5's fucking list of jurors. You got the surgeon who operated Sholmes.
Yeah.
A fucking telemarketer expert. Fucking what's his a stereo.
Villain Borshevik, first of all.
And then villains like villain like. Okay, what are you doing there, buddy? You don't deserve. You are not supposed to be there.
check the group chat, by the way.
Okay.
As soon as
I swear to shit.
Shake that dump.
Isn't that great?
It's very good.
I remember that's when Mark walked in on my stream. He's like, "Damn, what that dumpy do? Humana, hoopala, woofa, woof."
I forgot about that.
It's so funny, and that's kind of like Germa, just a little bit. No, but yeah, no, I can't believe we skipped to the dumpy. Even Fairplay came back. In this case, Fairplay was also the foreman for the case we just talked about, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was the foreman for both 1-4 and 1-2 too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, that was incredible. Like, the way they just pick these jurors. 6 million people in London, and yet I keep running into the same damn ones.
So
I think we're good on 2-2. I loved it.
Yeah.
2-2 is great. 2-3 is
really
also great.
Mm-hmm. I think this also is a nut.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is
Three?
DGS 5, is DGS 2 really going to be all nuts? Oh my
think so.
god.
Yes, kind of,
I
yeah.
think it's all nuts.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
just the ending of Great Departed Soul. Oh, so
Mhm.
good.
Oh, just for the ending alone, that's a nut. But let's
Yes.
like the actual case is I actually at first I wasn't sure if I would like Hairbrain. I love him.
I love your reaction when you first saw the next
Hey,
case giving the
we're talking
crystal.
about, hey, and I remember his
Hour.
theme is
Yeah.
playing
Oh
right
god.
now.
Oh god, that's right. I thought the Great Exhibition was gonna be the finale. And I was
Nope.
like, no, I guess not.
Nope.
They've been hyping it up for 2 games now, and it's just gonna happen. All right, fine.
Also, so much happens in this case, anyways. Like we get the Masked Apprentice.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Masked Man, yeah.
Gina's back, and she's an inspector now.
Gina's back. Okay, so I know anything I say about Van Zeeks is going to come across as somewhat biased, but honestly, talking to Van Zeeks in the office is like the funniest fucking thing.
I never got to see that one.
Because
I missed that one.
All they do, all Suzato and or is it Iris? It was Iris at the time.
Iris.
All Iris and Ryu do is literally talk about Van Zeeks right in front of him. So like you examine the barrels on the wall, and he's like, and those look like casks. You don't think they're caskets, do you? You mean all the people that the Reaper killed are inside this? What are you talking about, man? That is my collection of fine vintages.
I love the little model, like
it's the blood of all the victims.
I love the little model and expecting model, like maybe because he doesn't get. I'm expecting this so I can look at the better seeing the crime, you madman.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like, do you think he's jealous? Do you think he built this so that he could feel not too bad about
Technically,
it?
the finale does take place during the Great. You know what
That's
papers
true.
are?
You're true.
Actually, DGS, the finale is just 3 parts. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Honestly.
Oh my god.
Mm-hmm,
Also, this has my favorite, like my second favorite logic and deduction reasoning.
Oh my god, is it the one where is it the one with in Drubbers? Yeah.
Yes.
That's really funny.
I love Drubber, by the way. His animation is like the pinnacle of the mocap.
It's so
It's
good.
so satisfying
Like,
to
damn,
look
they
at.
really found someone who can really lock and pop.
I love Trevor. I do like corny Scythe.
You mean
I thought you said horny Scythe, not like...
Listen, I love Mommy Scythe.
Yes.
The anti-gravity device, oh my god.
That's really good.
Oh, that's so funny. I love when Drebber was like, no, I calculated enough time to where you were supposed to leave, and then but you stayed longer than I expected, and Gregson is just glaring at Sholmes like, you could have killed us all. Also, the reveal of the second bomb.
Yeah, that was holy shit. Also,
That
just
was
the
crazy.
reveal, like, Naruto's pursuit of truth, and it's like, I still want more further testimony from.
Yes,
like,
that was such a part. Did you hear the build like da 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 da? It was so good.
By the way, we should probably talk. Who's your favorite character to play?
What?
We should talk about your favorite character in this case.
Yeah, Van
that you
Zeeks.
haven't spoken for.
Mm-hmm. What about him?
No, you don't have an emo for Van Zeeks.
I do.
Okay, your other emo. The one you just recently got.
Oh yes, his spells, yeah. I shielded it.
Yeah.
I shielded it already.
No,
Yeah.
The spell came out in this case.
Yeah, no, we do have to talk about Spells. Yes. Honestly, that was a
It's
Twilight one fail on my part, not remembering.
There you go. I
Yeah,
got it. Don't
thank
worry,
you.
I got it.
Oh, you did the exact same number as me.
It's always got to be 3.
Yeah, it's always 3. Yeah, no, I love Madame Spells. She's so pretty.
She's very pretty. I'm glad they went with the younger look.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, I'm glad they didn't go with like an old woman. Honestly,
Honestly,
two
an old
mommies.
lady would have been badass too.
Yeah, it would have. It would have been, but 2 mommies in one case. Like,
Damn.
we got Mommy Scythe. We got Mommy to Spells. We got Daddy Van Zeek's full frontal.
Excuse you, it's Madam. 2 spells.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. We got
Now-
Madame 2 Spells. We have Daddy Van Zeek's full frontal.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Also,
The only
that
thing is-
frontal, also that ass. Too.
The only thing is that, like, oh my god, little child on the witness stand on the first day.
I know.
By the way,
Ugh.
Ryunosuke successfully defended that day without assistance until the end.
Oh,
Yeah, it was pretty
Paper
good.
Star, Cosmo Kramer, the ass man.
Yeah.
Talk on that, Phoenix.
Yeah. No, oh my god, that's
Damn.
but like that stupid child.
Mhm.
Oh. My
Child.
name is Wilhelm Gottschalk Sigismund von Ornstein, and I am the Prince of Bohemia. Like, oh lord.
Shut up.
I'm pretty sure that is a reference to a Sherlock Holmes.
I'm sure it is.
book. It
because
is.
they,
I think so.
because Sholmes references it again in like the 4th case
Oh, really? I
when
forgot.
Mikotoba is passed out on the couch
Oh.
and they're playing the German song.
Bird.
Also, and we haven't gotten there yet, but like Professor Mikotoba puts on a mask. Suzato, I have no idea who this man is.
Yes.
Honestly, that's ridiculous.
Like, society is your father wearing a
I
suit.
recognized him immediately. Like,
Yeah, it's
God.
like the suit. Like, the suit didn't give it away. Like, society, did you think there was more than one person that wore your father's same 2-piece suit?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like, oh my god. But yeah, no, I liked the revelation that Drebber didn't actually do it, and Scythe
Yeah.
was totally willing to let him take the fall.
hmm
That was cool.
That was very good. Also,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, the ending! The ending!
I know. I-
Cosmo!
It was weird that they didn't have a breakdown in that case, and I was like, oh, that's why they blew the budget on this.
Yes. They used what little remaining budget they had
Mhm.
for the cuts.
Yeah. No,
Well,
yeah,
they still
Drebber
had
did
more
really
for-
think
for-
he did
for-
it.
Yeah.
Honest to God, I feel bad for Drebber.
He got shafted real hard, but like
The ass man really
he's
ruined
not,
his life.
He's not exactly innocent. He basically cost Albert his entire career.
Yeah, no, like, kinda, but like, also, like, the ass man ruined his life.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ass man.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Odie Assman.
Odie Assman.
Yeah, no, like the ass man completely
Odie
ruined that man's
Assman
life.
rolled in his life, and even dude, he should not have been. He didn't. He got no ass. He deserved
Mhm.
no ass.
Yeah, I know. And then like
He probably got no ass.
having Gina back was just such a joy.
Gina, Toby.
She got that new.
my baby, my little baby.
Listen, baby. Wait, is Toby in the thing? Hold on, I have to know.
I need to know too.
He is. Yes, he is.
Okay,
Alright,
Toby's
I don't
S
care if we
rank.
do- Alright, sorry. Yeah, I don't care. We're probably not, we're not doing.
We're
the
not doing
character-
characters, but like
we're-
this
but
is
I just
important.
wanted to put him there. Yes, I would put him there. Just thank you.
Alright.
Yeah, Gina and
So-
Toby are just such good characters. Also, I like
Alright,
how
yes.
she named the dog after Gregson.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm good with 2-3.
What?
I'm good with 2-3.
Yeah, I'm
Fine,
putting
me
it in
too.
nut and we're done.
Alright,
How do you
2-4,
separate
also
these
fun.
two cases?
I think you have to do them all at once.
Yeah, well,
Just
they're
do
both
all-
nuts.
Yeah, all of them are nuts.
All DGS2 is a nut.
Yeah, this entire game is nut
Yeah.
nut tier. Which I didn't expect, honestly. I thought at least one of them would have been great thinking about it. No.
Mhm.
Nope. Where do I begin with this? First of all,
First of all, finding
Yeah.
it starts off with Evie Vigil, right, looking for her husband.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
and then they go, and then it's like, okay, cool. They go back and
You get-
they have the nerve.
You
to
get like
give
an
the big,
yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
they have the nerve to give the biggest wham after you to find some stuff about like the professor and whatnot,
hmm
and they get a big wham. Like Gregson got killed.
I know.
Gregson, dead. The detective is actually dead. Like, oh my god, it's crazy.
It's so wild that first of all, they make you go through like an hour of the case before you find that out.
Yeah, it's like painful.
Yeah. Like what is going on here? And then like, oh my god. And this case feels like an investigation with like some trial in the middle.
Yes.
Like that's it, because there's like no second trial.
Yeah, all the second trials in the second game. Holy shit! By the way,
like you finish one trial and then you continue that rest of the trial in the end.
Kazuma is vicious.
He's vicious.
Yeah.
He real now that
Wait a minute.
now that he remembers.
Did we acknowledge him coming back in 2-3? Did we just gloss over that? Okay.
No, we talked about it a little bit.
We talked about holy shit the ending.
That was a holy shit moment, yeah.
Yes.
No, but not even the ending when Susato recognizes him.
Yes, she's like, oh, Kazuma-sama! And then Ryunosuke giving Kadama back to him. And then like, oh my god, just cleaving his father's like wax body model in half. Just like,
still not gonna like that.
Like Kazuma's vicious. He is out to get whoever like he suspects killed his father, in this case Van Zeeks. So
he has vengeance.
But yeah, anyway, back to the what we're on now. Gregson dying and Van Zeeks being arrested was like, I didn't expect that at all. I mean, I had a feeling the masked man was going to prosecute at some point. But I didn't expect it to happen so soon. And I didn't expect it all the way they structured 4 and 5.
Oh yeah. Like
the first day.
Trial.
The first day of trial. I love those characters actually. I like Beppo coming back for no reason.
Yes.
I love every single time they offer like, I sell gossip, I sell firecrackers.
Pay the man council.
Pay the man.
That was really funny.
Give it a try.
I remember that was
Why
so
don't you
funny.
buy one? Pay the man council.
It's like, what? What do I have to say?
And then later on when like, what's her face? The fucking firecracker girl.
Venus is pretty.
She's so
pretty. She tries to say something, it's like
what a tripod.
Kaz was like, the truth, please.
Yeah, that's so funny.
And I love how she's like, first I tell the kids to buy firecrackers, then I tell the teachers about it, and they confiscate it, and then the kids come back wanting more. It's great.
It's a great business model,
like,
actually.
I know. Very good.
I absolutely love her. She's so fun. While Kazuma's out for blood, after found she was on his
playing right now. Very good.
Since he sort of just tries to assert his claims, yeah.
Yes.
One thing, yeah.
About the professor, the Reaper, because this all revolves around that shit. Especially on the second day.
Cause like
the second day is when we finally meet my waifu for this goddamn game.
Maria Gori.
She is so awesome.
I love Maria.
She's very cute.
I absolutely love Maria.
She's very much goth GF.
Yeah, no, absolutely Paper Star.
Oh yeah.
And I find it really interesting as a contrast to how Van Zeeks runs the trials. Because like Van Zeeks really doesn't let his emotions get the better of him ever. And even if he's losing, he's just like, fuck it, the truth, please. Like the one time,
they both put their passion in prosecuting in different ways.
Yeah.
Kazuma is very passionate, maybe too much of a fall because it starts to affect him. Because it's not just that, it's also because this is very personal. Because this is the professor. This is involving his father, and I think this is a part they talked about the assassin exchange program in this game.
Yeah.
It's so funny that they both have reason to hate each other because of the exact same case.
Exactly.
Interesting.
And then there's so like he's in Japan. He's out there. He has to fulfill his mission. So, too. But
also,
and the culprit.
Yeah.
I felt a little bad for him.
We're not gonna get to the culprit. We'll get to the culprit and then.
I think we're talking about. I thought we were talking about Daily, even though he wasn't the culprit.
He was.
Daily Vigil was the one who was
Yeah, Rose, you're jumping way a bit ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was confused for a second.
I like Daily. I like both Vigil.
Yeah, I do like the visual.
They're good. I like them.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was still kind of thinking about like Cosmo versus Van Zeeks in court. They're so different from each other, which is funny because he mentored Van Zeeks mentored Cosmo.
2 redheaded guys in the redheaded league.
Honestly, not
right.
not for too long.
The
Redheaded League.
The redheaded league people, yeah. Forgot about them for a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were fine. They were the low part of the
They're
case.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, I didn't really care too much about it. Like, it makes sense in context why they had to be relevant. Like, I don't know.
It does, but at the same time, it's alright, they're there.
Yeah, we're still up. We're not done talking about the cases!
Yeah, we're not done. We're almost done. We're almost done.
We spent a lot more time than we thought.
It's, it's only been 4.5 hours about?
Yeah, of pure ranking.
Yes, we're talking about, like...
I was right to do this as a podcast stream category.
This was like 8 games. This is like 8 games. So, yeah, it's gonna be a while.
Yeah, like... But, like, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Yeah, the Redheaded League was kind of the low point of the game. Of the case.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel really bad for Daily.
I really feel bad for Daily Vigil. He took the ball. He tried to kill himself.
Yeah, and then he basically had to put up this facade for his wife and kids to help support them and stuff.
And then at least got Hybrid Gregson to keep himself, because Gregson was busy doing his own matters, which we'll get to down the line. Because
I also wonder if Gregson actually legitimately felt bad for Daily.
Yeah, I think so. It seemed like he did, cause I assumed I think it was implied they usually see each other even while Daily was at his job, and Gregson was like, hey, you're here now, so yeah. So it's still helping, he's helping Daily support his family, but kind of still giving him a job and stuff. So
yeah. And then
even if Gregson had ulterior motives, but still.
Yes.
We get to the crazy ass end of that chapter.
Yeah, that was
So, surprise! Watson in this game, the guy got killed way back in the first game, wasn't Watson. That's the most craziest twist I've ever saw. The person that was Watson was under your nose all this time with.
That was such a mind blow. Absolutely, just incredible finding
honestly,
that out.
Once he puts on the hat, it's like, what the fuck?
No, that was just so fantastic.
I think for me, I kind of had a slight feeling, so it wasn't too much of a shock, but still, I was like, oh wow.
No, that came out of left field for me. I trusted the game on that one.
When everything came out all together, I'm like, wait, what? Whoa, what?
You can't do that.
And
so
it just goes into part 5 with the trial, which,
Yeah.
by the way, I love the music in the 5th final case.
It's so good. Wait, are we talking about 5 now? Case 5 now?
I think we're moving on to 5. I'm gonna just put 4 in Nut.
Just put both in Nuts.
Yeah, we're just gonna put
Also,
them in Nut.
I like Seichiro's breakdown. There you go.
Seichiro, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but okay.
We never really talked about the Gregson's actual murder.
I think that's more in 5 thing.
That's in 5.
That is true.
Yeah.
So, 4, 5.
First of all, just to respond to what Flargrah said, the song that plays, the secret courtesan session song that plays, when Strongheart stands up at the bench, is my nut song. It's so fucking good. Final boss energy.
Final boss.
It is not. I am not there yet. I think.
You'll figure it out.
Ace Attorney needs more final boss music.
Oh no, sorry. I meant my playlist is not there.
Heck, there was even. I don't know if you noticed this, but there's even final boss courtroom lobby music.
Oh, I did. I noticed it. I don't know if I said anything, but I noticed it sounded different.
It's amazing.
They need to do that more often.
Honestly, DGS 5 fat nut for me.
Honest to God, DGS 2 Case 5, because it was all trial, was just nonstop my hair standing on end and getting chills because of how good it was.
Honestly, I think 2.5 beats out 3.5 just by a little bit. This is very good.
What'd you say?
That's why. No, I remember when you say it's all trial. Yeah, it is all trial.
It is all trial.
Yeah,
I made a mistake. I was young and inexperienced. Shut
Tap
up.
dancing. Oh my god, tap dancing Mikotoba. Yes.
Tap
yes,
dancing for the truth. Yep.
Yes. Tap dancing for the truth. Truth dancing.
Mm-hmm.
That's also just that song is so good.
Yeah,
Partners.
partners.
So good.
So good.
Mhm.
I remember that was one of the new songs they like definitely promoted in the trailers. I remember that. It was so good. I was like scouring like the internet. I'm like, oh god, please! I hope someone uploaded the full version.
This all makes sense back to now that since we're getting into the immediate thing with all the Reaper case,
Mhm.
how the Reapers. It makes sense of why Gregson was reacting the way he was because I'm pretty sure because Gregson said it was police business with Strongheart. I'm pretty sure Strongheart only told Gregson about the leaked government secrets because he said, "This is pertaining to the Reaper business, pertain to you,"
Mhm.
which is why he's more freaked out than anything else because his name's on the list.
His name is on the list. Yes.
Mhm. I think what's interesting. This just to go back a little bit. One thing that I found really interesting is that Strongheart almost doesn't give you the time of day in 1-3 until Ryu brings up Cosmo's mission.
Yes.
And then he's like, "Are you said that you're willing? You said that you're here to finish all of his missions.
Right?
Is that
He's
true?
Like, oh. He's like, yes.
Do you mean that?"
And
It's almost like Strongheart was trying to test Ryu, saying like, "How much do you know?"
Yeah, no, it's more like, so what you're telling me is, you'll do what Cosmo was supposed to do.
You'll like
Mhm.
crazy.
Like, and the whole time you think you really do feel like Strongheart is being nice to you.
Which is why, like, the first person you meet after you get done with
Which
his 1-4
which makes me wonder if that's why Strongheart reinstated your badge without a fight in 2-3.
Because he needed someone to fulfill the mission. Because no one else can.
Unless Strongheart recognized Kazuma, which he could have at that point. But I don't know that. Do you know that? Does anyone know that? When Kazuma came to England with amnesia, did Strongheart know who that was? There was no way, right?
There's no way.
That's ridiculous. That all that could happen.
My only assumption is he might have due to maybe possible resemblance to Genshin, but that's about it.
I doubt it. I don't think. I
like
honestly.
Kazuma has to at least Sue would have had to at least remember his name, his own name at least. So.
Well, it's just
Hold on, I'm gonna.
So much
I actually want to put on my nut song, so I'm just gonna go to.
I feel Strongheart is the one that gave him the mask and avatar. Maybe thought it was him. Yeah, that could be true. And he was I think Strongheart was the one that introduced Kazuma to BNZs, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. So.
I can believe it. But no,
Yeah.
it's just so much happens because like we get the Reaper realization.
Well, I think we first should start off with the actual Gregson murder.
Yes.
I think that's important to take care of. Man, it feels so hopeless on that first day when you really can't find Seishiro. And then it cuts to Sholmes and Mikotoba in Dunkirk, I think.
Yeah.
Yep.
On the ship. They were at the ship.
They were on the ship. You meet Chicken Stroganoff.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I forgot. Until this moment, I forgot about Chicken Stroganoff.
Oh my god. The whole entire part with that, and then like playing as Mikotoba, doing the dance and deduction with Sholmes, and Sholmes is this thing. Sholmes is not throwing any punches. Sholmes is not being dumb or anything. He's like, all right, we gotta get this done.
Sholmes, you mentioned that you think Sholmes was testing Ryu the entire time to build his deductive reasoning skills.
Yeah.
And I like that a lot. Honestly, Sholmes is playing 5D chess with interdimensional time travel.
And honestly, I feel like part of it is just that they with without his assistant, without Mikotoba, I think Sholmes definitely could solve a case. He definitely has done it, but I think with his partner, he definitely is much better at getting back in going down the right.
It's a back and forth. It's a little dance. It's a back and forth dance with.
Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. And the fact that he basically follows up Mikotoba's seductions without missing a beat shows that how they work so well together.
And then we go from there to back to the court.
Yeah, Paper Star says sometimes they think Sholmes is also just having fun with you, like when Mikotoba was passed out on the couch.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh my god. You know why we never really? What was that in
That was
5?
in that was in 4.
Talked about that before.
No, we never talked about the whole thing of like, oh my god, what if Iris is like Mikotoba's like.
Yeah, we didn't really talk about that.
We didn't talk about that. Like,
Yeah.
Hold on for a second.
I legitimately did believe it could have happened.
Not to like fucking whoop her dad's ass.
Mhm.
Like, you fucking gave birth to another daughter.
No, so it's more like it's more like you cheated on mom or something, or like you moved on. I don't know.
No, the
Mom's dead. Yeah.
Mom passed away.
Mhm.
He took the exchange program to get to like mom to like kind of get away from the grief.
Gotcha. Yeah, I forgot about all that. Yeah. That's something else though. Like, yeah, it could have been. Like, I legitimately thought, like, oh my god. For the record, I have the
That'd be
Great Close
crazy.
Trial on repeat now, so if you want a different song, sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
And just so going back to the case, like just seeing Sestro in that small ass suitcase.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's like, man, they really squeezes his model in.
They really have a thing for people stowing away in trunks in this game.
Yes, true.
Ryu does it. Drebber does it.
Well, it was in the closet.
Well, how
Slightly.
how did he get on the ship, Rose? He had to be in the
Oh, yeah.
suitcase too.
In general, it's also close spaces.
Mm-hmm. Drebber too. Seishiro, which is wild.
He is thick. He's a thick man.
Realizing that Seishiro was holding Gregson when you took that picture.
Yeah. Oh my god, it's just so morbid. It's like,
Mhm.
ha! Oh no!
You're watching you play, and I just like know what happens. Like,
Literally took a
Okay.
picture with the guy with blood on his hands and Gregson's corpse in there, and nobody knew.
I
That
didn't
just makes
realize-
that scene so much more grimmer.
how
Mhm.
you can provide me? Oh, there's a picture. God.
Honestly, that's probably one of the grimmest scenes now. With more context, it's like, oh my god, we were like so close.
Mhm.
Like just like someone you know, there's a dead body in their trunk.
Also, finding out that Seishiro killed Genshin too.
He could should have. Honestly, Trevor should have been killed.
Yeah,
But, like-
why didn't they shoot Trevor? That's the big thing.
Because he's British. That's exactly why.
Yeah, but nobody knew Seishiro was there. It could have been anybody else. They could have manipulated that to get away with it so quickly.
No, I think Strongheart was there.
Yeah, Strongheart was there, but
Strongheart-
Strongheart was there with Seishiro. I think
Strongheart killed it. Seishiro shoot.
would
Strongheart, yeah.
would Strongheart have
It was
covered
German
for
song.
Seishiro? No, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, Strongheart promised Seishiro he would get out free.
Yes, no. I think he promised him the position of foreign affairs.
Yeah, but also there was what I'm trying to say is that there was absolutely no reason for any reasonable person to believe that those two were in the graveyard that night as well.
Yeah.
They could have easily done some said oh, he was just killed and they got away. They didn't need to.
The only other person was there was
And to
Tuspels.
spells, they probably would have had to throw two spells under the bus.
Yeah.
But no, Tuspels always are like Tuspels, because in the credits, Tuspels said she made a deal with Strongheart,
Mhm.
Yes.
so they
Oh.
could have made it before with Trevor being like the real quote unquote,
Honestly, I think it's just that Strongheart just wanted to like really cover his tracks.
Mhm.
Honestly, that's
Oh,
really
good.
it. And
Strongheart's
also, you
really
know,
intelligent.
he's very smart, also racist, because he basically manipulated all these Japanese exchange students to like do his bidding for him. So
Mhm.
yeah.
except for Mikotoba.
Yes. Well, I mean that's because Mikotoba was lucky and palled up with
Mikotoba was the
so,
only
yeah.
pure safe person, because even he was
Yes.
like questioning Watson when Watson
Yeah.
found the fucking ring.
He's like,
Mhm.
it's fine. He's like, it's fine. You're inexperienced. It's like, what?
That ring literally would have sliced you open if you ate it.
I know. It's like, what the hell?
That's also why I like how Gory decided that I'm gonna not go my mom's path. I'm gonna,
Mhm.
And Strongheart was like, what are you doing?
and that's why she bought the ring. Like, yes, you did it.
Mhm. Yeah, no, that's incredible. And I mean, like, first of all, I just want to. There's a lot of moments that had me like really like
Yes.
Just fantastic in that trial. From the minute the first was definitely when Strongheart took the bench instead of the normal judge.
Yes.
Did not see that
Well,
coming. I was wondering how they were going to get Strongheart in the courtroom because I had a feeling he did something.
Yes.
You know me. This case was validating for me because I've been suspecting Strongheart since 1-3.
Same here. Same here.
But like, it's
oh my god, I'm so close. Sorry, I'm really close to the Great Secret Trial. Sorry.
Fine. But it's like, oh my god, like there came a point where it's like, was I wrong? Is he good?
I was hoping for me to be wrong because like, please throw me off course, but nope. I'm like, well, okay, but still, it was done the best way.
Please let the guilt be it.
Well, it's more like, oh my god, the fact that I knew this guy was guilty and this game manipulated me into thinking he was all right.
The game literally, the game gaslit you.
Yeah, Strongheart did have too many villain vibes, but like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I also didn't even realize he had a new staff until case 2-5. He had one for the
like
entire. It's a unicorn staff, yeah.
You know, I wish we had
What?
a summation explanation for that in that case.
Yeah, but there was no jury.
Well,
Yeah,
you could have. I mean, the reason there was no jury is mainly because of technical issues behind the scenes. If there had been a jury, it would have been like a jury of like other judicial peers.
Like other judicial because they had to keep this is private.
And honestly, it'd be cool if like along with that, one of the members of the judiciary that was like the juror would be Father Christmas Judge.
Yeah.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
like they just stopped using the jurors in like. Did they stop in like 2-3?
The last case with the jurors was 2-3 because 2-4 and 2-5 are the same case.
Yeah, I was like, wait, yeah, they used 2-3
because
I forgot.
2-3 had Mrs. Vigil in it as a juror.
Oh, that's right.
And also had Corn Cup Girl for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Girl.
Probably because she was at the fair for some reason, I guess.
An old cop who knows.
The cop who was sleeping into Spells' museum.
Yes.
And
2-5 is just so good.
Yeah, no, it is. Oh, it also had the magician dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, like 2-5 is just fantastic.
Yeah, he's
also the
honestly. The jurors have such cool design. It's just a shame that they only get to use them once.
I think that's why they reused the jurors and like a couple times.
Yeah.
They're like, we're gonna do all that for nothing? No.
Yeah.
Wasn't the maid back too?
I don't remember actually.
I think the maid came back.
Honestly, I like the maid. She's cute.
That fucking maid is so goddamn like evil. In 1-5, she's like scum that are supposed to be eradicated, like the fucking like grime they are, like the fucking. She's not talking about like evil people. She's talking about just like the people that like are stuck and have to live in like the dirty poor areas,
divers and stuff like that.
Gross. Oh, gross.
Yeah, it's like
But not like I don't know, like the whole thing, I think the atmosphere of 2-5 really sets it apart.
It's very
everything
imposing.
is different. Like the jurors lamps all light up at the same time. That was cool.
Trial now. Finally, it's here. Not.
So 2-5, like we got the Seishiro, we got that.
We haven't talked about the professor.
Nothing. Oh my, not at all. Like the twist that it was actually Zeke's brother.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, because you were all this time. You were basically.
Honestly, I accepted it was Genshi and Asogi at that point.
Yeah, we all accepted. It was like, yep, sounds about right. And then it's like, no, it's not. Because the collar.
Dog.
Finding out what the collar had to do with anything was bugging me for 3 cases.
Yes. With the jury not present, the tone of the trial turns from appealing to the jury to purely seeking the.
Yes. Well, unless you're Strongheart.
Kind of. True.
And then also like, the revelation where the Clint's will was in the sword. Like you've been holding on to that thing for all this game now. All the last this game last.
Yeah,
game.
like
you literally had what you needed.
Been holding on to that like important piece of evidence this whole time. We never knew.
I didn't realize that swords' heads could just detach like that.
Yeah, probably for storage and stuff. That makes sense.
Yeah. So that revelation was cool, and
And,
you
like,
could feel the
you could-
pain
you
on Brock Van Zeek's.
Yeah, and also you can hear the desperation of like Strongheart being like, "Where is that will?" You know, because
Mhm.
because with the will, he's essentially being outed. So
Yeah, because basically
So,
that's why.
in
Cosmo
truth,
is a fake swordsman because I find it hard to believe he never twisted the hilt at all.
yeah, no, it's interesting because if you think about it,
Yes.
Male Strongheart was two separate serial killers.
Yeah.
He was the Professor by proxy and the Reaper
Yes.
by proxy.
hmm
So it's like, what the hell, dude?
Yeah.
All the maintain order.
Well,
Well, no, to
I
move
think-
up, but the maintain order
well,
thing was a ploy.
it was Gregson that was planning out the things, and I think it was Giselle that actually executed, right?
Assassin.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Asa Shin. It's so interesting. Paper Star, you mentioned something when we
David
revealed
Van
you,
Matt on guard.
yeah,
Yes.
when you mentioned something when we revealed that Giselle Brett was actually Asa Shin, you were like, she was Japanese the whole time. But I looked it up, and it turns out Shin is actually a British last name as well. So she was British.
Yes.
I also thought that Shin was an Asian last name, but I was wrong.
I mean, it could be both.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that whole entire realization, and just even though after all that's been revealed, he still got the fucking gallery on his side,
Mm-hmm.
I know.
and
Yeah.
it wasn't until Holmes's 5D test ball
Where he talked to Queen Victoria.
Yeah, and fucking I was just like,
Oh.
I'm having tea with Queen Vicky over here.
Sorry, I missed that
Like-
Paper Star, but that's really funny actually. Asian sounds like Asian. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Rosie.
It's just
Oh no, it's no good. No, that's about it.
really impressive, and like I still love the holographic dance he
How
does.
did they get? Yeah, when the guards are trying to catch him,
Yeah, that was really funny.
he's doing the little Fortnite dance.
And then the breakdown that
He's like,
oh my god.
"We got a number
Oh
one
my God.
victory royale. Yeah, you're strong heart. We're about to get down." You know, like that was funny.
Oh my gosh, Strongheart's breakdown probably one of the best.
Oh, for sure.
You are we gonna
And,
have
like-
current breakdowns now? Oh, no, I'm just kidding.
There
That's
is a
fine.
tier list for that.
Oh no, that's a lot.
That's a lot. Maybe if characters goes faster than we think, we can do that
Yeah.
too.
Well, it'll probably go faster because we just have to look at the animation. We're not actually talking about the whole case and stuff. So
Oh yeah. No, yeah, I know Paper Star. He'd be so rich and he wouldn't need all that money for the rent.
I know, right?
The greatest problem plaguing man, rent.
Yes.
I
Rent.
guess that's one last thing I want to talk about before, because I might as well I got head off sleep soon.
Mhm.
The last thing I want to talk about before I head off. What
Yes.
happened after the case? The whole entire revelation of Iris's lineage.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Iris is a Van Zeeks, as it turned out.
Yes, we all thought it was Doctor. Like it was Wilson, and then it was like, oh my god, it was Bikatoba, and then it was
well,
like,
they
no,
deconfirmed
it's
that really quickly.
Yeah.
The
Yeah, they
Mikatoba
confirmed
thing.
it real
And it's
fast.
like, well, who else could be? And it's like, oh, I delivered a lady, and then it shows like the picture, and it shows on the side the B. I'm like, oh.
You're like, oh my
Mhm.
god.
And
There's a
then you
reason-
realize that Iris is named after Mikatoba's deceased wife.
What English?
Yeah, well, Ayame, which translates to Iris.
Yeah, it's like holy shit.
Mhm.
Oh
It was
my
incredible. One thing that I thought was really funny was that, like, Suzata's like, Prosecutor Lord Van Zee is gonna be so happy. He just comes in staring daggers at you. And she has the same thing again with Cosmo, and he's also just staring daggers, like, 0 for 2, girl. 0 for 2.
God.
That
I love
was
the
fun.
fact that, like, how Fancy's won't you come like, oh, I can't wait, dude.
You can make it.
Your knee, your knees, come on.
Yeah, I
And
know.
then, I need to pass. I'm passing out.
Alright.
Also, the fucking ending, very emotional.
You go,
was.
you go to bed, Flargrah. I'm gonna wrap up
You
soon.
care.
I just wanted to say a couple things.
Yeah, we're all gonna. Yeah,
No worries.
both of us are gonna wrap
Two
up.
characters
soon.
in our time. You guys have a good night.
You too.
Good time.
Night. Oh, the ending. So
Yeah,
good.
Paper Star, that's a good question. How much did they find out about the Professor case? I would love to know that. I would love a game with just those two. Except it
That
would
would be
kind of
really interesting.
except it would kind of spoil DGS2, so they wouldn't do that.
That would be illegal hell, honestly.
Mhm. one thing that was honestly at the end of DGS2, like you know how I wanted Apollo to stay in Kurain.
Yeah.
I didn't want Ryu to go back to Japan.
I know, it's like so opposite.
I really, really wanted him to stay in Britain. But like, it
And then
made sense.
I
but...
love like the thing of like Susanoo deciding, you know, because like
Mm-hmm.
her whole life she had dedicated herself to being a judicial assistant to support Kazuma,
Mhm.
but now like after like being with Ryunosuke, she's like, you know what, I actually I want to be your judicial assistant.
Mhm.
It's like so cute. It was so cute. I was like, ah.
Mhm. And so
hetero shipper.
And so Ryu went back to Japan and dedicated his whole life to fighting Pain in court, or Ouchi in court.
Oh, yes, exactly. Ouchi is the only prosecutor.
Yeah, he's the only prosecutor in Japan, I'm sure.
You know,
Ouchi make
like
it to the Supreme Court.
Honestly, there's a bit of irony when Kazuma and he tells Ryunosuke, we're gonna like shake up the courtroom, and then it's like Dark Age of Law.
Mhm.
Like, oh. Well, that didn't really work out. Oops.
It's so interesting because it's like when Sozeki went back, I was like, well, I'm not gonna do that, and then he did.
Yeah.
Like,
Honestly, Kazuma. Let's be real. I think Kazuma is honestly the true descendant of Edgeworth. I think.
You mean Edgeworth is a true descendant of Kazuma?
Yes.
Yeah, that might. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's
Yes.
fine. Yeah, I think I would agree with you.
Mhm.
I don't think it's Van Ziek's.
Yeah.
Honestly, I feel like Van Ziek's lineage just kind of ends because I can't imagine that man fucking.
Yeah. No, not at all.
Mm-mm. Sorry to end it on such a crass note, but it's true.
Actually, you know what? Iris maybe, but that's like years when he's like
Yeah.
a fucking grandpa. So.
Mhm. I guess technically the Van Ziek's lineage would live on if Iris gets married.
Yes,
Mhm.
gets married. Which I can maybe see both sides, because she could be on one hand be like, I'm too much of a career woman, but
Mhm.
like also, I mean, why not? She could do both, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, the Von Carmeline did get their name from Kazuma's sword, the family sword. Karuma, because like they mentioned like one of the disciples actually named himself after the sword.
Yeah, I remember that.
So and if you didn't know that, it would feel like a throwaway line, but that has so many implications.
Yeah.
That's what I like about DGS. I feel like a lot of what could be throwaway lines and stuff have actual significance.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit comes back, and
Mhm.
I don't know. I did the perfect Ace Attorney game, honestly, almost.
Mhm.
Well, this is a really interesting tier list. I don't think
Yeah.
if you asked me to like what my tier list would look like, it wouldn't look like this.
Yes.
But-
I'm trying to rearrange them from favorites, but like it's
Mhm.
just so hard.
I might just leave it
And
like
that-
this.
Yeah, maybe I will just leave it like this.
These within the tiers, they're not ordered. Maybe I'll go back and do that
Yeah.
sometime. But like, as for now, I'm just gonna save it.
Yeah, I might save it.
I cannot believe we spent almost 5 hours talking about this.
Crazy.
And you know what else is? We spent almost an hour, maybe over an hour, on just GGS2.
I know. Very good. Good. That's what I wanted. Save. We're gonna save.
I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save and download because I have an account with a TierMaker.
Oh, I did not. I just downloaded. It's fine.
Well,
Okay.
the thing is with TierMaker, it just uses your Twitter account. So
okay.
yeah, you don't have to.
It's not too. I don't mind. I'm just gonna save it.
I'll tweet
I
this
downloaded.
tomorrow. I'm not gonna do this now.
Yeah.
This was fun though. This was so much
This
fun.
is so fun.
Honestly, I wouldn't be. It makes me almost want to do like an Ace Attorney like podcast or talk show or something like that.
Oh, that would be so nice. We talk about character. I would love that. I would love that.
Yes, we could have like guests and stuff too. I don't know.
Yes. Yes.
I hope they
would
bring the
love
same
that.
level of story writing quality to the next Ace Attorney game. That would be
Yes,
great.
I hope
Takumi's
so,
back.
too.
Shu Takumi's back.
Is he actually?
He directed these games.
That is true, but I wonder if it might just be these games he really wants to.
Well, this was
he's
his
okay with
his passion project, I think.
Yeah, this was his passion project. So like, cause like I know like he did step away basically after like Apollo Justice. It's like now the B team is directing all the main games. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like Takumi would be on I feel like it wouldn't feel right for him with him to be like continue a story that he didn't personally write.
I feel like it would, if they brought him back, it would almost feel like, hey, please come back and write us out of this mess that we wrote ourselves in. Even though I don't think it's a mess, that would be the implication.
I don't think it's a mess.
I feel like that would be the implication. But this was so much fun. I can't wait to do characters.
I know, I'm so excited to do characters, just all character themes, character anime breakdowns, maybe, and like favorite characters and stuff.
But first, I have to write 2 papers. We'll finish 2 papers.
Don't worry, just make all your papers about Ace Attorney.
I wish. If I did my capstone again about Ace Attorney, it would have been done already.
True.
This was so good. I cannot wait. And I can't wait for Diana and Noelle and everyone to play this game so I can talk about it.
Oh my god, I haven't played it yet! Oh,
I know. Junie's on like 1.4, or DGS 1.4.
Oh, okay.
Diana's on DGS 1.3.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in fairness, like they've been waiting for the bar results. Like I wouldn't want to play a lawyer game while I was waiting for my law school stuff.
True, I wouldn't do that too.
But like, yeah, no, this was so fun. Thank you so much for hanging out, Rosie.
Yeah, oh my god, it was so fun.
This was what was this, like 5 months in the making almost?
Yes, essentially. We kept talking about it, but we never got around to it because you just hadn't played.
Yeah, because I was like, well, I have to play the games, and I still have to do the escapades too. Oh my god.
Escapades.
Yeah, escapades.
Escapades.
Yeah. Oh lord. I don't know. It's too late. I don't think we're gonna raid anybody.
Yeah, I think it's too late for that.
Just out of curiosity, I will see who's live. Probably no one. Oh, Rosie's live.
Yeah, you are. Oh my god, Twy, I can't believe you're live.
What the fuck? Why are you up so late?
I know. Why are you up so late? Okay.
No, but I don't see anybody else, so I think we're just gonna end it out. Also, actually, Nico B has been going for 8 hours. No,
holy shit! Is it just for fucking Danganronpa?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Oh my god, did someone make a fucking Hank Hill VTuber? Someone's literally has a fucking Hank Hill VTuber.
Yeah, wow.
What the hell?
God.
Oh my god, yo, that's crazy.
Well, alright then. It's time to end this, so thanks again, Rosie. I appreciate you.
Yeah, this was so
You're
fun.
still here?
What? You're still here, bit? What the hell?
Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it.
Yeah, oh, too bad.
This was so fun. So hopefully we'll do more of this.
Yes, I want to do more tier lists. Tier lists are so fun.
Yeah, more Ace Attorney streams are always good for me too, so we'll figure this out. Anyway, you have a good night, everyone.
Night, guys.
Today, everyone here knows the whole spiel, so whatever. I'm not going to do my speech.
Yeah.
But smile time is soon. That's my speech.
We're in a team, you know, blah, blah. We'll stream whenever.
Just on the off chance, I'll at least promote the charity. Smile time, December 17th through 19th, 11 a.m. to 2 a.m. each day. Variety stream benefiting the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Bunch of great streamers, including myself and Rosie. 2 weeks away. Let's do this. We're gonna kick ass. And
I'm so exciting. I'm so exciting. Wow, that is.
You are.
I need to go to bed.
You are.
I'm so excited and exciting.
Yes.
So, okay.
Anyway, y'all have a good.
Oh man, hold on. We gotta stay out for 1 more minute because it's about to hit exactly 5 hours on my end.
I'm 6 minutes away, so.
Oh my god. What the fuck? Okay,
Oh
just
my god, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh wait, hold on. We have 1 more minute till I hit 5 hours.
Yo, let's go. Alright, we'll wait.
You'll wait? Okay. I don't give a shit. Let's. Thank you all for coming out, though. This was so fun.
Oh my god.
And Flargrah's not here, but thank you to Flargrah as well.
Thanks, Flargrah.
I feel like you can't just do this kind of. You can't do a tier listing stream by yourself. Honestly, I feel like it's way more fun to talk.
Oh my god, I thought the video and it didn't. Yeah.
I've been listening to the Great Secret Trial for like the last 30 minutes, probably.
It just started for me. It just started with Prelude to Pursuit.
I love Prelude to Pursuit.
So good.
6,
It's time.
5, 4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1.
1.
Okay, good.
Okay, bye.